Brothers by Blood I. King Balaram 6654. Summary. What if Jon left the wall when he heard his father had been imprisoned? What if Robb went to treat with Renly instead of his mother? 20 years ago, when Northmen came south, they helped tear down a dynasty that had stood for 300 years. How will the tyrannical lions of the Westerlands fare when they come south again? Notes. Inspired by Kingdoms at War by Deathwalker. Chapter 1, Jon I. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon I. The room was damp and dark, though most things at the old and decaying castle were. The food, the buildings, and especially the men. They were all dark and dreary objects who were waiting for the elements to finish them off. This is what the once proud and noble group of warriors had fallen to. Certainly not the image that the young and naive northern bastard had dreamt of for years. Wretched, he thought darkly to himself. It's all bloody wretched. As Jon packed his saddlebags, he thought over his brief time at the wall. When he had first arrived, he had expected to join the ranks of honorable men, all with their minds set upon upholding their sacred duty of protecting the realm. Jon himself had dreams of becoming a ranger, just like his uncle, and fighting off wilding raiders while his half-brother ruled the north. He would have made a name for himself and finally rose above his bastard birth. What he found instead was a group of half-frozen criminals who only looked forward to eating, sleeping, and slipping off to Mole's Town to spend a night with a cheap whore. Whatever image Jon had created of the Night's Watch was now well and truly shattered. In his short time spent, he had been belittled and abused by the cruel Master-at-Arms, Sir Alliser Thorne, and had been singled out not only for his bastard name but also for the fact that he had grown up in a castle. Jon was a tough young man, but he's had as much as he could stomach of the Night's Watch. When word of his father's imprisonment reached him, he knew that he no longer had a reason to stay at Castle Black, not when his father needed him. Besides, he hadn't taken the Black yet. When the time had come for him and the other recruits to take it, he had rejected the offer and decided to wait until his uncle returned from his ranging so that he could speak with him. His friend, Samwell Tarly, had done the same, but Jon suspected it was because he was simply following Jon's example. When Jon heard that Robb had called his banners and intended to march south and save their father, he recognized a new path for him to take. One that did not keep him tied to Castle Black and its band of cutthroats and cowards. When he and Robb had been children, Jon had promised that when Robb was Lord of Winterfell, Jon would serve as his sworn sword and keep him safe. That had been before Jon had set his heart on being a man of the Night's Watch. He's always said I was his brother, blood be damned, Jon thought confidently. He wouldn't turn me away. Not with father in chains. The bastard of Winterfell folded his black cloak and armor neatly on his bunk, swinging the same old cloak he had arrived with over his shoulders. The watch was already low on supplies and Jon knew it would be better for him if he didn't show up dressed like a man of the watch when he found Robb. People who looked like deserters of the Night's Watch were not treated kindly, especially in the north. After making his bunk, he swung his saddlebags over his shoulder and grabbed the long bundle that the blind Maester of Castle Black had given him the day after he had arrived. With his possessions in hand, he slipped through the door and into the empty courtyard. "Come on, Ghost," he called quietly. The albino wolf was nearly the size of a full-grown dog and grew more every day. He frightened most people and unnerved others with his blood-red eyes, but all gave him a wide berth. Jon kept to the shadows, moving quickly across the square to the little building that acted as the stables. Inside, the same horse he had ridden into Castle Black was still stabled. He swung the saddle up onto the animal, stroking its nose to keep it quiet. "You're leaving, aren't you?" a small voice said from behind Jon. Jon turned, catching sight of Sam, the fat son of Lord Tarly of the Reach. Ever since the boy had gotten to the wall, he had endured twice as much hardship from the others as Jon had. He could barely hold a sword and was bullied constantly by Thorne and the other recruits. The boy was a craven, and he had admitted as much to Jon when they had first spoken after Jon had defended him. Nevertheless, Sam had become Jon's only friend at the wall, something both boys needed. He was the only one who didn't seem to care that Jon was born in a castle or was a bastard. Jon nodded. "I am," he admitted. "I have to. My father's been imprisoned. Robb's marching south and I'm going to join him." Sam, who would normally look close to tears at the news, simply nodded, holding up his own bag. I want to go with you. John shook his head. Sam, I'm heading south to go to war. I'm sorry, but we both know you're no fighter. Sam nodded. You're right, but I won't survive here if you leave, will I? Thorn will beat me to death or I'll have my throat slit by one of the others. John went to argue but realized that the large youth was right. Sam wouldn't last another month without John to protect him from the others. Not even the Lord Commander's firm hand could keep Sam's neck clean for very long. Many men who were sent to the war were murderers and cheats. It wouldn't be hard for them to frame his death as an accident or suicide. He doesn't deserve this life, John thought. Saddle the other horse, he ordered. Do it quickly. Sam nodded and moved into the other stall to saddle the other mount, a large boned brute that one of the new recruits had ridden when he had traveled to join the watch. While Sam was doing that, John unwrapped the parcel Maester Eamon had given him. He still wasn't sure why the old man had given him something, he barely knew him, but he had accepted it nonetheless. All he had said was, "This was left for you." It was a longsword, though the hilt was slightly smaller than he was used to. Almost as if it was made for someone with smaller hands to wield. On the pommel, a small flame motif was carved from bronze while the crossguard, also made of bronze, was a wave design. John pulled the blade from its sheath, black leather etched with red gold. He stifled a gasp. Black waves rippled down the metal, which was a mark of Valyrian steel. John had seen ice enough times to know the famed steel on sight. How did Maester Eamon get a hold of this? There were only a few such weapons left in existence in Westeros according to Maester Lewin's lessons. One was in the Vale and another was in the Reach. The Iron Islands had two, and North had ice and another one that escaped John's mind. Why did he give this to me? John's thought, his mind racing like a knight across a field. Why did someone leave this for me? How could they? John. Sam called softly from the other stall. Is everything all right? John quickly sheathed the sword and replaced the wrapping, strapping it to his saddle. He would have to unravel the mystery at a later time. Fine, Sam, he replied. John hauled himself up into the saddle and dug his heels into the horse's flanks. Sam followed suit, falling in line behind his friend. The two easily made their way through the gate and past the guards, who had fallen asleep on their watch, their snores covering the sound of hoofbeats. The only honorable member that John had met besides his uncle was Lord Commander Gia Mormont, the former Lord of Bear Island. When Sam and John were far enough from the castle, Sam felt like he was able to speak without having to whisper. "Where are we going?" he asked. "To join Robb's army," John answered instantly. "But do you know where he'll be?" Sam pressed. "No," John admitted, "but we'll know once we reach Winterfell." "How good of a rider are you?" Sam looked embarrassed. He looked more than a little uncomfortable on the farm horse, unlike John, who sat easily in the saddle. "I don't think I need to answer." John gave his friend a thin smile. "I hope you get better soon. It's a long ride to Last Hearth." "Why are we heading there? Do you fancy sleeping out in the snow?" "No." "Then we don't rest until we reach Last Hearth," John said finally, snapping the reins. Higher. Chapter 2, Robb I. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb I. Robb suppressed a sigh of annoyance as he looked over Walder Frey's refusal. The old lord of the crossing had been blunt and biting in his refusal to let Robb and his host of 20,000 use his bridge to cross the Green Fork. This caused the Northern Army problems as Lannister armies were currently wreaking havoc in the Riverlands. One host was controlled by Tywin Lannister, the Lord of Casterly Rock. He and 20,000 men were currently sat at Harrenhal, protecting the Kingslayer and his host of 15,000 while they besieged Riverrun. Just more issues for the young Stark to deal with while his mind was on his father, who had been wrongfully imprisoned by the royal prick in King's Landing. "Let's take the damn castle and put the old bastard in his place. Then we can deal with the Kingslayer and the Old Lion before we rescue Ned," the Great Jon roared, slamming his massive fist on the table. Robb's war council consisted of seasoned warriors and commanders who were veterans of the last two wars. Most vocal among them was the Lord of the Last Hearth, Jon Umber, known as the Great Jon. A mountain of a man who was not subtle about his opinion. Beside him sat Rickard Karstark, another large man with a massive beard and fiery personality. He, like the great Jon, believed in action over words. Others on the council were Lady Mage Mormont of Bear Island, a stout, grey-haired woman who could swing a war mace better than most men. Beside her sat Galbart Glover, the burly master of Deepwood Motte, one of the Starks' most loyal bannermen. The final two members of the council were potentially the most dangerous of the lot. The first was Roland Hawker, the Lord of Eagle's Roost on the Stony Shore. Tall and broad-shouldered, the man seemed to live in his armor. Even though those in the north did not follow the Seven, Lord Hawker could have easily passed for the warrior made flesh. He was a military man through and through, something his three sons shared as well. The second man, however, was an enigma compared to his peers. Where men like Umber and Karstark preferred to bluster and fight their way out of things, the Lord of the Dread Fort was always ominously calm. Roose Bolton was a pale man who wore dark armor and an odd pink cloak. Whenever he looked at you, his colorless eyes seemed to bore into your soul, like a snake regarding its prey. Combined with his voice, which never rose above a whisper, the man was truly one of the most dangerous men Robb had ever come across. He lived up to the words Theon spoke when they first laid eyes on the man. "He's a scary fucker." "Are you mad?" Glover rumbled. "Assaulting the twins is suicide." Karstark spoke up now, adding his opinion to the debate. "We should head south and deal with Lord Lannister. When the Kingslayer sees his father attacked, he'll come running." "The Kingslayer wouldn't be that foolish," Hawker countered. "He'll put those in Riverrun to the sword." As the argument heated up, Robb leaned over to his mother, who was sitting at his right hand. The young lord had been quietly relieved when his mother had decided to stay by his side rather than head back to Winterfell after she returned from the Vale. With her by his side, he felt more confident dealing with the older nobles on his war council. "Is there any way Lord Free will open his bridge to us?" Robb asked quietly to her. "Surely there is something the man wants." Lady Stark frowned. "The man only cares about marrying off his children. He'll want you, and potentially others, to take a son or daughter to marry," she admitted. "Gold won't satisfy him." Lady Catelyn shook her head. "He's been stealing money from all who use his bridge for decades. He has no need for gold," she explained. "All he wants is the respect he feels his house has been denied. He believes he can get that by forcing other noble houses to take on his numerous children." "Damn." Robb sighed. "All right," he said, turning his attention back to his commanders, who were still bickering. "Silence, my lords," he snapped. The Northmen instantly fell quiet, waiting for their lord to speak. "We will treat with Lord Free. My lady mother will act in my name. Whatever Lord Free decides, I, and only I, will answer for it." Lord Glover leaned forward. "An honorable decision, my lord, but surely there must be another way. Why not march back towards Moat Cailin and find another way into the Riverlands?" "Don't be foolish," Lady Mormont scoffed. "That would take months. The neck is treacherous to all but the Crannog men." "Lady Mage is right," Robb agreed. "Sacrifices must be made in war. My father taught me that, and I am willing to do my part as well." The great Jon grunted. "Who knows, maybe the old man will have sired a girl with a pretty face." Robb smiled grimly. "Perhaps, but I do this so that we may have a chance at defeating the Lannisters and saving my father. The longer we stay here, the more time we give the Lannisters." "Is your mother the best person to go?" Roose asked suddenly. The room went quiet, all the lords waiting to see how Robb would react to his authority being blatantly challenged. The young Stark raised an eyebrow, gazing steadily at the Liege Lord. "Speak plainly, my lord," Robb all but growled. "I mean no disrespect to Lady Stark," Roose said, "but the phrase would see us as weak if we send our lord's lady mother to speak for him." "My mother grew up in the Riverlands surrounded by her father's bannermen," Robb said evenly. "I trust her judgment." "Do you feel differently, my lord?" Roose returned the gaze unwaveringly. "No, my lord." "Does anyone else have a problem with my lady mother treating with the phrase?" Robb asked, addressing the rest of the council now. None met his gaze or took up his challenge. Robb nodded once before looking around at the others in the council. They were all far older than his 10 and 6 name days, but he was his father's son and he was in command. He could not afford to show fear or hesitation. Nothing to show his lords how uncertain he was in himself. That will be all for today, my lords and lady. We will meet again when my mother returns from meeting Lord Free, Rob said, dismissing the council. The northern nobles began to file out, giving small nods and bows to Rob as they left. He had earned their respect, no matter what else he thought. Eddard Stark had earned their trust 10 times over, and so far, it seems his son is just as worthy of it. Soon, all who were left in the tent were Rob and his mother. You are making the right decision, Rob, Lady Catelyn said gently, watching as her son began to pace around the room. Not for the first time, she was proud of how one so young was handling the demands of war. Am I? Rob asked angrily. It makes more sense for me to simply march south and deal with Tywin than wait for some sour old man to allow us to use his damn bridge. Catelyn shook her head. That is a mistake, Rob. I understand you want to save your father, but we cannot allow Sir Jaime to destroy Riverrun. We need my father's bannermen. Especially the Freys. Damn the Freys. Rob thought furiously. Damn their bridge and the old bastard who owned it. I know, he sighed, controlling his rash thoughts. Catelyn smiled gently, standing up. I will take Sir Roderick and meet with Lord Free in the morning. Do you need more guards? Rob asked. His mother waved him off. Lord Free is more bark than bite, she said easily. Sir Roderick will be more than enough protection. Rob nodded. Of course, thank you. Be safe, mother. Catelyn smiled. Lord Free will not hurt me. I am quite sure about that. When Rob's mother left, the young lordling sat down and poured himself a cup of wine, looking over the map of the Riverlands. On it, colored figurines showed where the individual armies were currently placed. There were clusters of red lions around Harrenhal and Riverrun, while Rob's host of white wolves huddled at the Twins. There was word that some of the Riverlords had been resisting Lannister incursion into their lands, but they were divided and weak. If Rob wasn't able to cross the Green Fork soon, then the Riverlands and more potential allies were as good as lost. When he had sent his message to Walder Free asking for access to his bridge, his mother had sent a rider to the Vale asking for their aid. Given his mother's description of her sister, he did not hold out much hope that there would be any help from the kingdom to the east. A whine brought Rob out of his brooding. He looked down at Grey Wind, who had moved to sit beside his master, looking up at him with curious yellow eyes. Not for the first time, Rob was amazed at how quickly his loyal companion was growing. It seemed like only yesterday he had found the dead direwolf and her pups. Rob smiled and ruffled the wolf's head gently. I know, boy. This is not how I imagined this going either. When he had first called the banners and marched south, he had thoughts of quickly marching towards King's Landing, his noble pursuit supported by the lords of the Riverlands and Vale, where his father was also greatly loved. He imagined riding up to the capital at the head of a great host and demanding his father back from Joffrey and his bitch of a mother. Then he would return to the north, putting his family back together and never allowing them to leave Winterfell again. A child's dream, Rob thought now. He never thought that he would have to fight a pitched battle or break a siege. Now, it seems like he was in line to do both, since he couldn't continue south, not with both the Kingslayer and Tywin Lannister in the Riverlands. They had to be dealt with, for better or for worse. My lord. Rob turned in his chair and noticed a soldier sticking his head into the tent. Rob waved him in. The man placed the message he was carrying on the tabletop. A rider came from Moat Cailin, carrying a message that came from the last hearth. Addressed for you only, the man reported before bowing and leaving. Rob regarded the scroll with a frown. What had happened in the north? The young lord eased open the little scroll, holding it close so that he could read it. The message was short and to the point, but it made Rob happier than he could have ever imagined. He looked down at Grey Wind, who was still looking up at his master. Looks like we'll soon be having company. Of course, the wolf didn't answer. Simply looking at his master with a confused look that made Rob chuckle and stroke the wolf's head as he stood up, grabbing a map from a nearby stack and unrolling it, placing candles on the edges to keep it in place. The north was a vast region, and even condensed on a piece of parchment it was still huge. The young lordling tapped Castle Black and trailed his finger down the King's Road. Jon had already sent a message from the last hearth. He was likely to stay at Winterfell and moat Kaelin on his way south. At least he will get to see Bran again, Robb muttered, still talking to Grey Wind. Never got to properly say goodbye to him. Grey Wind whined and shook his head as he sneezed. Robb chuckled again. Jon's coming, he said quietly, unable to stop the massive grin from spreading over his face. My brother is returning. Chapter 3, Catelyn I. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Catelyn I. Walder Free, the old lord of the crossing, was nearing 90 name days and had sired nearly as many children. A weasel-faced man who struggled with gout, he ruled his castle with an iron fist. House Free was belittled by much of Westeros, but Walder Free did not forget such slights. The old lord remembered each one, allowing them to fester in his mind. The man had become a bitter and ill-tempered lord, cursing and mocking servants, soldiers, his children, and even his own guests. Truly, the man had no care for how he spoke to people. He was extremely wealthy and backed by a sizable army, and that gave him the confidence to speak how he liked. Catelyn stood alone in the hall of the crossing, a dark and desolate place. As a girl, she had heard her father and his bannermen speak about how the crossing had changed under Walder Free. She had heard stories of how the unique stronghold had once been home to a noble house, allowing trade between the north and south, requiring only a fair fee from merchants and traders to use the bridge. Back in those days, the hall she now stood in was full of light and less frays. Those days were long gone. Now, the hall was shuttered and closed, with only a few candles to dimly illuminate the hall. It was a depressing and oppressive place to be, made even more so by the old man hurling insults. In the corners of the room, the children of Walder Free huddled together like rats on a ship, most bearing the same weasel-like face and pale eyes of their father. They watched silently as the Lady of Winterfell faced down the late Lord Free. So, the stark whelp sent his mother to speak for him, did he? How pathetic. Lord Free sneered. Is the son of the Honourable Eddard Stark too good to speak with a fellow lord of the realm? My son has other tasks to attend to, Catelyn replied crisply. I have come to speak for him. Walder raised an eyebrow. Have you now? The boy sent his mother to do his talking for him. How childish, he sneered. And what does the boy want from me, home? Some sweets and a swaddle. Catelyn held back a sigh, praying to the Seven for strength, though she doubted whether the Seven would ever be in a place like this. I believe you know what my son requires. He has already sent a messenger to you. Although you have refused, I have come to change your mind. Walder Free chuckled darkly. If you wanted to do that, you should have sent someone pretty. Maybe one of those Mormont wenches. I hear they have some nice curves. Catelyn briefly imagined Mage Mormont bashing the old man in the head with her mace, taking slight pleasure in the image before she shook her head, clearing those thoughts away. I am the only one my son sent, my lord, she said more firmly. Walder waved aside Lady Stark's apology. Fine, he grunted, say what you want then leave. My son needs your bridge. Lady Stark started. So does everyone, Walder snapped in annoyance. What makes him so special? My son has business in King's Landing, Catelyn was cut off. Ah yes, the unfortunate imprisonment of your husband, Ned Stark Free drawled with mock sadness. How terrible for him. Perhaps he should have learned from his brash brother and foolish father and stayed in the north. My lord husband did as his king commanded and took up the title of Hand of the King, Catelyn said, defending her husband. His imprisonment was based on the false grounds of treason. My son's cause is noble and just. Walder Free simply shrugged. The words noble and just meant little to a shrivel-hearted man like him. Whatever, he growled. Ned Stark was a fool and got himself arrested, and his equally foolish son has marched south to free him. But, thanks to his mother, has two crouching lions before him. The boy is outmatched, and I will not risk the anger of Tywin Lannister. My son said that he is willing to pay whatever is required, Catelyn said through gritted teeth. Walder leaned forward, an evil light appearing in his eyes. He licked his thin lips happily. Is he now? Perhaps he is not as foolish as his father. Catelyn frowned. What is your price, Lord Free? She asked angrily, eager to be done with the old man. She had endured nothing but insults to her and her family and had had her fill of the Lord of the Crossing. Your son will take one of my daughters to wife, Walder snapped. I'll be generous and allow him to choose which. I have many. Surely one will catch his eye. Furthermore, I understand that one of your daughters is not currently betrothed. Something that should be rectified immediately. She shall marry one of my sons and become a proper lady. Catelyn paled. My lord, my daughters are prisoners of the Lannisters, she argued, but Lord Free would hear none of it. I am willing to wait until your son is successful, he sneered. There is always time. Finally, 2 of my sons shall be sent to Winterfell as wards, another shall be taken by your son as a squire, and one of his northern bannermen shall also take a daughter to wife. Catelyn shook her head, shocked by the old man's greediness. You ask for my son and daughter. Is that not good enough for you? Walder smiled evilly. You said your son was willing to pay any price. Those are my demands. He will accept the wards and squire, but he will never force one of his lords to marry, Catelyn argued. Walder grunted. Fine. He snarled. One of his bannermen shall take one of my sons to squire as well. Is there nothing else? Catelyn asked, practically begging. Is he willing to give one of my sons land in the north? Walder asked, raising an eyebrow. No, Catelyn answered immediately. And his bannerman shall not take one of my daughters to bride. A squire is the lowest I will accept, Lady Stark, Lord Free finished. Or, perhaps, you do not need my bridge after all. Catelyn knew full well that her son wasn't going to like the terms, but the old man knew that he had the northern host at his mercy and no doubt revealed in the position. One of his bannermen shall take a squire, my lord, she gritted out. I am being generous, Lady Stark. Do not forget that. Walder Free wheezed. You can leave. I've had my fill of Tullys for the day. Tell your son and his bannerman to arrive tomorrow morning to choose from amongst my family. Catelyn curtsied and swiftly left the room, finding Sir Roderick standing at attention outside the room. The old knight was standing across from a free guardsman, who looked quite the opposite of the northern knight. The spearman was nearly half the age of Castle, but he slumped against his weapon, looking half asleep, while Sir Roderick was calm, but alert. A hand resting easily on the hilt of his sword. Come, Sir Roderick, Catelyn ordered. The pair made their way out of the keep, retrieved their horses, and began the short ride back towards Robb's war camp. When they were out of the gate, Roderick waited a moment before speaking. Is everything all right, my lady? Catelyn nodded stiffly. Yes, thank you, Sir Roderick. Lord Free will allow my son to use his bridge. And the cost? Robb and Arya shall marry one of his children, while 2 shall be sent to Winterfell as wards and another 2 shall become squires for Robb and one of his bannermen, she explained. Sir Roderick raised a bushy eyebrow. Lady Arya is in King's Landing. Catelyn nodded. A point I raised as well, but the man knows no bounds. He would accept nothing less, she said sadly. May the Seven forgive me, but I will rejoice the day that man is gone. You may not be the only one, my lady. Sir Roderick said gruffly. The man's a plague upon Westeros and a black spot on your noble homeland. Thank you, Sir Roderick, but he is a plague we must weather if we are to rescue my husband and daughters, she said. If it pleases you, I would be willing to take on a squire, should Lord Robb ask, Sir Roderick offered. It had been a while since the older man had taken on a squire, but he was a loyal vassal to House Stark and would do anything for them. It also helped that he was an actual knight, one of the few in the north. Catelyn offered the old knight a grateful smile. That is a very kind offer, sir. I am sure my son would be happy to accept. It would take a great burden off his shoulders. Lord Robb has done a fine job leading this army, my lady. Sir Roderick praised. Lord Stark would be proud. Catelyn nodded, feeling a slight tickle as tears briefly entered her eyes. He has good men beside him, she said. And hopefully, they are enough to help him deal with Tywin Lannister. Catelyn had heard the stories about the sack of King's Landing from Ned. She knew the atrocities the man ordered. Every night she prayed for her husband's safety, and as of late, she started praying for Robb's. If he was going to face down the Lord of the Rock, he was gonna need every bit of luck he could get, no matter what god it came from. Chapter 4, Jon 2. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon 2. Winterfell hadn't changed since Jon had left. It was still a mighty citadel built of grey granite that exuded the great power wielded by House Stark. There might be prettier castles in the south, but Jon would still choose Winterfell over all others. Perhaps it was the ancient history of House Stark that gave the fortress an aura of nobility and strength, but none could not say that Winterfell was not the heart of the north. How many times had I thought about leaving these walls behind to become a man of the Night's Watch? Jon thought sourly. I was a damn fool. Jon looked down at Ghost. We're home, boy, he said quietly. Sam reined in his horse beside his friend. His eyes looked over the northern stronghold, quietly excited to be spending a night at the ancient home of the Starks. The large boy had always loved history, and northern history had always intrigued Sam well, especially as a young, wide-eyed boy. Both boys had changed their appearances when they stopped at Last Hearth. Jon now wore a black tunic of plaited leather over wool clothes. He had also put his dark curls up in a knot behind his head instead of letting them hang free. Sam had been given new clothes as well. A dull brown and grey doublet and pants, along with a solid pair of boots. He had also been given a proper northern cloak. The Maester of Last Hearth had promised to return his watch clothes to Castle Black on the next wagon heading that way. Impressive, Sam commented, not sure what else to say. Jon smiled. It certainly is, my friend, he said, clapping his spurs into the horse's flanks, setting off towards the castle. The two young men easily made their way through Wintertown, the little village that was huddled in the shadow of the mighty fortress. It had always been a quiet place, even more so now that many of the men from the village were in the south with Robb. The few who remained nodded to Jon, remembering him. At the gate, two men garbed in leather armor with steel helms crossed their pikes as Jon and Sam approached, blocking their way. One of the men stepped forward. He was a large man with a bushy beard. A typical Northman by every measure. Halt and state your business, he declared before he noticed the white direwolf and took a closer look at the young man in the saddle. Jon. Jon Snow. Jon smiled brightly, pleased that he had been remembered. It's me, he said happily. How are you, Martin? Martin extended a hand in greeting, which Jon easily took. God's lad, you look a little different since I've last seen you. I thought you left for the war. Jon's smile faded. I changed my mind before I took the black, he explained. I mean to join my brother in the south and help save my father. Martin grinned fiercely. Good on you, boy. Lord Robb could do with your sword at his side. Especially with the damned Kingslayer and his father in the Riverlands. Jon was deathly serious now. What do you mean? Tywin Lannister and the Kingslayer have invaded the Riverlands, the other guard answered. Last we heard, the Kingslayer had besieged Riverrun. Lady Catelyn will not be pleased, Jon thought immediately. He felt for the woman. He knew how he would feel if he knew Winterfell and everyone he grew up was being threatened. Jon shared a glance with Sam, who looked both curious and fearful. That's all Jon needed to know, that the news wasn't good for Robb. Castle Black didn't get much information about what was happening in the south, and the pair hadn't stayed anywhere long enough to gather more information. It was news to them both that Robb had an obstacle other than King's Landing in his way. Who's in charge of Winterfell? Jon asked, turning back to the guards. Lord Bran, Martin answered. Lady Stark and Sir Roderick went south some time ago but never returned. Word is, she went to King's Landing, then to the Vale, before joining Lord Robb at Moat Cailin. Jon held back a sigh of relief. When he had left the wall, he had been dreading having to deal with Lady Stark when they met once again. Although the Lady of Winterfell was not abusive to the young man, she had made it clear what she thought of him and his birth. As Sansa had grown older, she had followed in her mother's footsteps and began treating Jon with cold politeness. Only Robb and Arya ever showed Jon any real love. Bran and Rickon were blissfully unaware of it all. And where is my brother now? Jon asked. He's in the Great Hall with Maester Lewyn, the guards answered, uncrossing their pikes and allowing the two riders to enter Winterfell. In the courtyard, Jon and Sam left their horses under the care of Hullen, the horse master. From there, the two men shouldered their saddlebags and Jon led the way towards the Great Hall, receiving calls of welcome from his old friends. Despite his birth, Jon was still well liked throughout the castle. He was kind and respectful to others, no matter who they were. It's a lot, bigger than I imagined, Sam said quietly. I've been to Highgarden and Old Town, but I've never seen anything like this. John grinned, the feeling of home overwhelming him. Just you wait, my friend. Winterfell has more secrets than you can learn in a night, he explained, pointing towards a gate that led into a forested area. There's the Godswood, where the heart tree is planted. A heart tree? Sam said. Truly? John laughed. It was one of my father's favorite places. You may not believe in the old gods, but when you're in front of that tree, you understand why they were worshipped. Sam continued to look around while John walked confidently towards the hall, pushing open the doors as he entered. Inside, a young boy with auburn hair and blue eyes sat beside an old man, who had grey eyes and receding grey hair. The boy was dressed in a doublet while the older man wore a heavy grey robe with massive sleeves and a heavy chain around his neck. Bran looked up when he heard the door open, his eyes lighting up when he saw John. A massive smile spread across his face. John couldn't help but grin as well, his brother's infectious smile spreading to him as well. He dropped his saddlebags on a nearby bench and strode towards his brother, practically running till he reached him. Bran, he said happily, leaning over the table to bring his head to the young boy's, wrapping an arm around his neck. It was a slightly emotional moment for John, as the last time he had seen his little brother, he had been in a coma and John had been unable to properly say goodbye. It did not help that Lady Stark had been glaring at him like he was the one who had placed Bran in his unconscious state while he did it. I'm happy you're awake, he said, ruffling the boy's auburn curls. At their feet, Ghost and Summer nipped and played with each other. The two littermates were just as excited as their masters were to be with each other again. Bran grinned. Robb said that you had gone to the wall. John nodded, stepping back. I was. But I left the watch to help Robb save father. Maester Lewyn nodded approvingly. Very noble of you, John. John clasped arms with the old Maester. It's good to see you again, Maester Lewyn, he said kindly. He gestured to Sam behind him. This is my friend Samwell. Lord Tarly's son. The Maester smiled kindly at the large boy. Welcome, Lord Samwell. I am sure this is a little different than Horn Hill. Sam smiled shyly. Winterfell is amazing. I've never seen anything like it, he praised before turning to Bran, bowing formally. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Bran. John has always spoken well of his family. Your father is Lord Tarly. The man who beat Robert Baratheon? Bran asked curiously. Sam nodded, his face a mask. That is correct, my lord, Lord Randall is my father. While Sam and Bran talked, John leaned over to speak with Lewyn privately. How are his legs? John asked. When he had last seen his little brother, the Maester had said that he would never walk again. During his time at the wall, John had prayed that somehow his brother managed to walk again, but Maester Lewyn shattered those hopes with a shake of his head. I'm afraid Lord Bran will never walk again, he said quietly. The old Maester sounded sympathetic, but not sad. He was a man of healing and knew that some things couldn't be fixed, not by the greatest minds or the steadiest hands. It's all right, John, Bran said easily, joining the conversation. I can still move. Oh? John asked. Maester Lewyn stood up, beckoning someone over. It was Hodder, the massive simpleton who worked in the stables. He was well over 7 feet tall, with thick brown hair and beard. But, for his massive size, he was a gentle giant. Hodder here has been acting as Lord Bran's main means of transportation, Maester Lewyn explained, pointing out the harness that the big man wore. He can carry the lordling on his back. The imp also made me a chair, Bran added, interrupting the Maester. He is referring to Lord Tyrion, of course. Lewyn corrected, giving Bran a look. John raised an eyebrow. Tyrion? What kind of chair? Lewyn motioned to Hodder, who moved forward and grabbed the back of Bran's chair, pushing him around the table and towards John. The chair looked like a typical high-backed chair, albeit with more padding. Bran's legs were strapped down and covered with furs. 2 wheels stood on either side of the chair, while 2 hand grips shot out from the back of the chair so that someone could hold and push the chair. When put together, John wondered how others hadn't thought of the ingenious creation before. Of course it is Lord Tyrion's design, John thought. The dwarf with the soft spot for cripples, bastards, and broken things. Bran, that's amazing, he said happily. He also made me a saddle. Bran said excitedly. Lord Tyrion was very generous, Lewyn added. His designs are quite ingenious. Aye, he is, that Jon said, nodding in agreement. Maester, would you mind showing Sam the library? I would like to speak with my brother privately. Lewyn nodded, bowing slightly before motioning for the large boy to follow him. Come, Lord Sam. The library is this way. Sam glanced at Jon, who simply nodded. It's all right, Sam. I'll only be a moment. Sam nodded and followed the elderly Maester, the two quickly striking up a conversation. They were both people who loved to learn, and Jon did not doubt that he would hear quite a lot of praise about his friend from the Maester. Is everything all right, Jon? Bran asked. Jon nodded, crouching down to look Bran in the eye. Aye, everything is fine. I was just curious, why did Lady Stark go south with Robb? Bran pouted. The Raven from Mother said that she wanted to see her father again. She felt confident that Maester Lewyn would be enough to help me. Jon sighed and sat down on the floor in front of Bran, sighing. How has Rickon taken it? Bran shook his head. Not good. Osha and Shaggydobe keep him company, but he's confused, Jon. He doesn't know why everyone keeps leaving. Jon raised an eyebrow. Osha? He asked. He knew most people in Winterfell, but he had never heard of this person. Perhaps she was a new servant whom Rickon had taken a liking to. He once mistook Sansa for Lady Stark. She's a wildling who Robb and Theon found in the Godswood. She and her companions tried to capture me, but Robb and Theon defeated them. Osha was the only one they spared. She's now a servant. Bran explained quickly. Jon raised an eyebrow. Do you think that's wise? He had never encountered a wildling before, but the stories did not paint them in a particularly good light. They were savages. The young boy nodded. She's a good person, Jon, truly, he said, his confidence in the willing servant unshakable. She calls me and Rickon her little wolves. She protects us. Jon wasn't convinced, but Bran seemed to be. All right, he conceded, and how have you been? Bran shrugged sadly. Maester Lewyn is helping me a lot, but I can't do much else, he said bitterly, tears threatening to appear. Jon stood up and placed a hand around his brother, pulling him in. Everything will be all right, Bran, he promised. We'll save father and bring him back, and we'll be a family again. Will you go back to the wall? Bran asked fearfully. Jon shook his head, a small smile on his face. No, he answered, he said firmly, not while my family needs me. Thank you, Jon, Bran said as the brothers embraced. Chapter 5, Robb 2. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 2. Lord Free is asking for Robb to take one of his daughters to wife and a son to squire, Lady Catelyn said, addressing Robb's council. He also demands that a bannerman takes a squire as well. Is that all he wanted? Lord Glover asked. Robb's mother seemed to steel herself before answering. My daughter Arya shall also wed one of his sons, and 2 wards shall be sent to Winterfell to be with my son Brandon. Robb frowned. I said that I alone would answer Lord Free's demands, he said, trying to keep his annoyance out of his voice. I did not agree to give up my sister or fill my home with Freys. Catelyn grimaced. Those were his demands, my lord. There was no changing the man's mind. Robb shook his head. My lords, I would have your thoughts. I say fuck him, the great Jon spat. If he wants to take advantage of us, I say fuck the old man. Must we deal with this again? Galbart Glover complained. We need the dam bridge if we are to cross the Riverlands and relieve the Kingslayer's siege. Robb gripped the armrest of his chair, determined to keep his anger in check. He was not angry that his bannermen kept bickering, though it was not helping, but that fate seemed to be against him. First, the great Jon challenges my youth, then the Lannisters attack my mother's family, and now the Freys are intent on taking advantage of my family, Robb thought irritably. The gods have not made this easy. What have I done to earn their challenges? Has my family not suffered enough? Robb growled. My lords, I will take one of the man's daughters, and as my sister is still trapped in King's Landing, there is still time to change the man's mind on giving her hand away. All I can ask of you is this, who here is willing to take on a squire? I will, my lord. All eyes turned to Sir Roderick, who had stepped forward from his place in the corner of the room. He nodded strongly to Rob and his mother. I will take on a squire if it helps, my lord. Lady Caitlin was beaming at the elderly knight, while Rob just smiled at him. He nodded. Thank you, Sir Roderick. I accept your offer. I have no doubt the boy will learn much under your tutelage. The other members of the council voiced their agreement as well. Roderick Castle had been a sworn sword to the Starks for generations, and the old knight had proved his mettle time and time again. It also made sense that, since he was an anointed knight, he should take on a squire. Mother, please make sure a message is sent to the twins letting Lord Free know that I accept his deal, Rob said. We will be marching out on the morrow, my lords, and we must be ready to face the Kingslayer. We will be hard-pressed fighting the Kingslayer with his father lurking at Harrenhal, Lord Hawker pointed out. Tywine will not allow his son to be attacked so boldly. He will sniff out our plan if we march our entire host west to Riverrun. Rob's mind was already racing with ideas as to how he could trick the old and wily lion. He knew that Tywine would not be tricked easily. He was cunning, cautious, and backed by a sizable host. He would not be easy to move from Harrenhal. It is not Tywine I need to frighten, Rob realized, looking out his tent at the soldiers in his camp. Quite right, my lord, he said finally. We must keep the old lion distracted while we strike quickly at his son. What would you have us do? Lord Karstark asked. Rob frowned thoughtfully and looked down at the map before grabbing 2 wolf tokens and moving them closer to Harrenhal, following the King's Road. 2,000 infantry will march south and bring Tywine out of position. Tywine will not be easily tempted by 2,000 men, Lady Mormont pointed out. He'll see through the lure. Rob now smiled mischievously. It is not Tywine Lannister we need to trick, my lady, but the men who serve him. If we make these men look like a northern host, with banners and war drums, then that is what they will tell the old lion. Now, most of the council was sharing a fierce grin as they realized what Rob was planning. Who would lead such a force? Lord Glover asked. Rob looked over his council. They were all great warriors, but he needed a thinker, a strategist who could think quickly and adapt well. That narrowed his choices down to 2 men, Roland Hawker and Roose Bolton. Hawker was a good strategist, better than most might give him credit for, but Rob needed a cunning man, and the Lord of Eagle's Roost simply wasn't. Lord Bolton, Rob said, you will lead the infantry host south. Roose did not smile or boast but simply nodded. It will be done, he said in his usual whisper. Rob nodded, tapping his finger on the table as he thought over his plan. As far as he could see, he was missing nothing. That will be all for today, my lords. We march out in the morning. The cavalry will ride ahead. We will strike at the Kingslayer's camp and give him no time to prepare. The infantry will march behind under Lord Glover's command. Lady Caitlin leaned towards Rob. Lord Free has asked that you come in the morning to choose your new wife. Rob nodded. I'll be there, he promised before turning back to his lords. That will be all, my lords. Make sure the men are ready. The other commanders nodded and filed out, leaving Rob and his mother behind. When they were all gone, Rob turned on his mother, frowning. Mother, I do not agree with Arya being married off, he growled. I was the only one who was supposed to answer the Free's demands. Caitlin shook her head. I am sorry, Rob, but the demands are not as bad as they seem. We could have lost Bran and Rickon as well. Rob sighed, running a hand through his curls. He wanted to be angry with his mother, but he couldn't. He knew that she was doing what she thought best, and besides, he needed the Free Bridge for his army. Send word to Lord Free. I'll meet him tomorrow morning to choose a wife and a future husband for Arya as well. As long as my father is imprisoned, that responsibility falls to me, he said quietly. Caitlin put a comforting hand on her son's shoulder before leaving. Sir Roderick followed her out, leaving Rob alone to think over everything that had happened so far. I trust they are to your liking, Walder Free cackled as Rob walked along the line of girls. Most of the girls before him shared many of the same features. Watery grey eyes, pale skin, weasel-like features that reminded the young lordly too much of their father. A few were too old for Rob, while many were also far too young. But there were a few present who caught Rob's eye, if only for a moment. At the end of the line, the last girl did not meet Rob's eye, just as all the others hadn't. She kept her head down, allowing her hair to partially cover her face. Rob gently lifted her head so that he could see her better. She was a small creature, with very white skin, a delicate nose, and a small chin. She had large, brown eyes that were full of innocence and kindness. She had long brown hair that flowed down her shoulders and back. She smiled slightly when Rob raised her face, revealing a slight gap in her teeth, not that it did anything to take away from her looks. She was pretty, there was no denying that. "What is your name, my lady?" Rob asked gently. The girl curtsied with practiced ease. "Roslyn, my lord," she answered quietly. Rob smiled. "A beautiful name," he complimented. He turned to Lord Walder, who was watching the exchange with a greedy look. "I choose Lady Roslyn." "Good boy." Walder free-wheezed happily. Rob nodded. "I will send for her when I deal with the Kingslayer," he said, turning to look at the young boys whom Lord Walder had suggested as squires and as a marriage proposal for Arya. They stood in a line across from their sisters and cousins. Rob looked down at them. A few had a look in their eye that Rob immediately disliked. They were no better looking than the girls, but Rob pushed himself to walk down the line, looking at them all. He stopped at one of them, scrutinizing the boy. He was just as tall as Rob, and maybe a touch older. He looked to be well muscled and held himself well. He did not slouch or shift. He did have trouble holding Rob's gaze, and his finger tapped nervously at his side. "What's your name?" "Oliver Free, my lord," he answered, sounding a little anxious now that Rob was speaking to him. "You look a little old to be a squire," Rob noted. "I still have much to learn, my lord," Oliver responded. "I see," Rob said, nodding. "Do you believe you could serve me well?" Oliver nodded quickly. "Yes, my lord. I know my stuff. My brother Stephen taught me well." Rob glanced towards the heir to the crossing, who was watching at his father's side with his arms crossed. His mother had mentioned a few Freys before he had arrived that morning. Stephen was one of the few whom she had spoken well about. "Is that correct, Sir Stephen?" Rob called. The man nodded in response. "Oliver would make a fine squire, my lord. He's loyal and honest." "Good qualities to have," Rob said approvingly. "All right, get your things together and saddle a horse." Oliver nodded and strode, standing a little taller than when he had entered. Rob continued down the line, coming to a stop in front of another boy. He was younger than Oliver, but instead of being anxious, he seemed genuinely scared that Rob stopped in front of him, almost like he was worried that he would be hit. Rob glanced back down the line of boys before back at the one in front of him. None of them seemed like they would make a good husband for her wild and energetic sister. Some, like the boy in front of him, she would eat alive. Others looked like they would turn into wife-beaters when they were older, and Rob would fall on his sword rather than marry his sister off to a man like that. "What's your name, lad?" Rob asked finally. The boy stood up straighter, reminding Rob a little of Bran trying to look older. "Brian, my lord, son of Walton Free." Rob nodded, not caring who the boy's parents were. "Can you sharpen a blade?" "Polish armor." "Can you ride?" The boy nodded quickly. "Yes, my lord." Rob nodded again. "Good. You will squire for Sir Roderick," he said, now turning towards Lord Free. "He will also marry my sister Arya." Walder Free's smile disappeared in an instant, replaced by his ever-present scowl. "Surely there is another who might be better for the girl," he offered, glancing towards the older boys in the line, but Rob shook his head. "My sister is a little girl, my lord. Brian here is about the same age. Serving as a squire for Sir Roderick will make him a perfect husband for my sister," Rob said firmly. "It will be a few years before they will be able to marry. Enough time for Brian here to become a knight." Lord Walder frowned, glaring at the young lorderling. He had wanted Rob to choose 3 males from his family, 2 for squires and 1 to marry his sister, but Rob had found a loophole in the agreement Walder had made with Lady Caitlin and had taken advantage of it, much to Walder's annoyance. "What about wards?" he demanded. Robb shook his head. I will deal with that when I finish with the Kingslayer, he said firmly. I have not forgotten. Walder Frey scowled further but nodded. Fine, he said, leaning back in his chair. Robb turned back to Brian, who was watching the interaction with wide eyes. Go get your things, lad, and meet Oliver at the stables. You're also coming with us. The boy nodded and ran off. Robb turned towards Walder Frey, who was still glaring. If that is all, my lord, I will see myself out. I must return to my army. My lord, someone cried, stepping forward. He was of average height and sturdily built, armored in chainmail with a longsword at his side. His tabard bore the blue bridge of the Freys. My name is Gawain Frey, a knight of House Frey. I ask for you to allow me to ride with you. Robb gazed at the man, assessing him. He glanced at Lord Walder, who looked uninterested in his family member's outburst. If the Lord of the Crossing was not involved with the man offering his sword to Robb, then that helped the man's chances all the more. I am in no position to turn down another sword, especially if the man has been knighted, Robb thought casually. The young Stark nodded. Very well. You have an hour to make ready and meet me in the stables. The man nodded gratefully and strode out of the room, followed by one of the boys and Sir Stephen. Robb bowed once to Lord Frey before walking out of the room, his mother and Theon following him. That was well done, Robb, his mother said when they were out of the hall. What was? Choosing the boy as Arya's husband. Now she won't have to be married for years, Catelyn said happily. Robb nodded. If they are married at all, Arya will kill the boy before she marries him. Catelyn frowned. Your sister will do her duty, she started before Robb shook her head, stopping her. Perhaps, but you know Arya. She wants to fight and ride. I believe father was tempted to send her to Bear Island if everything hadn't gone to the Seven Hells, Robb said as the trio made their way out of the keep, where Sir Roderick was waiting by the stables. The cavalry, under Lord Hawker's command, had already marched west towards Riverrun, passing through the bridge while Robb was in the hall. They couldn't be more than half an hour ahead. Lord Glover was currently marshalling the infantry as Robb waited for the three Freys. They would be marching out soon. Lord Roose and his men had marched out the night before, the Liege Lord wanting to get a night march on the Old Lion. Robb felt miserable about sending 2,000 men against 20,000, but he knew it had to be done. Did you know the Frey who spoke up in the hall? Robb asked his mother. Lady Catelyn thought for a moment before nodding. Sir Pewin, she answered. He squired for Lord Mallister if my memory serves. My uncle says that he is descent with blade and lance. Robb nodded. We shall see, he said, just making idle conversation. The young Stark was tempted to mention the message he received from Last Hearth a few nights ago, but he resisted. He knew that it would only cause more harm than good, especially considering who he was around. That was just another bridge to deal with, but at a later date. Chapter 6, Jon 3. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon 3. It had been a few days since Jon and Sam had left Winterfell and had recently passed through Moat Cailin, the ancient ruin that served almost like a gateway from the south into the north. The stronghold sat on the only safe passage through the neck, making it a vital castle for the north, as the only ways to reach the region was to either sail or pass through the moat. There was a third route, but none but the mad and suicidal would ever choose it, as it would mean traversing the swamps of the neck. The neck was dark, damp, and foreboding, filled with numerous creatures and plants that could kill a man in mere moments. While the wall and the lands of Always Winter were quite dangerous, the bastard of Winterfell was willing to bet that the neck was even more so. A lizard lion will kill a man quicker than frost will. Jon looked around at the land, keeping one firm hand on the reins of his horse and another on his new sword. During the journey to Winterfell, Jon hadn't been sure what to do with the sword. After allowing Sam to take a look, the two quickly figured it was Dark Sister, one of the ancestral swords of the Targaryens. Given Maester Aemon's lineage and the sword type, it only made sense that Jon now possessed the sword that once belonged to Visenya Targaryen, sister-wife to the Conqueror. What didn't make sense was how Maester Aemon had come into possession of the sword. Since Jon wasn't sure how others would react to him having a Targaryen heirloom, he had brought the sword to Mikken, the master blacksmith of Winterfell. He had not told the smith where he had gotten the blade, nor its name, only that required a new hilt, crossguard, and pummel. All needed by the next morning. The blacksmith had performed brilliantly in the short time he had been given to work, adding a larger hilt to better fit a man's hand as well as a plain steel crossguard and pummel. When John had picked up the blade the next morning before he and Sam had set off, the smith, red-eyed and ragged, had said nothing about the fact that the sword was Valyrian steel and only wished John luck on his journey. With the new appearance, John felt much more comfortable wearing the sword at his side. The flames on the crossguard and pummel simply drew too much attention. "Have you ever seen a lizard lion?" Sam asked, breaking John from his thoughts. His larger friend was trying not to sound fearful, but his intention fell well short of the mark. "I doubt many men have seen a lizard lion and lived to say they had." John thought idly to himself before answering. John shook his head. "No, and I hope not to see one for a long time." Sam laughed anxiously at his friend's words, but it was a forced action. "I've read that the neck contains all sorts of poisonous plants and predators," he said, becoming more nervous with every word. John laughed. "Sam, you're going to scare yourself if you keep talking like that," he chuckled. "We're perfectly safe here on the King's Road. But you have to wonder. Why did people choose to settle on the neck? You know the story. The children of the forest brought the hammer of the seas down on the neck, and not all of it returned," Sam said, paraphrasing what he had read about the neck when he was younger. John shrugged. "I don't know, Sam. Whatever their reason was, the people of the neck had adapted well." "That we have, Jon Snow," a voice said suddenly, startling both men. John turned in his saddle, half drawing his sword when he saw the man who had spoken. He was below average height, garbed in boiled leather armor under a mottled green and grey cloak. Around his waist sat an assortment of knives, while in his hands he leaned on a three-pronged frog spear. The man's face was mostly covered by his hood, but what John could see was a thin, pointed chin covered with dark stubble and an amused smile on his face. Neither Sam nor John had seen the man appear. It was as if he had risen from the ground like an apparition. John didn't sheath his sword. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Lord Reed wishes to see you," the man said, not answering John's question. "I suggest you dismount and walk your horses." "Who are you?" John demanded again. The man's amused smile seemed to grow with John's annoyance. "A friend, Jon Snow, and that is all you need to know." After a moment, John looked at Sam, nodding to him as he slipped down from his saddle. His friend did the same, stumbling slightly as he hit the ground. The anxiety Sam was feeling combined with the sudden appearance of the man had put the large youth on edge. "So are we just going to believe him?" Sam whispered to John as he grabbed the lead reins of his horse. John glanced at the man, who was waiting patiently for them. "I think we can. The Crannog men have always been loyal to House Stark. And if he had wanted to kill us, I don't think he would have made himself known to us." "You're right," the Cranogman called over his shoulder as he began walking into the marsh. John raised an eyebrow and began to follow the man. After taking a few steps, his foot slipped through a patch of grass and into the water. "Ah!" John shouted, pulling his foot out. "Watch your step," the man called, walking calmly up to the two. "Step exactly where I step and keep a strong grip on your horses. Lizard lions rarely get a meal as magnificent as those brutes of yours." John nodded quickly, walking with exaggerated care as he and Sam followed the man, who was walking with annoying ease through the marsh. When they entered the swamp moor, a white noise surrounded the trio. The sounds of bugs, random splashes, and other unknown things continued to startle the two young men. "Gods, this place is off-putting," Sam muttered, looking around. John could only nod. The swamp around them seemed like a blanket of differing shades of greens, browns, and greys. Short, stubby trees gray close together, denying the sun from shining down on the land, creating an awkward scattering of shadows. John felt increasingly uncomfortable the further they traveled into the swamp. The land was by far the most dangerous place John had ever been, even more so than the biting cold at the wall. But to add further discomfort, John always felt like he was being watched by a dozen eyes, and not all seemed friendly. "We are close," the man called over his shoulder. "Do not worry." John didn't say anything, continuing to focus more on where he was stepping than responding to the man. After a few more minutes in the swamp, the dense tree cover gave way to a large clearing of swampy ground next to a stream. A small barn stood in the clearing, along with a hut. The Cranogman who led them let out a soft whistle, summoning 2 of his peers from the hut. "They will tend to your horses," he promised. "We do not have stables in Greywater Watch." John and Sam reluctantly handed their horses over to the Cranogman, but their discomfort swiftly disappeared as a floating castle appeared out of the fog. It was smaller than most castles, with towers that seemed to be built on jetties. The main keep was built on a large crannog, a floating island. Banners showing the black lizard lion of House Reed hung from the towers. As it got closer to the shore, John noticed a walkway stretched out towards the shore. "Come, Jon Snow," the Cranogmen ordered, stepping lightly onto the bridge and continuing towards the castle. John and Sam quickly followed. The castle was not moving fast enough to cause them any trouble boarding. Outside the entrance to the castle, 2 men stood at attention, both wearing shirts of bronze scales. Each had a short bow and a quiver of arrows over one shoulder and a short spear in hand. They did not seem like the most intimidating of guards, but given the situation, they seemed quite fearsome in their own right. John was still stunned that he was being led into Greywater Watch. As far as the young man knew, not even his father had ever been to the mysterious castle. It was said that Greywater moved, that no raven could find it. John had always dismissed the rumors and stories as he grew older, believing that the home of the Cranogmen was simply hard to find in the deadly mass of swamps. In a matter of minutes, he had been proven utterly wrong. Inside, the man who had led them through the swamp gave them a proper introduction. "Jon Snow, Samwell Tarly, welcome to Greywater Watch," the man said, finally removing his hood and pushing his cloak back behind his shoulders. The man had a wiry build, even with the bronze scale armor that covered his shoulders. He had shaggy, mousy brown hair that hung over dark green eyes. All in all, the man didn't cut an intimidating figure, but the way he held himself and handled the frog spear, John could tell that the man was very comfortable with the weapons of his trade. "Are you finally going to tell us who you are?" John asked again. The man smiled slyly. I guess I should be honest. Although, it has been fun confusing the 2 of you. I am Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch." John and Sam immediately went to drop into a bow, but he put a hand on both their shoulders. "Please, don't. We don't do that here." John straightened, looking down at the man. John was not the tallest of men, but even Howland Reed was smaller than the Bastard of Winterfell. When John had seen Lord Howland visit Winterfell, which were rare occasions, he had looked much more lordly. As he stood before them, he looked no better than a common scout, with an unmarked cloak and rough, worn armor. Now that John was getting a proper look at the man, he realized that the cloak had been turned inside out, hiding the lizard lion from view to not give away the man's identity. "Why did you bring us here?" John asked finally. Howland shrugged, motioning for them to follow him. "When my scouts reported that 2 young men were riding south from Moat Cailin, I had already heard reports that you had left the wall," he said, waving and nodding to his people as he walked. "I had a feeling it would be you too." John noticed that they showed their lord the utmost respect, stopping whatever they were doing to wave and call greetings. They did not bow and scrape as he went by, but even still, their love for him was evident. "How did you know we left?" "The wall is on the other side of the north," Sam asked. Howland glanced back at the large youth. "I have friends," he said vaguely. "Besides, I am glad you decided to come south. If I am correct, Ned promised to tell you of your mother, is that right, John?" "How does he know that?" John wondered. "Father and I had spoken about that months ago, away from all the others when we had gone our separate ways." "He did," John replied slowly. "With him now imprisoned in King's Landing, I feel I must inform you of the truth of your birth," Howland said as they entered his solar. "I must apologize, but my children have set out for Winterfell yesterday." "Why Winterfell?" John asked. "My boy, Hojan, has had dreams of late about Brandon Stark," Howland said casually. "He and his sister Moira have gone off to determine what to make of his visions." John glanced at Sam, who looked just as confused as his friend. To them, dreams were just that, dreams. Why the children of Lord Reed were taking theirs so seriously was none of Sam's or John's concerns. "You said you had something to say about my mother," John said, bringing the conversation back to the point. "What is it?" Howland locked the door to his solar before giving the two an apologetic look. Sorry, but the spider has been trying for decades to place his little birds in places they do not belong, and the kind he keeps certainly do not belong in the neck. Even still, one can never be too careful. The small lord grabbed the plate on his desk and offered it to the two younger men. It contained some bread and a container of salt. I offer you both the guest right. John and Sam accepted the offering, taking some of the bread and sprinkling salt on it, completing the guest right. When that was done, John asked his question again. My mother. Lord Reed nodded, sinking behind his desk, leaning his spear against the wall. Right, right, he said quietly, gesturing to the chairs. Please, sit. I must warn you both that this story can get thousands killed, and indeed shake Westeros to its core if it were to get out. So what I am about to say can only be told to those who are trustworthy enough to know, and only those who should know, he said, looking sternly at Sam. Are you sure you want Master Tully here for this? John nodded firmly. Sam would never betray my trust, he said confidently. Whatever is said here can be said in front of him. As you wish. Lord Reed conceded as the two men leaned forward, eager to hear the story. It all started 20 years ago. Chapter 7, John 4. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. John 4. It all started 20 years ago at the tourney at Harrenhal Lord Reed began. It was the largest event in years. Not since Aerys' coronation had all the kingdoms of Westeros been together in one place. During the tournament, many great deeds happened. There was the mysterious Knight of the Laughing Tree, Jaime Lannister was named to the Kingsguard, and Bronze Yohn won the melee, Howland explained, his mind flashing back to the great tournament, but the most celebrated event was the joust. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen defeated Sir Barristan Selmy in the final tilt and was allowed to name a Queen of Love and Beauty. Howland's wistful look now died. Ned once said that it was the moment all smiles died. Rhaegar, in place of his own wife Elia Martell, named Lyanna Stark the Queen of Love and Beauty. John leaned forward, eager to know why he was being told all of this again. But my aunt was betrothed to Robert Baratheon, he pointed out. He knew the story of Robert's rebellion, as it was a common story amongst Northerners. Howland's face shifted for just a moment before it was replaced with a mask of normalcy. The man seemed to be tortured by something, John said, but he didn't have time to wonder why before the man continued his story. She was, he answered carefully. For most of us there, we realized the repercussions that might come from the Crown Prince's actions. But for the months following, nothing happened and we returned to our lives. Ned and Robert went back to the Vale with Jon Arryn. Brandon, Benjen, and Lyanna went back north. And Rhaegar Targaryen went back to the King's Landing, he sighed. A few months of peace before Westeros became bathed in blood. Robert's rebellion, Sam said quietly. Howland nodded. Rhaegar and Lyanna went off together, and Brandon Stark went to King's Landing demanding his sister back and challenging Rhaegar to face him. He and his companions were captured and their fathers were called to the capital to answer for their sons' crimes. Rickard Stark, Ned's father, went south to defend his son. When he was put on trial by the Mad King, he demanded a trial by combat. Aerys Targaryen named fire as his champion and had Rickard Stark hung from the rafters and roasted alive in his armor in front of the entire court. The blood from Jon's and Sam's drained as they listened to the Lord of Greywater watch. They had heard of how the rebellion had started, how the Mad King had murdered Rickard and Brandon Stark, but they did not know the gruesome details that they were now hearing. What else? Jon asked, steeling himself. The past is the past and I can undo none of it, Jon said to himself. Brandon Stark was brought in and garroted by a strangling device. A sword was placed just outside of his reach. He was told that if he reached the sword and freed himself then he could save his father. He died trying to reach the sword. Howland explained grimly. Aerys then demanded the heads of Ned and Robert. Jon Arryn raised his banners in revolt to protect his wards. I'm sure you know what followed. Ned and Jon Arryn married the Tully sisters for the Riverlands while Dorne and the Reach allied themselves to the Targaryens. After nearly a year of fighting, Robert Baratheon caved in Rhaegar's chest in the Trident, ending all hope for the Loyalists. Then Tywin Lannister sacked King's Landing, the Kingslayer put his sword through the Mad King's back. The Mountain and his men murdered Elia and her children, and Tywin presented the bodies of the poor woman and her children as acts of fealty to the new king. What happened after that? Sam asked, both he and Jon now fully invested in the story. The deaths of Elia Martell and her children caused a rift between Ned and Robert. Ned then went south, relieved the Tyrell siege of Storm's End, and continued towards Dorne with a group of companions, I among them. Howland then abruptly stopped, as if reluctant to continue with the story. We found Lyanna at a place called the Tower of Joy. A flowery name for a dismal place. Lyanna was guarded by 3 Kingsguard, Sir Oswell Went, Lord Commander Sir Gerald Hightower, and the Sword of the Morning Sir Arthur Dane. All 3 stood between Ned and his sister. All 3 died, along with all of Ned's companions except myself, the wiry lord sighed. We found Lyanna covered in blood and barely alive. I have little medical knowledge, but it wasn't hard to know that she had only moments to live. She gave her last words to her brother and passed on. Ned and I buried the bodies there in the shadow of the tower, returned Dorne to the Danes, and returned to the north with the remains of Lyanna Stark to be put to rest in the crypts of Winterfell. Most of this is common knowledge to most noble families throughout the realm, but there are bits of this terrible tale that could cause a war worse than the rebellion. I am one of 2 people alive who know the truth, and now I must pass them on to you, Jon. It's the truth of your birth. Jon sat back in his chair, his hand grasping the sword at his side. For all his life, he had wanted to know who his mother was. Was she a common wench, like most assumed, or was she more? Now that he had the opportunity to learn, he felt sick to his stomach. I'm listening, he said finally. Robert Baratheon spread the narrative that Rhaegar Targaryen kidnapped his betrothed. That he raped her. No one knows the exact truth, he started. Ned and I are the only ones, but only because we heard it from the woman herself. Lyanna had always been a free spirit. Rhaegar knew this and used it to convince her to go with him after the tournament. An escape from a man like Robert was all she wanted, so she went south with Rhaegar and his men to Dorne. Why? Sam interrupted. Rhaegar was married to Elia Martell. Howland folded his hands in his lap. There were rumors that the Bard Prince was obsessed with a prophecy. The best way I can explain it is through the Red Priests from Essos. They have a story of a noble warrior coming forth to slay a great darkness. Rhaegar's prophecy is very similar. The Song of Ice and Fire. He shook his head as if the story was physically painful to tell. From what Ned and I understand, Rhaegar thought that he had figured out the prophecy. Elia was nearly killed bringing her last child into the world, and Rhaegar needed a 3rd child to make the prophecy come true. A child of ice and fire, perhaps. Of Stark and Targaryen blood. This is the reason he sought out Lyanna. What does this have to do with my mother? Jon asked. Don't worry, lad, I'm getting there, Howland said, raising a hand to placate Jon. Rhaegar took Lyanna because he thought she was the missing piece to the puzzle. When she heard about her father and brother being murdered by the Mad King, she wanted to leave. But Rhaegar wouldn't let her. Ned and I assumed that by this point, the Bard Prince was too obsessed with the prophecy to let Lyanna go. He needed her with child, so Howland stopped, hesitating. He leaned forward, resting his arms on his legs as he regarded the 2 men before him. I cannot claim to know Lyanna Stark as well as I wish I had. But just spending a few days with her at the tournament of Harrenhal, I like to believe I had a pretty good idea of the person she was. She was kind and caring, full of passion, and unflinching in the face of danger. She was brave and fierce, and above all, she was a fighter. His shoulder sagged, the fiery passion he had just displayed when describing Jon's aunt now fading. He dropped his head, looking at the floor, his voice just barely audible to the 2 young men. But there were 3 of them against her, and she lost. Rhaegar had his Kingsguard hold her down as he got her with child. We learned later that Sir Arthur was at Starfall when it happened and did not help, though I doubt that makes him any less blameless. When Ned and I found Lyanna after the battle, we found her clutching the child, having just given birth. She made Ned promise to take care of her child, to protect it from Robert Baratheon. That's what Ned has been doing ever since, he explained, raising his head to look Jon in the eye. Jon, you are the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Your uncle is Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. He dishonored himself and claimed you as his bastard to protect both you and the reputation of his sister, he declared softly, finishing the story. John was stunned, unable to move as he tried to make sense of the news he had been given. Some part of him wanted to cry with joy as he finally knew the answer that had plagued him all his life. He knew who his mother was. At the same time, he wanted to scream in anger. He was a product of rape, almost as bad as being a bastard. Not only that, but his father's family had murdered his mother. The gods truly have a fucked sense of humor, he murmured finally, putting his head in his hands. Howland didn't relish giving the boy this news. He had fought with Ned for years about John's decision to go to the war. His old friend had only been fine with it because it took John further away from Robert, and when he was to become a member of the Night's Watch, he would finally be beyond the Stag King's reach. Ned always feared that the boy's true lineage would be revealed to Westeros, fearing that his best friend would bring the might of the Seven Kingdoms down on the north to kill the boy. Another thing that Ned feared was another Dance of Dragons, where Westeros became divided once more and embroiled in war. How could the Kingsguard have, Sam asked quietly, unable to use the right words. They're knights. They take vows. Their Kingsguard vow meant that they were sworn to obey the king, and in this case, the prince. They violated their knighthood to uphold their vow, Howland answered. Arthur Dayne, even though he did not participate in what happened to Lyanna, was still sullied by his comrade's dishonor. When Ned found him, just before the fighting started, he said, "I wish you good fortune in the wars to come." I think he knew that he wasn't going to die. Why is that? Sam asked. Arthur Dayne was the noblest knight in the realm, lad, Lord Reed said. Even though they fought each other, Ned still refers to him as such. I do not doubt that he was angered by what happened to Lyanna, but Rhaegar was his friend and his prince. He, like the others, was torn between what was right and what was their duty. In the end, when he and the others fought our group, he chose his duty above all else. Reed sighed, running a hand through his hair, for once looking his age. Of course, this is all speculation. I have not a bloody clue what was going through those men's minds. They protected a madman, I don't think they even knew their own minds. Eddard Stark is my father, John said suddenly. Howland arched an eyebrow, nodding. He raised you as his own, John, and he loved you just as much. He is your father in all but blood. Doesn't this mean that John is the rightful king? Sam asked. He knew his history, and with the rest of Rhaegar's children murdered by the Mountain, all that was left was John. Rhaegar's only surviving heir. No. John shouted suddenly, startling his friend. I will never be king. No one said you had to, lad, Howland said calmly. You are your own man and you are free to do as you wish. Why did my father never tell me this? John all but snapped. All the hardship I had to endure, thinking I was a bastard for all my life. Why was I never told? You were the only thing Ned had left of his sister, Howland stated calmly. Robert had sworn to kill the last of the Targaryens, and Ned would have fought tooth and nail to keep you alive. By making the whole realm think that you were his bastard, he kept you safe. John couldn't say anything. The logic made sense. His father, the one who had raised him, had sullied his honor and dealt with the nagging of his wife, all to keep John around. He also had to live with the fear that his best friend might one day learn the truth and try to kill John. If anyone dealt with more than John, it was Eddard Stark. Truly the most honorable man in Westeros. So what now? Sam asked after a few moments of silence. We're going south to be with Robb, John said firmly, sitting up in his chair. If Eddard Stark is still my father, then Robb is still my brother. Blood be damned. Howland nodded. I thought as much. I see that you have a Valyrian steel sword at your side. Dark sister, I presume. John nodded. How did you know? Just a guess, he shrugged. I've always wondered if the Bloodraven had left the sword with his family at the wall when he disappeared. It seems Aemon found out about your birth and gave you the sword. Howland walked over to a nearby chest. Using a key he pulled from around his neck, he opened the chest and pulled out a long parcel, tossing it to John as he retook his seat. Now that you know the truth, it's only right that you have this too. John found a sword within the wrapping. It was a hand and a half sword, or a bastard sword as others called it. A massive ruby sat on the pommel while the gold steel crossguard curved up towards the blade. Like its sister sword, the blade was made of Valyrian steel. Black Fear, John guessed. Howland nodded. It was found in the Tower of Joy. I looked through the library at Winterfell. All the sketchings and written appearances confirmed the fact. He shrugged. Not sure where in the blazes Roriger or whoever found it, but I know why they left it. He looked at John. Roriger left it for you. Said so on the message he left with it. What do you want me to do with it? John asked. Wield it, Howland replied easily. It's yours. John gazed down at the sword, his mind a tangled mess. The only clear thing he knew was that he was going south to be with Robb. To fight beside his brother. May I go? He asked. Howland nodded. A servant will show you to your room. You can stay here for the night and I will lead you back to the King's Road in the morning, he said, walking over to unlock the door. John stood up, taking the sword with him, and walked quickly out of the room. Sam stood up as well, unsure whether to follow his friend or not. He felt like right now, John needed time alone to figure things out. Before Sam left, Lord Reed stopped him. Samwell, wait a moment. Sam frowned and turned around to look at the wiry lord. Yes. Samwell, he said quietly, John trusts you, that is easy to see. My friends also say that you are a lover of knowledge. I will make this clear once more. What I have revealed to both of you will bring Westeros to its knees, and can get John killed. If you are truly his friend, you will never speak about what was said, not even under the pain of death. It is up to John, and John alone, if he wants to tell others of his birth. Sam nodded quickly. I promise, he stuttered. Despite his size, there was something dangerous about the Lord of the Neck, like he wielded some mysterious authority. Whatever it was, it made Sam very nervous. Howland nodded once. Good. Now go find your room. I will have food brought to the both of you soon, he said, and keep a good eye on your friend. He will have much on his mind. Sam nodded and fled the room, leaving the Lord of the Neck behind. Chapter 8, Robb 3. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 3. Even at his advanced age, Sir Brynden Tully was still a very intimidating figure. Tall and lean, his once auburn hair had now gone grey. He was clean-shaven, but his facial features were wind-burnt and craggy. Donning blackfish scale armor, he lived up to the name most of Westeros knew him, the Blackfish. The old knight led a small host of a few hundred riders. Though not a true threat to the Kingslayer, the Blackfish and his men had been a thorn in the man's side as they raided and burned the Lannister supply lines, killed scouts, and intercepted messengers. Because of the Blackfish's years of experience, he had stayed one step ahead of his opponent, much to Sir Jaime's annoyance. Standing in front of the man, Robb felt like little more than a child. After all, Sir Brynden was a veteran of 100 battles. He was not as renowned as others his age like Sir Barristan Selmy or Tywin Lannister were, but he was still a very dangerous opponent and a man whom Robb was extremely grateful to have as an ally. Uncle Robb greeted as the Blackfish and his seconds rode up to the small party of Northmen. The young Stark was surrounded by his commanders and a few guards. A few miles back, the Northern cavalry rested. Robb he greeted strongly, bringing his horse to a halt in front of the group. He flashed a small smile to Robb's mother. Cat. Lady Catelyn happily returned the smile. The two had always had a great relationship, even if the relationship between her father and the Blackfish had been strained. He had acted as her confidant during her girlhood and the two frequently shared letters over the years after Catelyn became Lady of Winterfell and Brynden became the Knight of the Gate in the Vale. Uncle Brynden, I am glad to see you doing well, she greeted. As well as I can be, the old knight grunted. I'll be a whole lot better when Riverrun is safe again. I am surprised to find you here, nephew. I thought you were on the other side of the twins. Robb grimaced. We struck a deal with Walder Frey. Sir Brynden frowned. What did the old bugger want? Too much. Robb thought. What's done is done, Uncle Robb said, shaking his head. Now was not the time to complain about Walder Frey. There was plenty of time for that once the Kingslayer was sent packing. We're here now and there are enemies that must be dealt with. How many men do you have? Sir Brynden asked. I have the entire Northern cavalry with me and my infantry and archers are not far behind, Robb answered firmly. The two men behind the Blackfish shared excited looks, and even Sir Brinden's grim demeanor cracked a little. Obviously, he had not been expecting help for some time. Now he has thousands of Northmen to help him free his home. The reinforcements are welcome, nephew, but Tywin still sits at Harrenhal. He will not sit idle if his golden son is attacked. Sir Brynden pointed out. Robb grinned. Not if he is not at Harrenhal, he countered. I have sent 2,000 men under Lord Bolton to distract the old lion. Bearing banners and banging on drums, it will look as if the entire northern host is marching upon him. The Blackfish raised an eyebrow. Good thinking, he praised, surprised that a boy of Robb's age had come up with such a ruse. Aye, he's Ned's boy through and through, the great Jon chuckled, patting Robb on the shoulder with a massive paw of a hand. The Blackfish nodded. So it seems. I assume you have a plan for dealing with the Kingslayer. We strike hard and fast, Robb answered. I suspect the Kingslayer wants your head. He's had some trouble taking it, Sir Brynden said, smiling grimly. Why? I was thinking we could cut the head of the snake, Robb continued. Pull Sir Jaime away from his men where my northerners and I could ambush him. The Blackfish scratched his jaw. Aye, that could work. There is a place, the Whispering Wood. There once was a river that ran through it and ended in a small lake. It's dried up now and there's high ground on either side. You can put your cavalry on either side and I'll lead him to you. A sound plan. I will meet you there in 2 days, Robb agreed. Then we shall catch ourselves a lion. The Whispering Wood was the perfect ambush spot. Far enough away from Riverrun, the dried riverbed was flanked by ridgelines that sloped down into the gully and the dried lake formed a natural cut-off point. The forest around the area grew close together, allowing the northern cavalry to completely disappear amongst the trees. Robb shifted in his saddle as he looked over the gully. He had divided his cavalry into 3 divisions. Lord Hawker commanded 2,000 men across from Robb's position while Mage Mormont commanded another 2,000 further east where the Blackfish would be coming through. Her job was to pick off any enemy trying to flee the battle. Robb commanded the final 2,000 riders, supported by his war council and his battle guard. Robb's battle guard consisted of northern nobles whom Robb had picked as a way of honoring his bannerman. Among them was the great Jon's son Jon Umber, otherwise known as the Small Jon, heiress to Bear Island Daisy Mormont, Eddard and Torren Carstark, Jon and Brandon Hawker, Theon, and many others. The only outliers of the group were Sir Pewin and his brother Oliver. Both wore leather and chainmail, their shields painted with the sigil of their house. Altogether, Robb had close to 20 warriors around him. Greywind was at Robb's side, his eyes ceaselessly roaming the riverbed as he sniffed the wind. He had grown quickly over the past months and was now as big as a large hound, except no hound looked as fearsome as Robb's companion. The young lordling was interested to see how the Lannister mounts reacted to the beast. Many of Robb's own cavalry shied away from the wolf as just the sight and smell of the predator frightened them. Robb rolled his shoulders, trying to ease the anxiety inside himself. He wore a white surcoat bearing the grey direwolf of House Stark over chainmail. He had an oaken shield strapped to his saddle and a longsword at his side. He wore no helm, wanting his men to see who fought beside them. Theon nudged his horse closer to Robb. He was dressed for war as well, armored in fine chainmail and a surcoat with a black cricon. At his side, he wore a longsword while he had a short bow laid across his lap. He may not have been the swordsman Robb was, but he excelled as an archer. Are you ready? He asked quietly. I don't have much choice now, Robb thought with grim humor to himself. He nodded. I. And you? Theon smirked. Let's fuck 'em bloody. Robb chuckled and turned his attention back towards the gully as the sounds of hooves began to ring through the forest. Like the calm before the storm, the thunder of hundreds of horses became louder as they approached. Soon, war cries and curses could be heard as well. The young lordling mentally steeled himself as he drew his sword, gripping the reins of his charger just a bit more. He remembered what his father had said about war when he was younger. Don't think. Just allow your instincts to take over. They will keep you alive. Robb thought back on all the lessons Sir Roderick had given to him over the years. The elderly knight had trained him with a sword as soon as he could walk. Robb knew that he was ready to fight, now he just needed to prove it. The gully was suddenly filled with cavalry as rivermen came galloping through, urging their mounts faster as the Lannister cavalry gave chase, jeering and shouting curses, thinking that they had finally captured the Blackfish. There seemed to be 1,000 of Lannister cavalry in the riverbed, turning the area scarlet and gold. Robb raised his sword, kicking his heels into the flanks of his horse. For Winterfell! He bellowed, leading his men into the unsuspecting Lannister. The woods came alive with horsemen as the northern cavalry revealed themselves, echoing Robb's war cry and throwing themselves into the Lannisters with reckless abandon. Caught by surprise, the red-clad warriors were trampled and slaughtered as they found themselves caught between three enemies, Northmen to either side, and now the men of the Riverlands had turned back, joining the fight too. Greywind howled as he leapt at an unsuspecting knight, unseating him in a flurry of tooth and claw. The man went down with a cry as he was mauled by the wolf and his horse bolted into the woods as soon as the knight was gone. Other horses reacted to Greywind's scent as well, bucking against their riders in an attempt to get away from the wolf. Robb's first kill was painfully easy. The man tried to bring his shield up in defense, but Robb's attack was swift and sure, his blade slicing through the man's neck. Leather, skin, muscle, and bone gave way to steel as Heir to Winterfell was sprayed with gore as the man slid off his saddle and to the ground. He didn't have time to acknowledge the kill as he continued forward, his battle guard at his side, howling like banshees as they set upon the enemy, cutting them down wherever they could be found. Robb did just as his father said, allowing his instincts to take over. He hacked and stabbed his way forward, Greywind always close by, spooking horses and riders alike. From time to time, those at Robb's side shifted. Theon would be at his side, cutting through Westerman when he would be replaced with Daisy Mormont, swinging her mace with terrifying ease, breaking bones and bashing heads. Smalljan and Brandon Hawker went berserk nearby, the two massive men pulling riders bodily from the saddles as their massive blades hacked off arms, legs, and heads. It seemed like moments, but the battle began to wind down as the combined might of the North and Riverlands wiped up the remains of the Lannister host. All that was left were a few pockets of resistance that were being easily scattered and cut down as they were converged on by twice their number. Stark! Someone shouted, their voice breaking through the din of battle. Robb turned to see the Kingslayer, his golden armor caked with gore. He had rallied many of his men and was now carving a path through Robb's men. Stark could only watch with grim admiration as the Kingslayer cut a literal path to Robb, his sword a glittering wheel and red and silver. It seemed to almost have a life of its own, claiming life with each swing. Gods above! Robb thought. The man was born to swing a sword. Torrhen Karstark roared and charged the infamous knight, Robin Flint right behind him. The two Northerners exchanged blows with Sir Jaime, but they too were slain. The Kingslayer shoved his blade through Torrhen's stomach before pulling the sword out and whipping it through Robin's throat, killing both men in a matter of moments. Before he could resume his direct assault on Robb, dozens of Northern soldiers rushed the man, scattering his guard and taking the Kingslayer down, overwhelming him through sheer force. Robb breathed a sigh of relief as he moved forward to where Torrhen and Robin were. Lord Karstark was already on the ground, cradling his son's head. His son Eddard was kneeling next to his father, adding his tears to his father's. Robb dismounted and placed a hand on the old lord's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said simply. There was not much else he could say. What could someone say to a father whose son died defending them? "Thank you," was all Lord Karstark muttered. Robb turned back to his battle guard as more of his commanders pushed to the front. "Make sure all survivors are captured. We cannot allow any word to get back to the Lannister camp. We will bury the dead and take care of the wounded." He turned to the Blackfish. "My infantry is a day away. We will meet up with them and prepare our assault on the enemy when we are done here." Sir Brynden nodded firmly. "It will be done. We won a great victory," Robb said, addressing his men as a whole, "but we are not finished. We will relieve the siege of Riverrun, and with our allies of the Riverlands by our side, we will march on Tywin Lannister and King's Landing. Soon, I will have my family back," Robb thought fiercely. "I don't care if I have to kill every lion that gets in my way." The Northerners cheered. This was a great victory for Robb Stark and a devastating defeat to the Lannisters. If Tywin Lannister wanted war, then the North and the Riverlands would give him it. Chapter 9, Tywin I. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Tywin I. Harrenhal was everything the tales said it was. Dizzyingly tall towers, thick curtain walls that not even giants could break down, and rooms that could fit thousands comfortably. It was one man's massive ambitious mind brought to life. Harren the Black was many things, and history would not remember him as any sort of hero, but it could not be said that he did not do things by half measure. Even in the state of decay that the fortress was in, it was still one of the most, if not the most, fortified castle in all of Westeros. Casterly Rock was unassailable, and Winterfell was said to be impenetrable, but Harrenhal was one of a kind. As Tywine looked out over the ruins, his men like specks of red down below, Saharis Swift explained to the rest of the council what had happened at Riverrun. The Knight of Cornfield looked ragged in his foolish-looking yellow and blue armor. He looked more like a rooster than the one of his sigil. It was a catastrophe, the old knight said wearily. Sir Jaime captured at the Whispering Wood. Lord Brax drowned crossing the Tumblestone. They seemed to be everywhere. What happened to Sir Forley Prester? Sir Kevan, Tywine's younger brother, asked. Last I saw, he was retreating west, Sir Harris responded. If he was caught, of that I have no clue. Once I saw the drawbridge open and the garrison sally out, I knew the battle was lost. You ran. Tyrion, Tywine's youngest, commented. I brought word to my liege lord. Sir Harris retorted. Tywine resisted the urge to scoff. He would have heard of Jaime's defeat soon enough. The only safe place for the remainder of Jaime's host was here at Harrenhal or at the Golden Tooth, which separated the Riverlands from the Westerlands. Your service is appreciated, Sir Kevan said, calming the tension between Tywine's son and the knight. Go, find a bed and food. Tywine did not see the man leave but heard his boots and the closing of the door. This does not bode well for us, Brother Kevan said gravely. Kevan wasn't wrong. The Stark boy had proven to be smarter than Tywine anticipated. Ambushing Jaime while luring Tywine's army away from Harrenhal had been annoyingly clever and extremely successful for the boy. Most of Jaime's host of 15,000 had been wiped out by the Northern Army, with the likes of Adam Marbrand and other Westerland nobles now in Stark's hands. Not to mention Jaime. Now the young wolf was in the perfect position to bring the lords of the Riverlands under his banner. It put Tywine in a precarious position. He stood between the Starks and King's Landing, but barely anything stood between the Northern Army and the gold-rich Westerlands. Tywine had left a strong garrison at the Golden Tooth when he had first entered the Riverlands, but against a host the size of Stark's, it wouldn't hold for long. Thankfully, the Stark boy wouldn't dare attack the West, not when his precious father was still imprisoned in King's Landing. We should go after them now, Sir Reynold Westerling urged. They are still gathering their forces. We should attack them before they are at full strength. They have more men than us, Kevan replied grimly. We all heard Sir Harris report. Jaime had to split his army into 3 camps to attack the castle. Kevan now addressed the entire council. We know what the boy wants, and we have it. I say we trade Jaime and the others for Lord Stark and his daughters. A few others muttered their agreement, but most were simply waiting to see what Tywine would say. The older men in the council had been on campaign with the Lord of Casterly Rock before and knew that whatever he said, that would be done. He would allow his commanders to bicker and debate, but in the end, his word was law. Tyrion scoffed from his position at the other end of the table. He was cradling a glass of wine in his hand as he looked around at the council. He had been a late addition to Tywine's camp, emerging from the mountains of the Vale with a host of a few hundred mountain clansmen. So far, they have proven useful. Especially against the paltry force of infantry that Stark had sent after Tywine to lure him east. I doubt he'll agree, Uncle the dwarf remarked grimly. What's to stop him from coming here? After all, we are all that's left between him and his dear father. As you say, he does have more men than us and will gain more by the day as the lords of the Riverlands, who hate us by the way, join his side. Stark is as green as grass. He wouldn't dare attack us. Lord Marbrand countered. Harrenhal is impregnable. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Tywine was not looking at his youngest son but knew the expression he held because it was the same expression Tywine would have given the man. It was a look that not only portrayed the doubt they had in the intellect of the person they spoke to but made that person doubt their own intellect as well. It was a look that would silence fools and weak men so that the true thinkers could speak. That green boy just made us look like fools, Tyrion pointed out. We would do well to not underestimate him. He has proven that he is unafraid to take risks. Now he has the Blackfish at his side, and we know what that means. The others frowned but didn't disagree with the imp. Brynden Tully was an experienced veteran who would keep Robb Stark from making any foolish mistakes. Tywine couldn't help but be impressed with his son, although he would never say it outright. Besides, the old lion had other things on his mind than the Stark boy in the north. Cersei and Joffrey were continuing to show their ineptitude, turning King's Landing into a chaotic mess. He had been named Hand of the King, but Tywine couldn't afford to leave the battlefield. Robb needed to be dealt with, and soon. Not to mention Renly and Stannis Baratheon. Robert's brothers had each raised armies of their own, placing crowns that they had no rights to on their heads. A knock at the door interrupted Tywine's thinking. He turned around, gazing at the door. "Come," he said, his tone cold and unwelcoming. A boy poked his head in, gazing anxiously into the emerald eyes of the most dangerous man in Westeros. He cleared his throat and entered the room fully, his hands fidgeting with the little message. "Forgive me, Lord, but a message from King's Landing," he stuttered. Tyrion sighed and held out his hand, gesturing for the boy to give it to him. The messenger quickly pressed the note into the imp's hand, bowed, and left as fast as he could. Tyrion unrolled the note, scanning the words before tossing the parchment on the table. "Fuck," he muttered, taking a long drink of wine. "Speak," Tywine ordered. Tyrion passed the message to his uncle while he spoke. "Ned Stark is dead," he said bluntly. "Joffrey took his head on the steps of the September of Baelor. So now the Starks will never accept peace, and the Faith can't be particularly happy either." The other commanders groaned, looking at one another. Tywine glared at them all while Kevan offered the message to him. He took it without looking, his eyes still gazing at his counsel. After a moment, he looked down at the message. It was from Pycelle, Tywine's informant in the Red Keep. "E. Stark killed. Beheaded at the September of Baelor on the king's command." Tywine frowned and put the message down. Cersei and her son had placed their family in a dangerous position. Ned Stark was the only prisoner capable of getting Jaime back. Without him, the Stark girls would not be enough to get his son released, nor any of the other prisoners Stark had. "We should retreat to King's Landing," one man started before being interrupted. "We would be seen as weak by our enemies," another shot back angrily. "We should rally out full strength and go after the Stark boy. No surrender," one growled. "We should return to Casterly Rock." The argument continued to grow as more began offering their thoughts, talking over each other. Within moments, Tywine's war council of veteran campaigners partially collapsed into chaos as they began shouting amongst each other. The only ones who didn't take part were Kevan and Tyrion, both of whom were looking at Tywine. "They have my son," Tywine snapped, his voice silencing the room in an instant. Kevan sighed, looking over at his brother. "Perhaps it's time we sued for peace," he said. The quiet after the comment was shattered by the sound of glass breaking. All eyes turned to Tyrion, who had knocked his glass to the floor. He looked down at the mess calmly before turning his gaze on his uncle. "There's your piece," he said sarcastically. "My nephew saw to that when he took Ned Stark's head. Robb Stark is winning, and he knows it, in case you hadn't noticed." Tywine's counselors grumbled, but none would say that the imp was wrong. Robb Stark had proven, with one victory, that he was just as deadly as the Baratheon brothers. Renly had the army, and Stannis had proven himself a fine strategist, but the young wolf was not an enemy to be taken lightly. He too had a good army, good commanders at his side, and a just cause that would endear him to the rest of Westeros. "All of you out," Tywine ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. The other lords looked at each other before following the order. As they filed out, Tyrion went to leave as well, but not before his father stopped him. "Not you," he said. Tyrion sighed and walked over to a seat next to his father, jumping up into it. He reached forward to pour himself wine, but his father beat him to it, grabbing the pitcher and pouring the purplish liquid for him. Tyrion watched the process with a confused, slightly shocked look, but said nothing, gently grabbing the glass when his father put down the pitcher. "You were right to say what you did," Tywine said, his voice passive. "The Stark boy will not be placated by his sisters alone. If we had Eddard Stark, then we could have brokered peace with Winterfell and Riverrun and turned our attention to Robert's brothers. Now that is no longer an option. You know this. It wasn't a question but a fact. Tyrion nodded slowly. So what are we going to do? You will go back to King's Landing, Tywin said firmly. Tyrion scoffed. And do what? He asked sarcastically. Rule, Tywin stated. You will bring the boy king and his equally foolish mother to heel as I deal with Stark. Tyrion couldn't stop the shock from showing on his face. Me? Surely there are others who can, he stammered before his father cut him off. Because you are my son, and you are a Lannister, Tywin said simply. And if you catch a whiff of treason from the others, Varys, Baelish, Pycelle. Heads. Spikes. Walls. Tyrion finished before adding after a moment. You know Cersei won't like this. The old lion waved aside his son's concern. She will do as I say, he said simply. I will give you a message for her. There can be no more problems. I will not have our house fall to ruin. Tyrion could only nod. I will do as you ask, he said quietly, downing the last of his wine and waddling out. Tywin called after his son. Yes, father. Tyrion asked, turning slightly. Do not bring that whore with you. Do you understand? Tyrion didn't answer, simply nodding once before walking out. Tywin watched him go. Not for the first time, the old lion wondered how the son he hated had ended up with everything he wanted in an heir. Jaime was a great swordsman, but he was naive and arrogant. Cersei thought herself clever, but she had the cunning of a blunt sword. She wielded her power like a bear with a sore head, lashing out at anything that annoyed her. No, Tyrion was not like his siblings. He thought things through and was usually right in the end. When he faced an opponent, his ability to verbally attack someone with his mixture of intelligence and sarcasm left people angry and speechless. And when he sensed a weakness in someone, he exploited it and used it to his advantage, whether that meant gaining that person as an ally or destroying them soundly and without mercy. Tywin had heard his son's version of the events that occurred in the Eyrie. He had managed to get around the Tully girls and recruit the mountain clans of the Vale to make his own personal army. Indeed, Tyrion was more capable than Tywin wanted to admit. But he was a dwarf, and Tywin would rather drink the worst poison imaginable before he allowed him to become Lord of the Rock. Chapter 10, Jon v. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon v. Riverrun was not what Jon had expected. It was a three-sided castle built on what looked to be an island. It was not particularly big, at least not compared to Winterfell, but it had its own sort of charm. The walls had a reddish-yellow color to them, and Jon could not tell what stone had been used. Walking the battlements were men wearing scale mail armor and fish-crested helms. Above the keep flew the banners of House Stark and House Tully side by side. Jon and Sam pulled up just a short distance from the castle, knowing full well that their journey from the Wall to Robb was close to its end. Jon couldn't resist a smile from spreading across his face. His brother was close at hand, and he couldn't wait to see him again. This is it, Sam said quietly. For the past few days, the large lad had become increasingly quiet, and it often took Jon several attempts to get his attention. The young warrior didn't know why his friend was so quiet, but all his attempts at finding out had come up short. Jon nodded. It is, he said. I wonder how Robb will greet me. You're his brother, Sam said with a shrug. I'm sure he'll welcome you like it. It's been months since I've seen him, Jon said. Who knows what has happened in that time? Sam gave his friend a reassuring smile. Do you want to stand here and wonder all day, or do you want to get it over with? Jon chuckled and kicked his heels into the flanks of his horse, cantering the remaining distance to the castle. As they got closer, Jon got a better look at the castle. It wasn't, in fact, a natural island. Under the drawbridge was a massive man-made ditch that looked from a distance like a river. Men in red and blue tabards manned either side of the drawbridge, spears and shields in hand. He nodded to them as he got closer. Hello, he began before he was interrupted. Arrest him. Someone demanded, their voice snapping with anger. Jon looked up to see Lady Stark striding across the courtyard, an older-looking man flanking her. The Lady of Winterfell had her finger pointed at Jon, her blue eyes blazing with fury. Jon slid out of his saddle, gesturing for Sam to do the same. He bowed easily. "My lady," he greeted. By now, Lady Catelyn was standing in front of him, and she was far scarier up close. As always, her appearance was pristine and perfect. Her dress was clean and pressed. Her hair was done up in a southern fashion with not a hair out of place. She looked like a proper lady of Westeros, albeit one that was very angry. Lady Stark rarely had the chance to yell at Jon, as Lord Stark had always been there to curb her anger. But Lord Stark wasn't present at the moment, and there was no one to prevent what was about to happen. "You have no right to be here, bastard," she hissed. "You have abandoned your post at the wall." Jon shook his head. "I never took the black," he tried to explain before Lady Catelyn cut him off again. "I will not stand here and listen to your lies," she snapped. "You are a deserter and I will make sure my son gives you the same fate all deserters deserve." "She wants me executed," Jon thought. "I have not been given a chance to explain myself and she wants my head." The blood drained from Jon's face. "You misunderstand my lady," he tried again, but Lady Catelyn would not listen. "Guards, seize him," she ordered, stepping back so that the guards could get to Jon. The bastard of Winterfell sighed and unbuckled his weapons belt and handed it to Sam, who looked terrified by the sudden turn of events. Jon had explained to his friend his relationship with Lady Stark, but hearing about it was vastly different from seeing it up close and in the moment. Jon tried to give Sam a reassuring smile of his own, but it fell well short of the mark. "Take care of the other one too, Sam," he said before turning to Ghost, who had been watching the interaction with a worried look. "Stay with Sam." The wolf whined but did as he was told, moving closer to the large lad. Two guards stepped up, each grabbing Jon by the arm, and led him towards the dungeons. With Jon gone, Lady Catelyn turned her attention to Sam, her eyes still alight with fury. By the way she looked at Sam, it was like she was considering sending him to the dungeon too. Thankfully, her reasonable side seemed to take over now that Jon was gone. "Who are you?" she demanded. Samwell Tarly, my lady." Sam stuttered. "Are you a deserter too?" Sam shook his head quickly, the folds under his chin giggling with the motion. "No, my lady," he said fearfully. Lady Catelyn sniffed, obviously not believing the large youth. She turned her back on Sam, addressing the man behind her. "Uncle, please have him detained in a room. I will inform my son of this later." "Is it not wiser to tell him now, Cat?" the man asked. "He is too busy," Lady Stark said dismissively. "I will tell him later." The man nodded, gazing at Sam. When Lady Stark was gone, he gestured for more guards to come forward. "Take care of the horses," he ordered. Sam moved towards Jon's saddle, accidentally bumping into a guard as he unstrapped the long parcel tied to it. He held it awkwardly in his hands along with Jon's weapon belt. He nodded apologetically to the older man. "I'm sorry, sir, but he asked me to not let these out of my sight." The man shrugged. It was obvious to him that Sam was no warrior and was no danger with the swords in his hands. Just by the way he awkwardly held the weapons told the old warrior all he needed to know. "Fine," he grunted, gesturing for Sam to follow him. As they walked, the man glanced over his shoulder, frowning. "You said your name was Tarly?" Sam nodded. "Yes. You're related to Randyll Tarly?" "I'm Samwell, his firstborn," Sam answered. "I know I don't look like him." "You don't," the man said bluntly. "I take it the other lad was Jon Snow?" Sam nodded. Yes. Robb told me he went to the wall," the man continued. "Why is he here?" Sam was sweating now. "Jon, we left before we took the black," he explained. "He heard about Lord Stark's imprisonment and decided to come south to help his brother. He sent Robb a raven from Last Hearth." "He never mentioned any letter," the man grumbled. "I swear Jon sent it. I saw him," Sam said, practically pleading. "Only my nephew can verify your statement, lad," the man said. "I understand why Jon came south. Why did you?" The old man stopped suddenly and turned to face Sam, his blue eyes boring into Sam's own, reaching his soul and trying to extract the truth from it. "My father, he didn't believe that I was fit to be his heir. So he sent me to the wall. John became my only friend. When he was leaving, I asked to go too. I would have died within a month without him. Sam's shoulders slumped sadly. I'm not much of a fighter. The man gazed at Sam, his face like iron. After a few moments, he nodded and opened the door behind him. No, I don't believe you are. I can't speak for you or John's fate, but I do not believe that you are not deserters, he said. But your fate is not for me to say. It is in Lord Rob's hands to do as he sees fit. Sam nodded slowly, entering the room. May I know your name, sir? Bryndon Tully. You're the Blackfish, Sam said immediately. The only knowledge his father ever tried to drill into his head was about battle and fighting. The Blackfish was one warrior of many that Randil Tully made sure Sam knew about. Bryndon nodded. Aye, the same. Sam glanced around the room. It was nice. Far better than a dungeon. He looked back at the aging knight. John may be a bastard, but he's also Eddard Stark's son. I know what I say doesn't hold much water, but John is still part Stark. If you believe anything, please believe that John would never abandon his duty. The only reason John is here is because he hadn't yet taken the black. Sir Bryndon frowned but nodded. I will inform Lord Rob of that, he promised before closing the door, leaving Sam alone. John was roughly thrown into an empty cell, pain flaring in his shoulder as he landed on the rough flagstones. He grunted as he got back on his feet, glaring at the guards. I wasn't resisting, he growled. The two men shared a look before shrugging, slamming the iron cell door shut as they left. John huffed and looked around at his surroundings. All he had was a piss bucket and a scattering of hay to lie on. The bastard of Winterfell, someone mused from the cell across from John. Odd seeing you here. John turned to see a man appear from the shadows of the other cell. His once golden hair was dirty and matted down with blood and dirt. He had the beginnings of a rough beard forming on the lower half of his handsome face, slowly covering his sharp jaw, but the smile and eyes were unmistakable. The Kingslayer's appearance might have changed since the last time the two had met in Winterfell, but one thing definitely hadn't. The man still had that damned smirk on his face. Covered in dirt and filth, locked in a cell in the depths of Riverrun, he still had the nerve to act arrogant. Of all men to be stuck with, it had to be him, John groaned internally. Sir Jaime, John greeted coldly. I see you've done well for yourself in the war. Are you accommodating well to cutting down real warriors instead of old men? Sir Jaime's eyes narrowed as he glared at John. Careful boy, he growled. I don't need a sword to kill you. I have more fight in me than an old madman, John shot back. You never answered my question. Sir Jaime commented, changing the subject. Why are you here? Last we talked, you were quite intent on freezing your balls off at the wall. I had a change of heart, John said. My father was wrongfully imprisoned by Joffrey. Ah, Ned Stark, Jaime drawled. How dreadfully unfortunate for him, but in case you haven't heard, he was committing treason. My father is the most honorable man in all of Westeros, John snarled. He would never commit treason. Jaime shrugged. Who cares, he said, walking back to sit on his bed of hay, leaning against the wall as he continued to gaze at John. We're in here. Who gives a shit what we think? I won't be for long, John said, trying to convince himself as well as the Kingslayer. When he arrived, he did not expect to confront Lady Stark. Even when he tried to explain himself, she wouldn't allow him. His only hope is that Sam would be able to explain for both of them. Is that right? Sir Jaime asked sarcastically. You really think Robb Stark will welcome you with open arms? What's going to stop him from treating you like a deserter? Because I'm not. John cried. Why am I arguing with this prick? John wondered irritably to himself. He's guilty of murdering his king. I am guilty of nothing. Jaime shrugged, closing his eyes as he rested his head against the wall behind him. Can you prove that? John glared at the Kingslayer, gripping the bars of his cell. Numerous insults came to his mind, but none would truly hurt the man. Tyrion was wrong about you. Jaime's eyes shot open as he glared at John. Wrong. He repeated, his voice dangerously quiet. John nodded, pressing himself against the cold iron. He spoke so highly about you when he traveled with me to the wall. How you tried to help him ride when you were boys. I was fine with you being an arrogant prick if it meant that you valued family. Now I know you know nothing of family. Jaime growled. You have no idea what I've done for my family, bastard. He snapped. Do not lecture me about the importance of family. I actually know who my bloody mother is. I never thought there'd be a day when that insult did not hurt me, Jon thought. Then Jon did something that Jaime did not expect. He smiled. I know who my mother is, Kingslayer. She died during Robert's rebellion and was braver than you could ever hope to be. Sir Jaime didn't reply, just glaring at Jon, who returned the glare with equal ferocity. One day, you'll regret poking the lion, bastard, Sir Jaime said finally. And I'll enjoy the moment I plunge my blade into your throat. Just make sure I'm facing you. I'd hate for you to get a bad reputation for killing defenseless bastards, Jon shot back immediately. But who knows, perhaps you'll be on the other end of my blade as well. Wouldn't that be a way for the infamous Kingslayer to die? Killed by a bastard. Careful what you wish for, boy, Sir Jaime growled. I am not the only lion still on the prowl. You better hope you stay down here. My father will crush Robb Stark, and then we'll see how you talk when your head is on the block. Jon laughed. I suppose your father has never made bear stew, has he? Jaime frowned. What the fuck are you saying? Jon continued to smile, knowing it was annoying the Kingslayer. The first step in bear stew is to kill a bear. Tywin Lannister has to kill Robb first, and that will not be an easy task, I promise you that. Jaime sneered but remained silent. He had no response to the bastard's insult, so he contented himself to imagine all the ways he would kill the boy when he was finally free. He would get his revenge, on the Stark whelp and his bastard brother. They'd all fall to his blade. A Lannister always pays his debts. Chapter 11, Robb 4. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 4. Robb's time in Riverrun had been anything but uneventful. Ever since the Battle of the Camps, where the Northern force routed the Kingslayer's army, the men of the Riverlands had been trickling into Riverrun by the hundreds. Robb's council had also expanded as well, including seasoned veterans such as Jason Mallister, Tytos Blackwood, and Jon Osbracken. Roose Bolton had also returned from his lost battle at the Green Fork with what remained of his 2,000 men. Robb's first stop after relieving the castle was his grandfather's chambers. Hoster Tully, Lord of Riverrun, would have been a great addition to Robb's war council. A man with just as much experience as the great Tywin Lannister. Unfortunately, Hoster's health had been slowly declining over the last few years and he had been bedridden ever since the beginning of the siege. A shell of the man he once was. It was a terrible sight to see, especially for Robb's mother, who had taken to staying by her father's side ever since she arrived at the castle. Robb had spoken briefly to his grandfather but didn't have much time for him as the young lordling was currently in the middle of a heated war council. With the combined might of the Riverlands and the North, some 37,000 men, the lords were at odds with what to do. Some, mainly the Northmen, wanted to continue south and bring the fight to Tywin Lannister on their way to save Robb's father. The Riverlords, especially the younger lords led by Edmure Tully, wanted to head into the Westerlands and take revenge on the lands and people of Tywin Lannister. Robb's uncle was who Robb expected him to be. For a man nearly a decade older than his nephew, he didn't seem to be taking the war all that seriously. He had been very vocal about his want to raid the Westerlands, but Robb suspected it was more so to gain glory and gold rather than any want for revenge. Ned is still a prisoner in King's Landing, the Great Jon growled. We go south. That was the clinching point for the argument. No one wanted to say that rescuing Eddard Stark wasn't the aim of the entire campaign. A man respected by both parties, both as a man and a warrior. He was also the godson of Hoster Tully. There were arguments to be made for attacking the Westerlands and bringing the fight to Tywin at Harrenhal, but there was no counterpoint whenever the debate fell back to saving Robb's father. Robb scratched his beard, a scruffy thing that the young lord had been growing since he had left Winterfell months ago. It was nothing compared to beards Rickard Karstark or the Great Jon sported, but Robb liked his. He felt it made him look older than he was. Who else are we waiting for? He asked his council. The Freys have finally assembled their force and are a few days away. Sir Brynden grunted. 4,000 men under the command of Stephen Frey. Took their fucking time, Sir Mark Piper grunted from down the table. The fact that the Frizz were answering the Tullys' call to arms was surprising for all present, but the good feeling was quickly dissipating with how long it was taking for their force to arrive. Rob had heard a few of the old jokes about House Free resurfacing amongst his allies and hoped that they would stop before Stephen and his men arrived. He would be greatly annoyed if he lost thousands of important men because of a thoughtless word. Perhaps someone should let Lord Free know that if he wanted the jokes and jabs to stop, he should put his house and reputation while he still had days left, Rob thought idly. Nevertheless, I must speak with the Blackfish and ensure that these jokes are not uttered in the presence of the Freys. Rob ignored the comment. We'll wait for them to arrive, then we'll head south and deal with Tywine. Surely, nephew, we can still attack them on two fronts. We have more than enough men to attack the Westerlands and rescue Ned. Edmure pointed out. Rob nodded. True, but our goal is not to cause further death and carnage, uncle. We currently have the advantage of numbers over the Old Lion and we cannot waste it. Edmure nodded, falling silent once more. Rob looked over his council, making sure that all the others understood him as well. He looked at his great-uncle, who was looking at Rob with approval and respect. What happened to the Lannister men that fled during the battle? He asked. They've buggered off back to the Golden Tooth, the Blackfish answered. Rob had placed the wily veteran in charge of scouts, and so far, it had proven to be a good idea. Rob nodded. While we wait for the Frizz to arrive, I want riders sent out to clear the way. I don't want Lannister deserters hindering us. A sound move, my lord. Lord Jon Osbracken praised. I will personally see it done. Go no further than High Heart, and regroup with us as we pass, Rob ordered. After that, we'll strengthen the forward scouts and clear the way ourselves. All the lords nodded. When dealing with a commander like Tywine Lannister, who is highly intelligent and has decades of experience under his belt, Rob couldn't afford to be thinking about nuisance raids. Better to deal with them before they could happen. Is there anything else I should know? Rob asked. Both Renly and Stannis Baratheon had proclaimed themselves kings. Lord Blackwood said, leaning forward. Stannis has also sent out messages across the realm revealing the true parentage of Joffrey. Rob smiled grimly. He had learned of the message when he first arrived in Riverrun and had a good laugh over it. Joffrey's parents were Jaime Lannister and his sister Cersei, the two following the old and illegal Targaryen tradition of incest between siblings. It all made sense now. There was always something off about Joffrey, the boy was a little unhinged. It also made sense as to why none of Cersei's children looked like their supposed father. They all had blonde hair and green eyes, while Robert had black hair and blue eyes. There's been worrying reports about Stannis. Lord Bracken added, eager to add his own opinion. He's turned to a foreign religion and now has a Red Priestess as an advisor. A few of the Northerners muttered darkly. They were followers of the old gods, while the Riverlords were followers of the Seven, the main religion of Westeros. Besides the religion of the drowned god in the Iron Islands, all other religions were usually rebuked and quickly died out in Westeros. Rob knew that Red Priestesses were usually associated with Urla, one of the many deities that existed in Essos. Rob frowned. He knew his father would tell him to support Stannis since he was technically Robert Baratheon's heir, but the fact that the man had turned to a new religion bothered him. That does not sound like the Stannis my father told me of, Rob thought. We'll deal with the Baratheon brothers later, he said finally, shaking his head. We do not declare for anyone. Our only enemies are the Lannisters. Anything else? When no one spoke, Rob dismissed them. Lord Bracken, take a few hundred riders and clear the way forward. That will be all for today. We will meet again when the Freys decide to join us. The lords chuckled as they filed out of the room. It took only a short time for Rob to take command of the mixed group of lords. The Riverland lords had all heard of how Rob had dealt with the Kingslayer and his men, and it was an understatement to say they were all impressed. They had smartly fallen in line alongside their northern counterparts, who were now firmly devoted to the young wolf. Rob was about to leave as well when he noticed Sir Brynden still sitting at the table. He looked more grim than usual. Something has happened, Rob thought immediately. Is everything all right? He asked, frowning. 2 men arrived earlier today, he said. They wanted to meet you. Rob's frown deepened. Why is this the first time I've heard of this? Your mother recognized one of them and had the young man thrown in the dungeon while the other was detained in a room, the old knight explained. It was your half-brother John and his friend Samuel Tully. Rob shot to his feet. John's here? He asked angrily. Why wasn't I told? Your mother thought he was a deserter of the Night's Watch and had him arrested. I took his companion to his room. He told me John and he hadn't taken the black when they left. Sir Brynden went on. Your mother didn't feel like you should be told, stating that you were too busy. I feel differently, hence why I am telling you now. Rob sighed, leaning over the table. He usually trusted his mother's judgment, and he had proven that when he had her treat with the phrase. But she tended to be overdramatic when it came to Rob's brother. She never could get over his birth, and Rob never figured out why. I should have told her of the letter. Rob kicked himself. I could have prevented this, damn it. John's in the dungeon? He asked quietly. He is, Sir Brynden answered. I will have the guards release him. I'll get him myself. Can you have his companion brought to my grandfather's solar? I want to speak with them both privately, Rob said. Don't tell my mother about this. She won't understand. Sir Brynden raised an eyebrow but nodded. She's sitting with Hoster currently, but I'll make sure you aren't disturbed. Thank you, Uncle Rob said before walking off to retrieve his brother from the cells. Sir Brynden called after his great-nephew, causing the young man to turn around. John's companion mentioned a message. Did you receive one? Rob nodded. I got it the night before my mother met with Lord Free. Why did you not tell anyone? Sir Brynden asked curiously. You were there when John arrived. You saw how she reacted. I was. That's why. You're sure that he's not a deserter? I'm certain of it, Rob answered firmly. Why? Because the same man raised us. With that, Rob turned and left. Once he rescued John and spoke with him, he would then have a long talk with his mother about who was in control of the army. This was her home, but if someone came looking for Rob, it was not her place to interfere. One problem at a time, Rob thought. Rob, accompanied by Greywind, descended into the dungeons. It was a large, damp, dark room under the castle. The cells were 3 thick walls of slimy river rock, with the 4th wall being a set of iron bars set so close together that only a beggar's arm could fit through. The room smelt of unwashed bodies and fish guts, reminding the young lordling of his visit to White Harbour. When Rob entered, there was some movement in the cell to his right. Rob recognized the person instantly, a slight smile coming across his face. He walked up to the cell, facing his brother for the first time since he had left for the war. He had changed in some ways, and in others, he hadn't. His hair was pulled back in a knot, and he had the beginnings of a beard like Rob. Besides that, he still looked like John. He still insisted on wearing black and had a slightly confused, but resolute look on his face. Got yourself into a bit of trouble, it seems, Rob joked. John grinned. Just a bit, he agreed, laughing slightly. Rob looked around the cell. Where's Ghost? He's with Sam, John answered before adding. Sam is my friend who came with me. I don't know where he is. Rob shook his head. He'll be waiting for us. I sent men to get him, he replied, unlocking the door. Now come on, we need to talk. I'm sorry for the way my mother acted. John shrugged, leaning down to rub Greywind's head. It's all right. She did what she thought was right. Rob shook his head. I am in control here. Anyone who comes looking for me should be brought to me. There's no room for excuses. John raised an eyebrow. He had never heard his brother like this before. It was still Rob, but there was a tone of command in his voice that reminded John of their father. A tone that made others know Rob was in command and his orders were to be followed to the letter. If you're in the mood for mercy, I would very much like it if you let me out to the Kingslayer quipped from where he was sitting against the wall. Rob frowned. You're staying in there for a long while, Kingslayer, Rob answered. I'm half tempted to take your head for incest. Something flickered in the knight's emerald eyes. What are you talking about, boy? Rob smirked. Stannis Baratheon revealed your dirty secret to the realm. You fucked your sister and sired children with her. The amusement slipped out of his tone. Besides killing Targaryens, it seems you prefer fucking like them too. You have no proof besides the word of Stannis Baratheon. A bitter man who hated his brother Sir Jaime argued. Robb raised an eyebrow. So the fact that all three of the royal children look like you and that Joffrey seems to be a sadistic prick means nothing. The man you killed, you recreated with your sister. Sir Jaime glared at the two but said nothing. His anger was palpable in the room. Robb shook his head, a disgusted look on his face. You could have been great, but all you can do now is watch as your already tarnished reputation falls even further. Robb snarled before he strode out of the room, Jon right behind him, the two young men leaving the disgraced knight to fester in his thoughts. Chapter 12, Robb v. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb v. Inside Hostess Solar, a young man and the Blackfish were casually talking. The young man was fat, no amount of clothes could hide that. He had two things in his hands, one of which was a weapons belt. He had a pudgy pale face with dark, stringy hair and a patchwork, scraggly beard. He seemed pleasant enough though. When Robb and Jon entered, a smile of relief came over the fat boy's face. Ghost flashed across the room and circled Jon's legs, making sure he was all right before he went over to Grey Wind, the two playfully nipping at each other. Jon returned the smile. Sam, thank you for holding those for me, he said, taking back his belt before clapping Sam on the shoulder. I want you to meet my brother, Robb. Sam turned and bowed to Robb. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lord. Robb waved aside the greeting. Call me Robb, he said kindly. Any friend of Jon's is a friend of mine. The Blackfish nodded. I'll take my leave. I have two of my most trusted men right outside the door. They'll make sure you aren't interrupted. Robb nodded. Thank you, uncle. The Blackfish bowed slightly and strode out of the room, closing the door behind him. When they were alone, Robb walked over to the small table on the side of the room and grabbed the tray bearing a few hunks of bread and a small bowl of salt. He held it out to the two men. Bread and salt, he offered. Both Jon and Sam grabbed their piece, sprinkled it with salt, and ate it. With the guest right established, they all sat down. Robb sat behind the desk while Sam and Jon sat across from him on the other side. Right, get on with it, Robb said, gesturing for Jon to start. Jon didn't mince words. He was honest about his feelings on the Night's Watch and freely admitted that he had been naive and misguided about wanting to be like their Uncle Benjen. He emphasized that neither he nor Sam had taken the black, and thus were not true deserters. Sam helped the story by explaining how he and Jon became friends and how he had been severely mistreated by the others at Castle Black. Jon then went on to explain that he and Sam rode south as soon as they heard of Lord Stark's imprisonment in King's Landing. And neither of you took the black? Robb clarified. Jon nodded. I swear to the old gods and the Seven, Robb, we never took it, he answered firmly. Please believe us, Robb. We are not deserters. We're brothers. I would never shirk my duty, not if I had taken an oath. And you're vouching for your friend as well? Robb asked, glancing at Sam. Jon nodded again. I am. If I may, my Robb. Sam said. We stopped at castles in the north on our way south. If we were deserters from the Watch, we would have been executed by now, or the Lord Commander would have sent men to bring us back. Robb raised an eyebrow. The large lad may not be a warrior, but he certainly was intelligent. The thought never even crossed Robb's mind that others would have stopped the two on their way south. Now that it was brought up, it made sense how Sam and Jon made it this far. That's a bloody good point, Robb thought, looking at Sam with newfound respect. I must be sure to remember it for when I have to convince my mother not to kill them. Fair enough. He conceded. Go on. We stopped by Winterfell and saw Bran and Rickon. Both are doing well. Jon continued. When we crossed the Neck, we were visited by Lord Reed and brought to Greywater Watch. That's where things get odd. Odd? Robb asked curiously. Jon nodded seriously. Robb, what I have to say cannot leave this room. What I was told by Lord Reed could cause untold chaos and death to a lot of people. I need your promise that what is said here never leaves this room. Robb raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Sam, who looked just as serious. Surely Jon, it's not that, he began, but Jon cut him off. "Robb," Jon said sharply. "I need your word. Please." The heir to Winterfell nodded. "I promise on my honor that anything you say will never leave this room." Jon relaxed a little. "You remember Robert's rebellion? What father did after he relieved the Tyrell siege?" "I do," Robb answered. "He went to Dorne and came back with Aunt Lyanna's remains." Jon nodded. "Father fought 3 of the Mad King's Kingsguard at the Tower of Joy, where his sister had remained during the rebellion. After the fight, he found his sister clinging to life. In her final moments, Aunt Lyanna explained what had happened and made our father promise something. To protect her child." Robb's eyes shot open. "Child? We have a cousin." Jon grimaced slightly. "According to Lord Reed, who was the only surviving member of father's companions, Lyanna said that she went willingly with Rhaegar when he came looking for her. She wanted freedom from her betrothal to Robert Baratheon, and she thought she could get that from the Bard Prince. The two went into hiding in Dorne. When her brother and father were killed in King's Landing, Lyanna wanted to leave, but Rhaegar wouldn't allow her." Robb frowned. "Why? Why did he go after her in the first place? The man was married to Elia Martell. He had children." Sam nodded. "That's true, but Rhaegar needed something from your aunt," he said, taking up the story. "Lord Reed told us that in Rhaegar's later life, he became obsessed with an old prophecy, a song of ice and fire. He thought he had it figured out, and he needed your aunt to make it come true. Targaryen and Stark. Ice and fire. So he was mad just like his father." Robb surmised. Sam nodded slightly. "A different kind of madness," he corrected. "Rhaegar probably thought what he was doing was for the best, but that doesn't excuse his actions." "I don't know how anything could excuse what he did," Robb thought before replying. "You mean taking another man's betrothed?" Jon shook his head. "It gets worse. When Lyanna wanted to leave, Rhaegar didn't allow her. He had his Kingsguard hold her down while he got her with a child," he said grimly. "Arthur Dayne was the only one who was not involved in the crime, as he was away when it happened." Robb gripped the armrest. "He raped her," he hissed angrily. "With his Kingsguard. So much for being the most honorable knights in all the fucking realm." "They broke their knightly vow to uphold their Kingsguard oath," Sam said quietly. "They may have been honorable men, but after that day, they no longer were." "What happened to the child?" Robb asked, calming down slightly. Jon grew quiet, looking down at his hands. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Robb raised an eyebrow and looked towards Sam, who simply shook his head. "Jon needs to be the one to say this," he said simply. Robb nodded slowly and looked back at his brother, who had finally found the strength to go on. His face was pale and his hands were shaking slightly, but he had a resolute look in his eye. "On her deathbed, Lyanna asked our father to name the child. Give him an honorable name. Father chose Jon, after Jon Arryn. Robb frowned. "What are you saying?" he asked quietly, a sick feeling seeping into his gut. Jon looked his brother in the eye, his grey eyes meeting Robb's blue ones. "I am the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." Robb didn't know how to react. He wanted to shake his head and laugh, thinking this was all a big joke. On the other hand, he wanted to punch Jon in the face for making such a statement. "That can't be true," Robb said finally. "You're my brother. We grew up together." "We did," Jon agreed. "Robb, Rhaegar is not my father. He did not raise me. The children of Elia Martell are not my siblings. You are. You and Arya and Bran and Rickon and Sansa. You are my family." Robb nodded. "So why did father call you his bastard?" "Lord Reed said he did to protect both Jon and his sister," Sam explained. "Lord Stark was afraid King Robert would kill Jon for being the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. He tarnished his honor to save the reputation of his sister and to keep me safe," Jon added. "Certainly sounds like something father would do," Robb thought, feeling worn down after the story. It was a lot of information all at once. He had to rethink everything he knew about his family and its history. Robb sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Certainly is something father would do. So what does this mean for you?" he asked, looking at Jon. Jon shrugged. "I don't want the throne," he said firmly. I just want to be me. I want to be John. At least you haven't changed, John. Rob smiled slightly. That's a good idea, he said. Exactly the sort of thing I expected from you. Is that why you want to keep all this a secret? Because you don't want to be known as a Targaryen? John nodded slightly. That's part of it. If I come out as the last remaining son of Rhaegar Targaryen, who knows what might happen? Some lords might raise their banner in support of me, others might try and kill me for it. No, I don't want anyone else to die for me. Rob tapped the desk. Fair point, he said, glancing at the parcel in Sam's lap. Anything else I should know? Are you hiding a dragon somewhere? John smiled at the joke. He was glad to see that Rob had accepted the story so well. He was fearful that Rob might send him away, or even worse, kill him because of it, but Rob felt the same as John. They were brothers, and that would never change. I don't have a dragon, but I do have something else that's been lost for quite some time, he said, unsheathing his sword and placing it in front of Rob. Rob looked down at the blade and quickly looked back at his brother. Where the seven hells did you get Valyrian steel? The Maester at Castle Black gave it to me, John explained. At the time, I wasn't sure why. Lord Reed suspects that its dark sister, as the last person to wield it, was Bloodraven. He must have left it with the Maester, who's also a Targaryen, when he vanished north of the Wall. Sam and I agree. Does he know that you're secretly a Targaryen? Rob asked. The Maester, I mean. John shrugged. I'm not sure, but that's not all. Sam unwrapped the parcel in his lap, revealing what was underneath the packaging. It was an ornate bastard sword, with a ruby on the pommel and a gold steel crossguard. The sheath was red and black. Rob looked at both John and Sam before glancing at the metal. He quickly connected the dots. Blackfyr, he said, crossing his arms. John nodded. Lord Reed and Father found it when they found Lyanna. The only logical assumption is that Rhaegar found it and left it there for his heir to wield in case he fell in battle. But why didn't he wield it in battle? Rob asked. That very well could have saved him when he fought Robert Baratheon on the Trident. John shook his head. I'm not sure, he admitted, but Lord Reed kept it with him all this time. Father didn't want rumors spreading if he returned to Winterfell with a child and a Targaryen heirloom. Fair point, Rob grunted. I want you to wield one, John continued. Rob looked up quickly. But they're yours, he argued. John smiled slightly. Rob, I can't wield both at once, he joked. There's no reason for weapons such as these to go unused. Rob chuckled, picking up Dark Sister, getting a feel for the sword. Finally, he nodded. All right, I wield Dark Sister. I like the irony of you wielding Blackfyr. Both Sam and John laughed. John pulled the empty sheath from his belt and passed it to Rob before grabbing the larger blade. After sliding the sword into his weapons belt, he nodded to the sword Rob still had in his hand. I had Mikan change the crossguard and pommel. I didn't want anyone guessing the sword, he explained. He patted the large ruby pommel on his new sword. I'll have the same done to Blackfyr. Rob nodded. We probably shouldn't call them Blackfyr and Dark Sister either, he pointed out. John nodded. True. Blackfyr will be Frost. Rob raised an eyebrow. Frost was the name of the weapon Stark Kings wielded before they began using ice. This will be Claw, he said, coming up with the name on the spot. Rob had never got the chance to wield ice, so he had never gotten the chance to feel Valyrian steel in his hands. It's amazingly light, Rob thought, holding the weapon. After a moment, Rob sheathed the sword and leaned it against the desk. The trio sat in silence for a while, not sure what to say. The conversation about John's heritage and the swords was finished. Finally, Rob broke the quiet. Well, that was an interesting conversation, he joked, pouring himself some wine. Both John and Sam chuckled as well. I guess that's that, John said. Sam shifted in his seat. Rob, may I ask a favor? Rob nodded. If I can help, I will. I would like, well, I mean, Sam stuttered. Sam, what's wrong? He asked, looking at his friend. Sam had been quiet for a few days, and John was beginning to wonder if he was finally going to find out. I want to go to the Citadel, Sam said, turning to look back at John. I want to train as a Maester. You'll need an escort, Robb said. The mountain was rampaging through the lower riverlands. It would be unsafe for anyone to travel that way. Sam nodded. Yes. John shook his head. So you're just going to leave? Sam smiled sadly. John, you said it yourself. This is war, and it's not fit for someone like me. I like to learn, I like to read. This, he said, gesturing to the sword at John's side, isn't me. I'm no use to you here. John shook his head quickly. You can't leave, Sam. You could become a healer. I'm sure Robb can find you a place in the army. Robb, who had decided to stay out of the conversation between friends, simply nodded in response, but Sam shook his head. Would that be best for you, or for me? He asked bluntly, catching John by surprise. John, words cannot describe the friend you have been to me, and I will always think of us as the best of friends, but I need to do this for me. John looked at Robb, looking for an ally, but Robb was nodding in agreement with Tali. Robb respected Sam's desire to do something for himself. He understood the want to keep friends close, but he also knew that it was important for men to do what they think is best. It was obvious that Sam had his mind set on becoming a Maester and that it hurt him just as much as it did John to leave. You want to do this? John asked quietly. I want to make something of my life, Sam responded with a hint of steel in his voice. John nodded slowly. Then I will not stand in your way. Robb smiled. I can provide you an escort of 10 men to help you get to Old Town. He promised. I look forward to seeing what becomes of you, Samwell Tarly. Sam smiled back. My father tried to force me to become someone I wasn't. I now can choose my own path. Hopefully it's safer than the one Robb and I must now take, John said, looking at his brother. The Kingslayer said that there are other lions on the prowl. Let us see how they fare against a pack of wolves. Robb smiled fiercely. Direwolves. Chapter 13, Robb 6. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 6. Robb sat with his council, which now included additions such as his mother, Theon, and John. At the other end of the table, nearly shaking with nervousness, was a messenger from King's Landing. He wore red and gold clothing, with Joffrey's idiotic sigil of a prancing stag and lion facing each other on his tunic. In his hands, he fiddled with a scroll. The council had been a rushed affair. Robb had just a long and arduous conversation with his mother. Mother, Robb said quietly as his mother entered. After he had spoken with John and Sam, he had Sir Brynden help them get rooms and food before he sent a servant to fetch his mother. Robb. Catelyn said curiously, closing the door behind her. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her usually tight braid had become a little loose. She still held herself with the dignity of a noblewoman, but there were slight fraying at the seams. Is all well? Robb crossed his arms, leaning against the front of the desk. His face was like a slab of stone. Hard and unreadable. I just finished talking to John, Robb answered, glaring at his mother. Catelyn frowned. I had him. You had him thrown in the dungeons when he came looking for me. Robb barked, just barely holding his anger back. You had no right to do that. Robb's mother sighed. I was trying to. I know what you are trying to do, and I say again that you had no right to do that, Robb said, cutting off his mother again. Do not forget your place here, mother. I am in charge of this army, and when someone comes looking for me, they should see me. I will not have my mother cutting my legs out from under me. I was protecting you, Catelyn said angrily. That bastard could have been here to stick a knife in your back. Robb scoffed. Mother, you have spent close to 16 years around John. When have we ever been anything less than best friends and brothers? I will tell you, never. Robb, Catelyn said, we don't know if he's a deserter or not. Robb shook his head, picking up a Raven message from off the desk and waving it in front of his mother. You're wrong, Robb said, hating the words as they came out of his mouth. I received this message from John when we were still on the wrong side of the twins. He sent it from the last hearth. John also stopped at Winterfell and Moat Cailin on his way here. If he was not imprisoned then, he had no right to be imprisoned here. Catelyn was shocked. You never told me you received a message. Would your reaction be any different? Robb asked sadly. You would have told me that same thing you're telling me now. Jon is dangerous, do not trust him. I know you, mother, and I know your irrational fear of my brother. Catelyn opened her mouth to answer, but Robb stopped her. The young lordling had played out this interaction in his head while he had waited for his mother to arrive. He knew what he needed to say to his mother, and although he didn't want to say it, he knew she needed to know. I will not tell you this again, so listen carefully. Robb started, his voice like iron. Jon is here to stay. You will not send him away, belittle him, or refer to him as a bastard. Is that understood? Catelyn seethed. I'm still not sure we can trust that, him. How do you know that he's not a deserter? Because the same man that raised me raised him, Robb growled. Before Robb's mother could respond, there was a knock at the door. My lord, there is a messenger from King's Landing. Theon's voice came through the door. The War Council has assembled. We'll be right there, Robb called back, pushing himself off of the desk and striding out of the room. He stopped right before going past his mother. I love you, but this is not the time nor place for your emotions to rule your decisions. With that, Robb left. What does Joffrey want? Robb asked gruffly, glaring at the man. The man gulped nervously, glancing around the table before opening his scroll and clearing his throat. The man knew that he was in the proverbial lion's den. Or wolf den in his case. By order of his grace, King Joffrey Baratheon, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, Lord of the, he started before the great Jon interrupted him. Get on with it, man. We don't give two shits about the boys' titles, the large lord growled. The man nodded quickly, his eyes glancing fearfully at the giant man before looking back at his scroll. King Joffrey has sent me to inform Robb Stark that his father, Eddard Stark, has been beheaded for treason against his lawful king. Furthermore, House Stark is no longer recognized as Lord Paramounts or Wardens of the North, and are hereby stripped of Winterfell and their lordly status. The man said, working hard to keep his voice from quivering. For his entire life, the messenger had been told that Northmen were savages, and he was fearing that the news of Eddard Stark's death might send them into a frenzy. The news hit the group like an avalanche. Lady Stark choked back a sob as she leaned on her uncle, who wrapped an arm around his niece, consoling her. The other lords were in various states of grief. The Northmen barely held their anger in check, their sadness turning to fury, while all the lords of the Riverlands shared the same mask of sadness and grief. Even Jon and Theon, who had never gotten along, shared a pale, mournful look. Eddard Stark had treated them both like sons, and they felt the loss just as deeply as Robb did. Robb's glare broke as the news washed over him, and he struggled to keep his composure. He stood slowly, slamming his fist on the table. Get the hell out of here, he growled. Tell Joffrey that if he wants to take my home, then he can pick up a sword and face me on the battlefield. The messenger bowed slightly and practically ran from the room, eager to be away from the young wolf and his men. When he was gone, Robb sunk back into his chair, still struggling to keep tears back. For a moment, no one spoke, all thinking deeply about the news that had just been given. Robb's father had been a man unlike any other. A beloved man by both the commoners and nobles, a respected warrior, and a man who was renowned for his honor and honesty. It took a great man to be loved like Eddard Stark was in the north, but to be equally loved in both the Riverlands and the Vale was unheard of outside of men who wore crowns. What do we do now? Sir Mark Piper asked quietly to no one in particular. We should declare for a king, Lord Bracken offered sadly. Renly is the best option. He has the support of the Reach and the Stormlands. Don't be daft. Lord Blackwood snapped, his sadness turning to ire. Stannis is the only lawful claimant to the throne. The younger brother cannot inherit the throne before the oldest. Slowly, the Riverlords became embroiled in a debate about which king to support. Renly or Stannis. Renly was backed by two kingdoms, the Stormlands and the Reach, which made him a very powerful player on the field. Stannis, as Lord Blackwood had mentioned, had the rightful claim as he was Robert's true heir now that Joffrey's true parentage had been revealed. Finally, a roar brought the argument to a halt as the great Jon erupted from his seat, slamming his fists on the table. Who gives a fuck about some southern king? He challenged. What do they know of me and my kin? Of the harsh winter that my people suffer through while they sit on some pointy throne under the sun? What do they know of the wolfwood or the wall? Even their gods are wrong. He bellowed, getting a few gruff laughs from the likes of Mage Mormont and Ricard Carstock. The large lord drew his sword and pointed it at Robb. There sits the only man I'm willing to bend my knee to. Robb Stark. The king in the north. He declared, kneeling before the young wolf. Lord Ricard stood next. The great Jon has the right of it. Why take another king when we can have one of our own? He said, drawing his sword and kneeling. The king in the north. Theo stood as well. Am I your brother? Now and forever. Now and forever, Robb answered firmly. Theon drew his sword and knelt next to the great Jon and Karstark. My sword is yours, in victory and defeat. One by one, the other lords knelt before Robb, swearing their loyalty to him as the king in the north. Robb watched them all with a steady gaze, not sure how to react to their declarations. Finally, Jon was the only one still sitting. He stood up slowly, looking at his brother. I traveled across the north to be by your side. There is no man in all of Westeros more deserving of the crown, he said, drawing his sword. You have my sword, my life, and my undying loyalty, he declared before he too took a knee. The great Jon took up the call once more. The king in the north. 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 It had been a few days since Robb had been declared king, and in that time, a few changes had happened. A crown had been crafted by the blacksmith at Riverrun based on a description found in the castle's library. A circlet of bronze engraved with runes of the first men. 9 black iron spikes in the shape of long swords were surmounted on the bronze. It was beautifully crafted and the perfect crown for the king of the hardy and fierce Northmen. Another thing that has changed was how people address Robb. Instead of my lord or Lord Stark, more people had begun to refer to Robb as your grace or sire. It was a weird change that the young man was still getting used to. The only people who didn't refer to Robb by his titles were Jon, Theon, and his mother, but they only referred to Robb by name whenever they were in private. Robb was slightly overwhelmed by it all, but he was quickly adjusting to the change. Thankfully, Theon and Jon still jested with him, just as they did when they were all still boys in Winterfell. Now, Robb and his council were trying to decide what to do now that Lord Stark was dead. He had been the focal point of their war, and with him gone, they couldn't just sit at Riverrun with 37,000 men. Soon, food would run out, the men would begin to squabble amongst each other. An army had to be kept busy. It had to have a purpose. The Lannisters think that they are untouchable, Ed Muir said, addressing the group. I say we give them the same treatment they've given our people. Once again, the fiery heir to Riverrun was pushing for Robb to invade the Westerlands in retaliation for what the Mountain and his raiders had done to the southern Riverlands. This time, however, he had more support. Sir Mark and Lord Vance still backed Ed Muir, but now Lords Bracken and Blackwood were too. Robb looked at the Blackfish, who was watching his nephew with an exasperated look. The young king leaned over to the old knight while Ed Muir continued to press his case to the council. Any reports from the Westerlands? He asked. Brynden nodded grimly. A host is assembling behind the Golden Tooth. That's all my men could find out, he said. They must have stripped garrisons to the bone to make any sort of real army. Robb frowned but nodded. He stood up, quickly taking the attention off Ed Muir and onto himself. You make a good point, Uncle Robb said easily. The Mountain's actions will not go unpunished. But, I fear we cannot win this war ourselves. A roar of disapproval rose from the side of the table where the Northern Lords sat, but Robb raised his hand to calm them. Your Grace, we have the advantage of numbers against the Lannisters. Lord Glover pointed out. Robb nodded at him. We do, but what about Stannis? What about Renly? We have no reason to go to war with them, and I have no wish to sit my ass on the Iron Throne. He explained. We can hasten this war if we choose one of them to ally with. A southern king who will accept our independence. Your Grace, Renly is the man you want. Lord Mallister said. I've spoken with him many times. Stannis's will is like iron and he will not allow 2 kingdoms to succeed from Westeros. Renly is more likely to do so. Robb looked around at his council. Any argument against Lord Mallister's statement? The man's a pillow biter. Lord Bracken grumbled. Rob shook his head. I don't care about the man's sexual preferences, my lord. I care if he'll acknowledge our independence. No one spoke up for Stannis or against Renly. Then it's settled, Rob said. We'll treat with Renly and come to terms. He can keep the Vale, the Reach, the Stormlands, Dorne, and the Iron Islands. The North and Riverlands are under my control. What of the Westerlands? Lord Bolton asked. Rob shook his head. I haven't decided. For now, any land we conquer, we keep. A low cry of approval erupted from the table of lords. The Westerlands were known for its mines rich with silver and gold that could make any man very wealthy. One of the best mines was beneath Casterly Rock, and while that may be too far out of Rob's grasp, there were still others that were less defended and much closer. Who will treat with Renly? Jon asked. Days ago, I would have considered my mother, but her emotions rule her actions, Rob thought. No, I must know what man I mean to ally with. Besides, she has lost her husband and her father is on his deathbed. I cannot ask her to leave. Rob looked at the Blackfish. Uncle, I am leaving you in charge of the men, he said. Deal with the Lannister host and take the Golden Tooth. Anything after that, I leave to your judgment. The Blackfish nodded. It will be done. He promised. What will you be doing, your grace? Lord Vance asked curiously. I will meet with Renly Baratheon and make sure we get our independence, Rob answered. What about Tywin? Jon asked. Rob shook his head. He can't move. Not with both Stannis and Renly poised to strike at his daughter and grandchildren. For a moment, Rob glanced to his right towards his mother, then he realized she wasn't there. Since the news of his father's death, she had become reclusive, only appearing to have meals with Rob and his commanders. Every other moment she spent in her room, the September, or with her father. She had also taken to wearing black every day, mourning the loss of her husband. Rob had tried to console her, but his attempts had been unsuccessful. When do you leave? Lord Hawker asked. Tomorrow, Rob answered. The sooner I can meet with Renly, the better. Your Grace, Theon said, speaking up. If I may, give me leave to go speak with my father. He has the greatest fleet in Westeros. We can crush the Westerlands between us. Many on the council shifted in their seats, sending dark looks at the young Ironborn, but Theon ignored them all and kept his eyes locked on Rob. It is a tempting offer, Rob mused. 2 forces would tear the land in two, and I doubt a Sauer Balon Greyjoy could resist the ripe and rich Westerlands. Give your father an offer. If he rejects it, return to me. Do not waste your time or breath. Rob said. Theon grinned, nodding happily. Thank you, sire. Rob smiled slightly and looked back at his council. I'll take 3 guards with me. Smalljon, Daisy, and Darin. That'll be more than enough. Jon looked up when he realized that Rob didn't say his name, but he didn't say anything. That will be all for today, my lords, Rob said. If all goes well in the Reach, then this war will be over by the end of the year, and we will have avenged my father's wrongful death. Chapter 14, Jon 6. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon 6. Jon found Rob in the courtyard talking to Theon. The two were joking as Rob's guard mounted up and prepared for the journey. From what merchants were saying, the youngest Baratheon brother was marching very slowly towards King's Landing and was currently camped out at the grassy vale. Rob's council had been surprised with how slowly the younger Baratheon was moving. With 100,000 men under his banner, he could end the war within moments, but he was taking his time, camping for almost a week, if not more, before moving on. It was very perplexing and aggravating to Rob and his commanders who were actively bringing the fight to the enemy. Theon, on the other hand, was heading northwest towards Seaguard, where he would take a ship to Pike to treat with his father. Jon had heard a lot of grumbling from the likes of Lord Hawker and Lord Mallister about the fact that Theon was being sent home. They didn't trust the Greyjoy, and for good reason. Both families had dealt with Ironborn raids for generations. There were centuries of bad blood built up in all parties. But, Rob had held firm in his decision. John had spoken to him privately about the matter, and his brother's reply had been in typical Robb Stark fashion. Theon grew up with us in Winterfell. He felt our father's death just as keenly as we did. Do not worry, John. He will not let us down. John, still a newcomer to Robb's council, had let the discussion end after that, not feeling that it was his place to try and counsel Robb on the matter. If his brother felt like Theon could be trusted, then that was enough for John. John, Robb called, beckoning him over. I trust Eddard has spoken to you. John nodded. With Robb heading south, he had placed Eddard Karstark in control of the battle group in his absence. At Robb's request, the Karstark boy approached John and asked him to fight with the others during battle, which John immediately accepted. What he wanted now more than anything was to prove himself to the others. He had a chance to rise about his bastard name, and he was going to throw himself into it with everything he had. No matter what it meant. He spoke to me, John answered. Are you prepared to meet with Renly? Robb nodded. As well as I can be. Lords Bracken and Mallister have advised me on what Renly might say. Do you think he'll agree? John asked. He'd be foolish not to, Theon answered arrogantly. We're winning the war. Robb shook his head. We've won 2 battles, my friend. There is still a long way to go. John crossed his arms. We should have a plan if Renly decides not to recognize Robb's claim. Robb patted John on the arm. Agreed, but I won't think about that till I hear it come from Renly's mouth. John turned to Theon, sticking his hand out. Good luck, he said respectfully. Hopefully talks with your father go well. Theon looked surprised by John's gesture. The two hadn't always gotten along when they grew up together in Winterfell. John resented Theon for getting Robb in trouble and his general arrogant attitude, and Theon felt like he was above John's bastard status. The only thing they shared was their close relationship with Robb. He was the glue that kept the group together. But after John's time at the Wall, he realized that Theon wasn't too bad of a person. He was cocky, but he had always treated Robb and the other Stark siblings like his own. Theon clasped arms with John. Thank you, he replied. I wish you good fortune in the battles to come. Robb grinned. It only took me leaving and half of the realm to be at war for the two of you to finally make peace with each other. He joked. Robb embraced John, slapping him on the back before similarly embracing Theon. When he stepped back, he held them both at arm's length. If we can make allies with Renly and the Iron Islands, then we will bring the Lannisters to their knees. After the war, I promise you that I will find positions for both of you in my court. Theon grinned. Somewhere in the south, where the whores aren't frozen, would be nice. He joked. John smiled as well. We won't let you down, Robb. Robb nodded. I know, he said, patting the two on their shoulders once more before mounting up. At his signal, his small group of warriors fell in behind him as they rode out of Riverrun, heading south. Theon nodded to John, mounting up as well. He was being escorted by a small group of Mallister soldiers who would make sure he got a ship to Pike before returning to their lord here at Riverrun. Don't take all the gold, Snow. Make sure to leave some for the Ironborn, he said. John grinned. There's plenty to go around. Just try not to sink. Theon laughed and clapped his spurs into his horse, riding out the same way Robb did, leaving John alone in the courtyard. John, Sir Brynden said, walking up behind the young warrior. John had just finished lunch and was walking to the square to spar. He hadn't had much time on the journey south to practice, and Sam certainly couldn't help him. Thinking of Sam, John had been sad to see him go. The large boy had left the morning the messenger from King's Landing had arrived, escorted by 10 Stark bannermen garbed in leather armor, steel helms, and dark cloaks. When Sam had walked out of the keep, he seemed to have a spring in his step. He still looked a little nervous, but it was an exciting sort of nervousness. He was ready, if a little scared, to start a new phase of his life. One that he had control over. Their goodbye had been awkward, as neither were able to fully articulate their sadness about the other leaving. After the promise of writing letters and potentially seeing each other again, Sam struggled into the saddle and began his journey surrounded by his protectors. As soon as they were out of the gate, John raced up to the battlements and stood there until the group was out of sight completely. It was tough for John to see Sam go. They had forged a bond during their time riding through the north during the many nights and days they spent together. They had shared their pasts and a few of their secrets. Jon had tried to teach Sam how to fight, and in turn, Sam had taught Jon a few things too, though it was mostly history. Jon and Robb were brothers, but he had formed a similar bond with Sam. One that he would cherish and hold on to until the day came that they met again. Jon turned, slightly bowing to the knight. "Sir Brynden," he greeted cautiously. Jon had made sure to keep a wide berth of the Tullys. Hoster Tully had at first been angry that Jon had been allowed into his castle, a walking symbol of shame for his favorite daughter, but both Robb and Brynden had talked down the ailing lord, telling him that Jon had arrived to serve Robb. Besides Jon's initial encounter with Lady Stark when he first arrived at the castle, the two hadn't been close enough to make contact with one another. Jon had taken his meals at the far ends of the tables, surrounded by squires and hedge knights, while Robb and his mother had eaten with the other lords and ladies at the high table. It was probably best that Jon kept his distance from the Lady of Winterfell. With Robb leaving and the death of Lord Stark, the last thing Jon wanted was to anger Lady Stark in any way. The poor woman had dealt with enough emotion for the last few days. The knight nodded to Jon. "Where are you off to?" "The practice yard," he answered respectfully. "Want to make sure my sword arm hasn't gotten rusty." Sir Brynden nodded. "I'll accompany you. I am curious to see your skill." Jon nodded and the two walked out into the yard, where the remaining members of Robb's battle guard were practicing with some younger nobles. When Jon and Sir Brynden exited the keep, a few looked up and nodded to the duo. "Uncle, come to spar?" Edmure Tully asked, his chest heaving as he halted his fight with Patrek Mallister. Sir Brynden shook his head. "I've come to see how the boy fights," he said, jerking a thumb towards Jon. Edmure laughed, gesturing across from him. "Come on then, lad. Let's see what you got." Jon glanced at the others, who were watching him with varying degrees of curiosity. They all knew Robb was a good warrior, above average to be sure. They were all curious to see if Jon was as well. Jon pulled his sword from his belt and leaned it against the wall before grabbing a blunt practice blade from the rack. He stepped into the square, swinging the sword to get a feel for the weight. After wearing Valyrian steel, he needed to readjust himself to heavier steel. When Jon had a feel for his weapon, he dropped into his stance, holding his sword in front of him with both hands. Edmure simply smirked and got into his stance, holding up his shield and laying the flat of his blade on the top edge. "No shield, Snow." "Don't use one," Jon replied, keeping his eyes locked in on Edmure's. One of the first rules Sir Rodrik had taught him was to watch his opponent's eyes. They would give the first indication of an attack. With a grunt, Edmure leaped forward, thrusting at Jon, who reacted on instinct. He parried the blade and stepped to his left, finding himself behind Edmure. He lashed out at the exposed back, but Tully swiftly turned and brought his shield up, stopping the attack. He was no longer smirking and had a look of fierce determination on his face, probably mirroring Jon's own. He charged forward again, keeping Jon in front of him as he pushed the bastard back. Jon parried all of Edmure's strikes, stepping back and out of the way whenever his opponent tried to shield charge him again. The two went around and around the yard, Edmure following Jon like a bull after a red flag. Jon continued to bide his time. Edmure was a good swordsman and had been trained well, but Jon realized pretty soon into the fight that he was better. Now, he was just allowing his opponent to tire himself before Jon took over. After a few minutes of Edmure's all-out attack, weariness had taken hold of the auburn-haired man, slowing his attacks and taking the power out of them. Edmure realized this too late and tried to disengage, taking a few steps back, but Jon was on him in an instant. The bastard of Winterfell stepped forward, his sword coming down at his opponent's head. Edmure brought his shield up to block the attack and cursed quietly as he felt the power of the strike. Jon was not as tired as Edmure, and he showed it now. Jon's sword came alive in his hands as he drove Edmure back in a flurry of attacks, his sword a spinning wheel of light. The heir to Riverrun did all he could to defend, but he was just barely getting his sword or shield in place to intercept the strikes. Finally, Jon landed a blow that would have been mortal in a fight. Edmure had been too slow in bringing his sword up and Jon's swing landed on his padded side and would have bit deep into his ribs if it had been a real fight. Both fighters were breathing heavily, but it was easy to tell that Edmure was breathing more heavily. After a moment, the two men nodded and John dropped his sword back down to his side, leaning on it. Edmure shook his head tiredly. Not bad, he admitted, holding out a hand. You fight well, Lord Edmure, John said, grasping arms with the man before they walked towards the others. Edmure chuckled. Not as well as you. I should have known that you were waiting for me to tire myself out. John shrugged. Just timing, he said awkwardly. Edmure patted John on the back. Perhaps, he said, walking off to get some water. John turned back to find the other members of the battle guard looking at him. They all had wide grins on their faces. Eddard Karstark stood up, his practice sword in his hand. He smiled fiercely. Up for another bout. That night, John sat with the battle guard, joking and talking like they had known each other for years. John had sparred with nearly every member of the group, and while he did not win every fight, John's skill with a blade and humility after winning had won over the group of nobles. Even Sir Brynden, who had strangely stayed to watch all of John's bouts after he defeated Edmure, looked at him with a small amount of approval and respect. Something that spoke volumes to John. John, do you think King Robb will come to an agreement with Renly? Owen Norrie asked as he tore into half a chicken. John shrugged. I'm not sure. I hope they can. If Lord Bracken is right, then we know what we get with Renly. Stannis and his foreign god worry me. Why should we care about the bugger? Brandon Hawker asked gruffly, his platter filled high with meat and bread. On either side of the second son were his brothers, Jon and Eric. The three Hawker brothers were all different and unique. Eric Hawker was tall and muscular and shared his father's ability to command. Jon Hawker was shorter than both his brothers, with iron-like muscles in his arms and back, built up after years of using a longbow. The third son of Roland Hawker used a Blackwood longbow with a massive draw weight that many men struggled with, but not Jon. John had seen him use the bow when the Hawkers had visited Winterfell for feasts in the past. The lad had calmly hit the bullseye after bullseye from distances that staggered John. The second son of the War Eagle was a mountain of a man, bigger and taller than his father and brothers. Well over 2 meters tall, full from foot to head with muscle and brawn, he was the very image of what a northerner was to most of Westeros. In training, he wielded a massive, double-bladed battle axe with frightening ease. John doubted that he could hold the axe for a few minutes, and the man seemed to never tire with it in his hands. John would count himself lucky to have any by his side in a fight. Because a young Stannis Baratheon held out against impossible odds when under siege by the Reach during Robert's Rebellion. He also defeated the Ironborn on the waves off Fair Isle during the Greyjoy Rebellion. Not an easy task, I tell you, Sir Brynden said, walking up to the group. He is a very dangerous man, and if he's become a fanatic to some red god, then we best keep our eye on him. Sir Brynden, what do we owe the pleasure? Lucas Blackwood asked curiously. I need John for a moment, the Blackfish said, gesturing for John to follow him. John raised an eyebrow but got out of his seat to follow the older knight. Sir Brynden led John out of the hall and through the castle before arriving at Lord Hoster's Solar. Sir Brynden unlocked the door and pushed it open. In, he said. When John walked in, Sir Brynden closed the door behind him and stood in front of it. John turned to look at him, feeling uneasy with the knight's manner. Have I done something? John asked. Sir Brynden shook his head. You're a curious person, John, he said, walking over to a small table where a pitcher of wine and 2 cups were sitting. He poured himself a cup and glanced at John. Wine. John shook his head. No, I'm all right. Sir Brynden shrugged. Fine, he grunted, taking a deep drink. Do you know why I asked you here? John shook his head. I don't. I was intrigued to see you fight. Sir Brynden explained. When Edmure challenged you, I was curious to see how you would react. When I saw you fight, I was mildly impressed. John shifted slightly. Thank you, he said awkwardly. Sir Brynden scoffed. You did well in the yard, lad, but have you ever been in a real battle? With the prospect of death all around you? He shook his head. Survive that first, then we'll see. John was now truly confused. Forgive me, Sir Brynden, but what did you want to talk to me about? Sir Brynden frowned, taking another drink of wine. Ned Stark is the most honorable man I've ever met, he said. When he married Cat, the thought never crossed my mind that he would have a bastard. With his older brother Brandon, there was a chance that it could happen, but Ned never was the type. Yet, here you are. John sighed. Another person who would blame him for a birth he had no control over. Sir Bryndon, he began, but the Blackfish cut him off. Save your breath, lad, he said. I have no problem with your birth. I've been a soldier for more years than you've been alive. I've seen men hundreds of miles from their homes and families give in to the temptation of a night with a stranger. Someone to take their mind off death and chaos. I've seen men in your position, bastards, who have risen above their name to make something of themselves. I know Cat resents you and has told me as such, but you've proven to be a humble, respectful young man who is quite skillful. John reddened slightly. Thank you, Sir Bryndon. Sir Bryndon nodded slowly. After I saw you beat Ed Muir, I thought you got lucky, but the more I observed, the more I noticed that it was more than luck. Rob is a very good fighter, just as Ned was. Not a natural, but certainly well enough to hold his own against any man. You, on the other hand, don't have natural talent either, but the way you swing your sword, the way you move, the way you read your opponent, reminds me of a man I knew a long time ago. He died 20 years ago. He can't know, John thought as he struggled to not show his panic. Who? John asked carefully. Sir Arthur Dane. Sir Bryndon grunted. The man was an artist with the blade. Fast, powerful, and agile. He was the Mad King's most dangerous Kingsguard, with the possible exception of Sir Barristan. I then remembered a rumor going around at the tourney of Harrenhal, a potential courtship between a shy northerner and a fiery lady-in-waiting. He doesn't know, John thought as relief flooded over him. He's wrong, thank the gods. Nevertheless, John faked surprise, keeping up the ruse. Sir Bryndon, what are you trying to say? It never made sense to me that Ned would sully his marriage to Cat with a bastard. That is, unless he had the child before his marriage, Sir Bryndon explained. The Danes have always been good swordsmen. It makes sense that the son of Ashur Dane and Ned Stark is the same. John opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He looked down at his boots, trying to think of something to say, but Sir Bryndon beat him to it. You don't have to say anything, lad, he grunted. I've always wondered why Ned did what he did. After seeing you fight, it all makes sense. John nodded slowly. I understand, he said quietly. Sir Bryndon, I would ask that you don't tell anyone this. Sir Bryndon nodded. It's your story. Yours alone to tell. I wanted to let you know that I know. John nodded. Thank you, Sir Bryndon. I appreciate that. Sir Bryndon drained the last of his wine, walking out of the room. Best get a good night's sleep. We ride tomorrow morning towards the Golden Tooth. We have work to do. Chapter 15, Tyrion I. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Tyrion I. I want him dead. A hysterical voice cried as Tyrion waddled into the small council chambers, his hired bodyguard Bronn at his back. Inside, his nephew Joffrey was pacing and ranting. The other members of the council sat in silence around the table while the boy's mother tried to calm the boy king down. It seems Joffrey is still as charming as ever, Tyrion thought immediately. Joffrey hadn't changed much since Tyrion last saw him at Winterfell, except for the damn crown on his head. He was still tall for his age, with curly blonde hair and reasonably handsome features. He was dressed in red leather, his personal banner of a prancing stag and roaring lion stitched out with gold thread on his right breast. He wore a half-cloak of black and gold hanging off one shoulder to pay homage to his father's family. His crown was a slim gold circlet encrusted with sapphires. Tyrion never cared for his sister's eldest. He was cruel and stupid, with a quick and abrupt temper that caused him to do quite a few things that Tyrion found, to be frank, sadistic. For instance, Tyrion once had a conversation with Robert Baratheon during the feast of some tournament, and as always, the Fat King was complaining about his family, one of 3 topics he always talked about. The other 2 were war stories and the loss of Lyanna Stark. The drunk king had told Tyrion about a time when Joffrey had cut open his brother Tommen's pregnant cat to see the unborn kittens inside. The boy hadn't even been 10 name days. It was that story that always made Tyrion wary of his nephew. He did not fear him. Tyrion knew that Joffrey was craven at heart, But Joffrey was now king and there was no telling what the boy might do with the power he wielded, especially since his mother seemed to have little to no control over her son. "Peace, my dear. Robb Stark will be dealt with," Cersei promised. "Oh, my dear sister, I truly hope so," Tyrion chuckled internally. "If he continues to show that he can match father on the field, the Baratheon brothers will be very tempted to make friends with the Stark boy." Even after birthing 3 kids, Cersei Lannister was still a strikingly beautiful woman. With golden hair, sparkling emerald eyes, fair skin, and a slender, graceful figure, there was a reason she was known as the most beautiful woman in all of Westeros. Most, upon catching sight of the woman, would agree with the sentiment, but Tyrion had the unfortunate honor of knowing the woman. She was spiteful and arrogant and had more pride than her late husband had bastards. Her only redeeming quality that Tyrion was willing to admit was that she loved her children more than anything else in the world. "Quite right," Tyrion said, walking over to his sister, who looked both surprised and angry to see him. "Uncle," Joffrey said, obviously surprised to see him. "What the blazes are you doing here?" Tyrion ignored his nephew, planted a kiss on Cersei's cheek, pulled out a chair for himself, and jumped up onto the seat. When he was seated, he pulled out a scroll from his belt and tossed it towards Cersei before pouring himself some wine. Cersei broke the wax seal and quickly read the message, her eyes narrowing before she looked at Tyrion. "You lie," she growled. Tyrion shook his head. "Father cannot leave the field, not while the Stark boy is still in the Riverlands. He's proven surprisingly dangerous for his young age. Grandfather should fight him and be done with it." Joffrey spat in annoyance. "He's supposed to be the greatest commander in Westeros." "He is," Cersei said, defending her father. Tyrion nodded. "Do not forget, nephew, there are still your uncles who we must deal with. One with 100,000 men." "You still never said why you are here," Lord Tyrion Grand Maester Pycelle sputtered. "Ah, father's puppet speaks." Tyrion looked at the old man, giving him a forced smile. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that his father had Pycelle in his pocket. He's been there since before Robert's rebellion. Anything that happened that could potentially harm the Lannister cause in King's Landing was told to Tyrion's father by the old man. "With my father currently indisposed, I am here to take his place as Hand to the King," Tyrion said casually, taking a drink of wine. The small council was the group of individuals who advised the king, led by either the king or their hand. Unfortunately, the war had taken a toll on the already small group of people. Renly Baratheon and Stannis were gone, leaving the positions of Master of Laws and Master of Ships vacant. There was one other position that was vacant that Tyrion noticed instantly. "Where is Sir Barristan?" he asked, looking at his nephew. Joffrey scowled. "I sent him away." Tyrion raised an eyebrow, glancing at his sister, who looked too nonchalant. If this was one of her plots, which it probably was, it was a truly stupid one. He turned his attention back to his nephew. "Please tell me he's away on some sort of mission." Joffrey looked at him like he was stupid. "I dismissed him from my Kingsguard. He let my father die. He's too old to guard anyone. Uncle Jaime is now my Lord Commander. Gods help me, I will need much more wine to deal with this," Tyrion thought. "These fools are determined to sink the bloody ship we're on and somehow believe they are actually making it float. You do realize that the man is the most respected and famous knight in all of Westeros?" Tyrion gritted out. "Not to mention he's one of the most dangerous fighters alive. What if he decides to serve one of your uncles? Thousands will flock to their banner." Joffrey waved aside his uncle's words. "The old man's probably dead by now," he argued. "Killed by some bandits. And what of your new Lord Commander? Do you know where he is?" "Oh right. He's in the dungeons of Riverrun." Tyrion scolded before taking a breath and calming down. "What else should I know? It seems Robb Stark has placed a crown on his head as well." The Master of Spies, Varys, simpered quietly. "He has been named king in the north, supported by the lords of the north and the Riverlands." Varys was an interesting person and one that was truly dangerous. He was a plump, bald eunuch from Essos who had started as the Mad King's spymaster. Always adorned in silks smelling of lavender and rose water, the fools of the court didn't always take the man known as the Spider seriously. But Tyrion was no fool. He was potentially the deadliest man in all of Westeros. Traitors, Cersei growled. Tyrion turned on her, raising an eyebrow. He wouldn't have put a crown on his head if his father was still alive. He pointed out, shooting a dark look at Joffrey as well. Regardless, father will deal with him in due time. Renly and Stannis are our bigger problems. What have we done to prepare the city for an attack? We have been saving food, Pycelle mumbled. For the citizens? Tyrion asked, surprised that such an order had been given. Has Cersei done something remotely sensible? For the nobles. The ones who need it. Cersei answered. The peasants will have to survive on their own. Tyrion sighed, again shaking his head. Much more wine was needed. What about defenses? What of the gold cloaks? Do we have enough men to fend off an attack? The valiant City Watch is currently keeping order in the city. The Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, answered easily. The Queen Regent's order to preserve food for those in the Red Keep has not been popular. So I've seen, Tyrion muttered, remembering the destroyed shops he had noticed on his way to the keep. People were desperate and hungry. It was a small wonder that the Red Keep hadn't been stormed and sacked for food already. The fools are determined to incite a riot, aren't they? Tyrion thought darkly, wondering briefly if he should hire another hired sword or two. If you have anything in mind, Lord Tyrion, please share, Varys said gently, leaning back in his chair, hiding his hands inside his wide sleeves. Tyrion thought for a moment. Whatever Crownlander lords are still loyal to us, have them assemble their men and march to Duskendale. We cannot afford to bring them into the city, but they will be close enough to help should we need it. Who will lead them? Pycelle asked. Now that is a good question, Tyrion thought. The lords of the Crownlands are unexceptional. Lord Renfred Riker, Tyrion answered. The Lord of Duskendale was a decent warrior and man, loyal to the crown and bluntly honest. Tyrion had seen him participate in a few tournaments at the capital. He had represented himself well. Should they not go and join father in the Riverlands? Cersei asked stupidly. Tyrion shook his head. That'll leave the city defenseless, and without the city, Joffrey can no longer be king. That is something we are trying to avoid, he explained, speaking to his sister as one spoke to a child. Now, what else? We are 6 million in debt, Baelish said, a slight smirk on his face. Tyrion was close to clawing out his eyes. Who are we indebted to? The Master of Coin didn't even have to glance at his books. Oh, the Tyrells, the Faith, and a few others. Our largest debts belong to House Lannister and the Iron Bank. Tyrion tapped his glass thoughtfully. Well, I have an idea. Fantastic, my lord. What might it be? Baelish asked with mock amazement. Tyrion gave the man an annoyed look. We will double the wages of our city watch, he said, and encourage them to visit the brothels. We don't have the money, Pycelle began to say, but Tyrion didn't let him finish. If Baelish can find the money to let the late King Robert host his many tournaments, he can find the money to give our valiant city defenders better pay, Tyrion said, gazing at Baelish. Or can you no longer do magic, Lord Baelish? The well-groomed Valyman gave Tyrion a reassuring smile that the small man didn't buy for a second. I do believe I can find the money, my lord, never worry, he promised. Might I say, it's a wonderful idea to encourage them to find some, relief. I'm so happy you think so, Tyrion said. Because the taxes of each and every brothel in the city will go up by, let's say, 75%. Baelish barely kept up his mask, his only giveaway being a small twitch in the corner of his eye. Next to him, Varys was watching the conversation with an amused smile, leaning back in his chair and resting his arms on his rotund stomach. For what purpose, my lord? Baelish finally forced out, his mask still in place. Well, if we drive more people to go to the brothels, we can then take that money and give it back to the Iron Bank, Tyrion explained. Of course, unless you don't want to help bring down our debt. I would hate for a fourth member of this council to be gone. Baelish bowed slightly. I will see it done, my lord. I have to remember to check his books, Tyrion made a mental note. He's the largest snake in this bloody city and I must find a way to blunt his fangs before he sinks them into my fucking heel. At this point, Joffrey had lost interest in the discussion now that he wasn't the center of attention. He leaned against the chair in front of him, examining his immaculate fingernails for dirt. "Joffrey, how about you go practice with your crossbow?" Cersei suggested before turning to the other council members. "That will be all for today, my lords." Joffrey looked confused but shrugged, striding out of the room, Sir Meryn Trant instantly flanking him. The others began to leave as well, filing out of the room till only Tyrion and Cersei were left. Baelish was one of the last to leave, giving Tyrion a small, amused glance as he walked out. When they were alone, Cersei rounded on her brother, her eyes full of hate. "I don't know how you managed to convince father." "If I could convince father of anything, I would be Lord of Casterly Rock already," Tyrion interrupted with mock boldness, taking a drink of wine. "I'm here to make sure you and your son don't burn down the city while father makes sure those who want to see the boy's head on a spike don't get the chance." Cersei continued to glare at Tyrion. "Joffrey is king. Joffrey is king." Tyrion agreed before changing the subject. "Now, if you would be so kind, what happened with Ned Stark?" Cersei shifted uneasily. "He was spouting nonsense." "Lies," she said, not meeting Tyrion's gaze. "He had to be killed." "Won the steps of the September." Tyrion snapped. "We have enemies lining up to take your son's head. Why must you make more? Why is it so hard for this bloody woman to make friends and allies?" Tyrion thought before he reminded himself who he was speaking to. His sister had a heart colder than the wall. "I tried to change his mind." Cersei snarled, defending herself. He would not hear it. Tyrion wagged his finger. "You are his mother. You have more influence on him than anyone. I will do my best to make sure the city doesn't turn against us, but you must bring him to heel and fast. Father is quite annoyed with you, and the fact that Jaime has been captured as well didn't help that." "What is he doing to rescue him?" Cersei asked, her voice softening exponentially. Jaime had always been her soft spot next to her children. Tyrion shrugged. "I'm not sure. Perhaps we could trade for him. After all, we still have 2 Starks," he said, downing the last of his wine before pouring himself more. "1 Stark," Cersei said quietly. Tyrion stopped pouring, gently setting the pitcher down before gazing at his sister. "1?" he asked. "What happened to the other?" "I must have drank too much wine last night because I feel like I am in the middle of a sad comedy," Tyrion thought. "How does my sister start with 3 Starks, somehow lose 1, and think that it's remotely fine to let her vile son kill another?" "It was the little bitch," Arya Cersei growled. "I sent Sir Meryn and a group of guards to collect the girl and kill her dance teacher. They were all knocked out and the girl escaped. We haven't been able to find her or her teacher. Her dance teacher knocked out a Kingsguard and a group of guards." Tyrion asked, surprised. "How is that possible?" Cersei shook her head. "I don't know." "What kind of dance teacher did the girl have?" Tyrion asked. "Some sort of Isozi," Cersei answered in annoyance. "Some kind of water dance." Tyrion froze. "Water dance?" he asked. "The girl was learning to water dance." "What of it?" Cersei asked. "It's dancing." Tyrion shook his head. "Water dancing is a Bravo C form of sword fighting that is extremely hard to fight against if you've never seen it. If that man was a teacher, then Meryn Trant and the guards didn't have a chance. The man probably could have killed them with a bloody stick." He scolded his sister. "So now we have what? 1 Stark?" Cersei nodded. "Sansa," she answered stubbornly. Tyrion sighed and drained his cup in one go. "Well, there goes any chance of getting Jaime back," he said sadly. "Stark will never trade him for one of his sisters." "What do we do?" Cersei asked quietly, looking at Tyrion. The imp shrugged, thinking for a moment. "Continue to rule," he said finally. "Our only hope is father now. Him against more than half the realm." Chapter 16, Jon 7. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon 7. The cavalry host of Northmen and Rivermen rode west from Riverrun at dawn. The host was 10,000 strong, mostly composed of northern cavalry. Sir Mark Piper had been left behind with the remainder of the Riverlands cavalry to clear the northern Riverlands of any Lannister deserters and raiders. It would make the trip south easier whenever the Northern Army decided to face Tywin Lannister. It was also an attempt to try and fool Tywin into thinking that the Northern Army was preparing to march south, but that was only a fool's hope. No one truly believed that the Old Lion would be so easily fooled. Jon rode with Robb's battle guard, which now featured many new faces since the Battle of the Whispering Wood. Most notable among them was Lucas Blackwood, son of Lord Tytos, and Patrek Mallister, the heir to Seaguard. There were also no less than a dozen Freys as well. Jon rode next to Eddard Karstark at the head of the group, though Jon felt like it was only so the temporary commander could get to know Jon better. It was one thing to be able to swing a sword. It was a whole other thing to be a man worth fighting beside. Robb spoke highly of you, you know, Eddard said casually as they rode. Before the Battle of the Whispering Wood, he said he wished that you had never gone to the war. He wanted you by his side more than anyone else. Jon smiled slightly. I may not be a Stark, but Robb always treated me as his brother. I wish I could have been by his side at the battle. I'm content to have you by mine for this one. Eddard laughed. If anyone can beat that brute, he said, jerking his thumb at Brandon Hawker, then I'm convinced they can deal with anyone. Jon involuntarily shook his sword arm. Parrying the man's axe had left Jon nearly unable to raise his arm at all. It was like fighting a bear that wielded a bloody battle axe. Nearly beat, Jon replied. I got lucky on that one. Next time you won't, Brandon rumbled from behind Jon, causing the group to laugh at the big man's words. Their fun was interrupted by one of Sir Bryndon's scouts riding up next to Jon. Sir Bryndon requests your presence at the front of the column, he said. He wants you to bring your wolf as well. Jon nodded. Thank you, he said. Ghost. He called before spurring his horse forward, galloping past the others, the white wolf following. It took only moments for Jon to reach Sir Bryndon's position at the front of the column. He was surrounded by the rest of the War Council, most of which didn't bother to acknowledge Jon. A few did, which was a small sign of acceptance that Jon was grateful to see. It's better than nothing, Jon thought to himself. Sir Bryndon, Jon said as he reined in his horse next to the aged knight. You requested my presence. The Blackfish nodded. We're approaching the spot where we'll spend the night. We have 3 more days till we reach the Golden Tooth. Your wolf there might be of some help. Jon nodded. Of course. From now on you'll ride with me at the front of the column. Your beast will pick up any enemies far quicker than my scouts might. Sir Bryndon grunted. Jon nodded again. Ghost is a born and bred hunter. There's not many who'll be able to get by him. You best be right, lad. The great Jon rumbled. We're all depending on him. Jon looked out at where the Golden Tooth rose between the mountains. The Blackfish had referred to it as the Gate to the West, and the title made sense. The castle wasn't big or imposing, not compared to the likes of northern castles like Moat Cailin of Winterfell. Much like Riverrun, it was the geographical location that made the castle so important. It sat almost exactly on the Gold Road, meaning that if the northern host wanted to enter the Westerlands, they had to get past the Tooth. Lord Tywin wasn't a fool. The Golden Tooth would be well stocked and manned to prevent any host from entering his lands. Jon leaned against a tree, crossing his arms. According to Eddard Karstark, who was representing the king on the council, the Blackfish's scouts could not find any way past the Golden Tooth, which meant that the rest of the army would have to be brought forward to besiege the castle. The problem with that was that there was an army of unknown size sitting behind the Tooth that could easily reinforce the castle. It could take months to take the castle, even with the North's and Riverland's advantage in number. Ghost was lying at Jon's feet, tired after a day of riding. He was getting very big now. Easily the size of a mastiff, if not bigger. Sam and Jon had talked idly about how big the direwolf might grow. Maester Lewin had studied stories of direwolves, and apparently, they could grow to be larger than ponies. Jon would love to see how the enemy reacted when they saw a snarling wolf the size of a small horse charging them. Ghost's head snapped up suddenly, his nose sniffing the wind as he looked towards the castle. Jon noticed the movement. Ghost. The wolf got to its feet and began to trot towards the castle, catching his master off guard. Jon was forced to jog to catch up with him, his eyes glancing around as they got further from the camp. He followed the wolf for more than a mile, all the while keeping an eye on the castle. He knew that the Blackfish had scouts surrounding the army, but who knows what they would think if they saw Jon sneaking through the forest. That's if any Lannister scouts didn't catch him first. Finally, they reached the edge of the tree line where the road began to ascend towards the castle. Ghost stopped a little ways back from the edge, sitting down. Jon took a knee next to his silent companion, rubbing his head as he looked at what had drawn Ghost. A little ways away, a small pack of goats grazed quietly on the barren grassland in the shadow of the castle. Jon frowned. "You got hungry?" he asked in annoyance, glancing at his friend. Ghost whined and shuffled forward, still sniffing the wind. Jon sighed and looked back at the goats, who had started heading towards the hills. Jon narrowed his eyes. The goats were ambling along a small track, barely noticeable among the low shrubs and rocks. Jon couldn't follow the track in its entirety, but from the looks of it, most of the track would be shrouded in shadow thanks to the castle. A goat path. Jon thought happily. It's a goat path around the Golden Tooth. Jon grinned. "Ghost, you're brilliant," he said happily, standing up. "Come on." Jon made his way back to the camp, walking with a purpose in his step. When he entered the camp, he walked straight to the command tent before being stopped by one of the guards outside. "Hold there, lad. The Blackfish is in a meeting," he ordered. Jon nodded. "I have news that the Blackfish needs to hear." The men glanced at each other before one shrugged and entered the tent. After a few moments, the flap opened for Jon. Inside, the Blackfish and the other commanders were huddled around a table that had a map of the Westerlands and the Riverlands. Sir Brynden straightened. "Jon, what have you found?" Jon nodded. "Ghost has found a way past the Golden Tooth." "How?" Roose Bolton asked. "Ghost caught the scent of a couple of goats near the edge of the tree line. I noticed that the animals were taking a small goat path through the mountains and past the castle." Jon explained. Sir Brynden raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure of this?" Jon nodded. "Send a couple of scouts and look towards the bottom right of the castle. It'll be there." Sir Brynden thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. I'll take your word for it. You can find it again." "I can," Jon answered confidently. Sir Brynden looked at the others, who were looking for him to give the order. The Blackfish grunted, rolling up the map. "Have the men prepared to ride by midnight," he ordered. "We're lucky, it's a new moon tonight." The other commanders nodded and filed out, some giving Jon approving looks. One of the last men to leave was Great Jon Umber, who stopped to look over Jon. The younger man resisted the urge to take a step back. "If this works, you and I will share an ale and you can tell me where a mad bastard can get one of those beasts," he said with a deep chuckle, glancing down at Ghost. Jon smiled slightly. "You can have both the ales, my lord. I just want to do my part to help my brother win this war," he said. "And if you want a direwolf, I have a decent guess where you might find some, though there's a little wall in your way." The Great Jon smiled fiercely, patting Jon on the shoulder heartily. "Spoken like a true man of the North," he said with a laugh. "My name is Snow." Jon joked, earning another laugh from the big lord, as well as another round of back-patting before he left, leaving Jon and the Blackfish alone. "You did well, Jon. You and the wolf," the Blackfish said, putting his maps in their sheaths. "If this path is truly where you say it is, then you both might have just saved thousands of men." "It was Ghost who found the path," Sir Jon said. "I just followed." Still Sir Brynden pressed. "You brought us valuable information. Information not even my most experienced scouts would be able to get." "It was luck," Jon said. Sir Brynden grunted. "You'd be surprised with how closely related luck and success are when it comes to war. Fortune favors the bold. Daeron I," Jon said immediately. Sir Brynden nodded. "Indeed. The young dragon coined the phrase during his conquest of Dorne. You know it. Daeron I Targaryen became king at a young age and, because of his ambition, vowed to finish the conquest his ancestor Aegon the Conqueror failed to do, conquer Dorne. Within a year, that's exactly what he did, as a young man not yet 18 name days. Unfortunately, Dorne lived up to the Martell words unburnt, unbowed, unbroken. The Dornish retook their homeland in a few months, betraying and killing the Boy King under the guise of wanting to bring peace to both sides. True peace would come later, when Daeron's younger brother Baelor, later known as Baelor the Blessed, married his nephew to the Dornish princess, effectively ending the war that the young dragon had started. Jon shrugged. Daeron's one of Robb's heroes, he explained. That's all he talked about for a fortnight when we were boys. The young wolf fashions himself after the young dragon. Sir Brynden grunted. It's ironic that one of our king's heroes belongs to a family that his father fought to bring down. Jon shifted slightly. Not all Targaryens were bad, he said awkwardly. A few rotten apples spoiled the bunch in the end. Sir Brynden raised an eyebrow and looked at Jon, but for shrugging and nodding. Fair point. We all thought Rhaegar would be one of the great ones. Jon froze. I'm sorry. Sir Brynden made a vague gesture. The tournament at Harrenhal was supposed to be a secret meeting for some of the heads of the great families to meet with the Bard Prince to discuss ways to safely remove the Mad King from the throne and put his son on the damn thing. Of course, the unexpected arrival of the Mad Bastard destroyed that meeting before it ever had a chance to begin. Brynden sighed. Perhaps for the best. None knew what Rhaegar was truly capable of. Running off with Lyanna Stark, I mean. Jon nodded slowly. Forgive me, Sir Brynden, but how do you know all this? Sir Brynden chuckled. My brother Hoster was supposed to be a part of that meeting. I overheard him and the Queen of Thorns speaking about it one day at Harrenhal during the tournament. Did you believe that Rhaegar would have been a good king? Jon asked curiously. Sir Brynden stopped what he was doing and thought for a moment, looking back at Jon. The realm was holding its breath, lad. We all saw what Aerys was, and when Tywin stepped down as hand to the king, we all knew it was a matter of time. Rhaegar was supposed to be a breath of fresh air. A savior. He seemed to have the makings of a great Targaryen ruler. He was as skilled with a blade and lance as he was with a harp. He was respectful, honest, humble, and charming. There was no poison in the man, at least none that we could see. But we were wrong and the realm paid the price for the man's actions. Jon was quiet as the knight spoke about the Bard Prince. Jon didn't think much about who his actual father really was, more of what he did to his mother. It was strange to hear that Rhaegar was a good man, or at least known as one. It gave Jon a little relief to know that the man wasn't fully bad. Finally, when the silence seemed too awkward for either of them to deal with, Jon broke it. With your leave, Sir Brynden, I should go get ready for the ride tonight, he said. Sir Brynden snapped out of thoughts. Of course, he said. Making sure to get some sleep. It'll be a long night. Chapter 17, Theon I. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Theon I. The Iron Islands were exactly how Theon remembered them. A cloudy, wind-swept land with stout keeps surrounded by clusters of fishing villages, where the longships of the Iron Fleet lay at anchor. The land wasn't very fertile. A bit of thin, rocky soil where the people stubbornly tried to grow crops, but the Ironborn weren't dependent on the land. They made their living on the seas, raiding villages and towns, claiming salt wives and valuables through the iron price. Theon grinned as he walked through the town of Lordsport, taking in the salt air and the feeling of the wind on his face. He may have grown up in Winterfell, but he knew when he was home. Pike was his home and these were his people. The drowned god is calling upon us once more to take up our axe and spear, to take to our waves once more and take what is ours, through iron and blood. A man preached as Theon reached the outside of the city. Several people were gathered around a tall, thin man who was standing in an estuary. The man wore a rough, mottled cloak of dull blue, green, and grey. He wore his hair and beard long, the ends of both almost reaching his waist. Intertwined among the hair was seaweed. A waterskin hung at his side. Theon stood at the back of the group and watched the man preach. He never smiled, his face remaining grim and purposeful. He spoke with passion, however, about his love for the drowned god and how the Ironborn needed to take back their way of life. The Stag King is dead. We must take what is ours with the iron price, he declared. And what would you take? Theon questioned arrogantly, pushing himself to the front of the crowd. When he was facing the man, he spread his feet slightly and hung his hands on his belt, holding his head high. The man stopped his preaching, looking at Theon. Something flickered in his eyes. The boy has returned, he said gruffly. though he is not the boy I remember. Theon frowned. Do you know who I am, old man? He asked before turning to the crowd. I am Theon Greyjoy, the last remaining son of Balon Greyjoy. I have returned home to usher in a new era for my people. An era in which we shall own the coasts of Westeros. The crowd muttered amongst themselves, glancing at Theon. They had a hard time believing the young man in front of them. He was dressed in ornate steel plate armor and a fine cloak, neither of which was stained with salt. Even the sword at his side didn't look like it had been used more than once or twice. He didn't look like an Ironborn, but a mainlander. It has been a long time, nephew. The man grunted. You have been away for too long. Theon frowned, turning back to the man. Uncle? He asked curiously. He remembered that he had an uncle who died during the Greyjoy Rebellion and another who was exiled. Uncle Aeron. The man nodded. I am known as the Damphair now, he said. I serve the drowned god. Theon got down on a knee. I have been away for a long time, uncle. I would ask that you bestow a blessing of the drowned god upon me. Aeron gazed at the young man in front of him before grabbing the water skin at his side and raised it toward the sky. Drowned god, your servant has been away for too long. He has lost his way. With your blessing, I wash him with seawater to bring him back into our way of life. He said before turning the skin over, pouring seawater over Theon, who kept his head bowed while the water washed over him. When the water skin was empty, the Damphair returned it to his side. Stand, he demanded. You still have much to prove, nephew, but you now fight with the drowned god by your side. What is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger. Theon finished firmly. Thank you, uncle. The Damphair brushed aside Theon's thanks. I assume you did not come back just to receive a blessing. Go now. Theon nodded and strode off towards the castle, which loomed in the distance. It had been many years since he had set eyes on the home of his birth, but it was still an impressive sight to behold. 3 keeps, each set on a tower of rock that jutted out of the sea. That's what made the seat of House Greyjoy so hard to attack. If one keep were to be attacked, the defenders could fall back to the other 2 keeps. Of course, because of the location of the keeps, an attacker could simply take the main keep and allow the other 2 towers to fall to hunger and fatigue. But the Ironborn were fierce fighters who would sell their lives dearly before they would ever retreat. When Theon entered the castle, he expected someone to notice and remember him, but no one did. Everyone he came across gave him a cold shoulder or a glare that was like a hammer blow to the young man's confidence. The castle staff and guards all looked depressed. Theon was expecting to be welcomed home with smiles and greetings, thinking that his father would be there for him, but no one was. It wasn't at all what Theon was expecting. The young man still remembered the way to his father's solar, which was located in the Sea Tower, the oldest of the 3 keeps that made up Pike. The bridge that Theon had to cross to get to the tower was made of rope and wood, swinging and swaying as the winds and waves battered it. Theon did his best to keep his eyes on the door on the other end of the perilous bridge, walking with the confidence that was expected of him. He had nothing to fear of the sea, and he would be damned if he allowed it to get to him now. When Theon made it to the other side of the bridge, it didn't take long for him to find his father's solar, which was protected by guards wearing black iron breastplates and pothelms. Hold it, boy. One snapped. What do ya want? He asked, putting a hand on Theon's shoulder. Theon shrugged the man's hand off, one hand dropping to his sword. I am Theon Greyjoy, heir to Pike, and I have come to talk with my father, he growled, walking past the man and throwing the door to the solar open. His father's solar could only be described by one word: gloom. A brazier sat on one end of the room, but it did little to fight against the darkness that seemed to be lurking all around. The fire's only use was providing a modest amount of warmth, but nothing else. The rest of the room was filled with items from past raids that his father had led. Even the furniture had been taken. Lord Balon Greyjoy, Lord Reaper of Pike and Lord of the Iron Islands stood with 2 armored individuals looking over a map. When Theon entered, all 3 looked up. Theon stood a small distance from his father, standing tall with his head held high and a hand resting on his sword. Father, he said proudly. I have returned. The Lord Reaper of Pike was a thin man, with hard black eyes and long grey hair. He had a slight stoop in his shoulder, but that did little to take away from his intimidating glare. His skin was the color and texture of leather from years on the sea exposed to the elements. Looking at his son, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade, the man didn't show even an ounce of happiness or surprise. "What in the blazes are you wearing?" he barked, catching his son off guard with the question. Theon's smirk vanished in an instant. He looked down at himself before looking at his father. "I'm wearing my armor," he answered uncertainly. Balon's frown deepened. "Did you take it with the iron price? Or did you have some blacksmith make you that pretty armor?" he asked, snapping out the question. Theon frowned. "The blacksmith at Winterfell made it," he said before being interrupted. "Of course some mainlander smith made it. Look at the engraving on the bloody thing. I'm surprised he didn't make it for some southern lady." One of the people in armor joked, leaning against the desk. Theon looked at the person who spoke, surprised that it was a girl. She had short, black hair with a sly smirk and a beak-like nose that seemed a tad too large for her face. She was lean and long-legged but had an aura of self-assurance around her. She wore a jerkin of overlapping steel plates and had 2 axes hanging from a studded belt. "Who are you?" he challenged, his father's comments still ringing in his ears. The girl looked at Theon with mock sadness. "Come now, brother, don't tell me you've forgotten about your sister." Theon's shock was evident. "Asha?" he asked. It had been years since he had seen his sister, but nothing could have expected him for the person who stood before him. She looked like an Ironborn raider. She looked like a son. The girl nodded. "Hello little brother," she said sarcastically. "How wonderful for you to finally join us. What are you doing here, boy?" Balon snapped, breaking Theon from the shock of seeing his sister. Theon looked at his father. "I have come with a message from King Robb Stark," he said, trying to recover from all that had happened so far. Balon raised an eyebrow. "Have you? Has my final son become a mere messenger for the family that took him from his own?" Theon went red in the face. "I asked Robb to come here to appeal to you. He wants to ally with the Iron Islands." "Ally?" Asha asked. "What for?" "Robb is asking for help assaulting the Westerlands," Theon explained. "His only request is that the Iron Fleet attacks the coastline of the Westerlands, and in return, we can become kings of the Iron Islands again." Balon's eyes lit up with anger. "You think I need some northern pup to tell me that I can put on a damn crown? I am the Lord Reaper of Pike. I take what I want, and I take it with the iron price." Theon took a step forward. "Father, I urge you to accept Robb's request. We can show Westeros the true might of the Iron Fleet once again. The coast of the Westerlands is weak and ripe for the taking. We will show the mainlanders that we are strong, but I refuse to come at the behest of some boy king who is as green as fucking grass. We are not dogs who come when called." Balon growled, turning back towards the map. "I have already decided on the target for my raiders." Theon frowned. "Where?" "The north," the last person said. Theon remembered his uncle Victorian on sight. He was a large man, with a broad chest and flat stomach. He wore grey chainmail over boiled leather and an ornate gold cloak that reached his boots. Hanging over his shoulders, on the table behind him sat a steel helm that was decorated with a kraken, its steel tentacles wrapping around the headpiece. Leaning against the helm was a steel battle axe that made Brandon Hawkers look small. Theon frowned. "The north. To what end?" "Revenge," Balon answered firmly. "Eddard Stark thought he could take my son away from me without retribution. It has been many years, but I will finally get revenge on the man by ravaging his land and people." Theon was unable to process what he was hearing. "Eddard Stark is dead," he said. "Why take it out on his people? They have done nothing to you." Balon rounded on his son, striking him across the face. The force of the blow sent Theon staggering. "Your years with the wolves have made you soft, boy," he said, his voice deathly quiet. "Our way of life demands retribution. First, it will come to the north, and then it will spread to all of Westeros. None shall stand before us. Not the Hawkers, not the Red Wines, not Stannis Bloody Baratheon. We will take what is ours with the iron price, and kill all who stand before us. What is dead may never die." but rises again harder and stronger. Victorian and Asher finished firmly. Theon looked at his family, holding his cheek. This is not at all what he expected to come home to. No one, not even his sibling, looked happy to see him again. He had expected a hero's welcome, and instead, he was being treated like an outcast and a stranger. Balon walked up to his son, looking him in the eye. We will assemble the Iron Fleet to its full strength before we attack the north. I will give you one chance, and one chance only. Join us. Take a ship and reavers, and prove to me that you're Ironborn. Or go back to your boyking and be stripped of the name Greyjoy. What is your choice? Theon glanced towards his sister and uncle, both of whom were gazing at him with different expressions. Victorian simply gazed at him, his eyes emotionless, like Theon meant nothing to him. Asher was different, she looked at him with some degree of intrigue and even a slight bit of sympathy. Theon looked back at his father, swallowing. I am Ironborn. Balon stepped back, walking over to his desk. That remains to be seen, he said, but you will have ample chances to prove yourself, just as your sister has. Westeros is at a breaking point. The wolves and lions are at each other's throats. While the realm burns, we shall strike, just like the days of Harren the Black and the Grey King. We will take what we want, and the seas shall turn red with the blood of our enemies. Theon watched as Balon reached across the table, picking up a rough crown made from driftwood. This time, there will be no damn Stag King to keep me from my rightful place on the sea stone chair. Chapter 18, Jon 8. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon 8. The rain started just after nightfall, swiftly turning into a downpour that soaked the men to the bone. Jon sat easily on his courser, Ghost pacing in front of him. He, the other commanders, and the battle guard were at the front lines of the cavalry. The only ones missing were Lords Mallister and Hawker. Each man held a flank and would sweep in from the north and south and wrap around the enemy camp before pushing in. The Lannister camp looked sleepy and peaceful to Jon. A mass of tents and small fires. There was hardly any movement between tents as the men huddled under their cover, wisely staying out of the rain. The only people who were outside were the weary sentries who stood at intervals on the outskirts of the camps, alone and miserable in the elements. None of them noticed the arrival of thousands of horsemen not even 100 yards from the camp. This would be Jon's first battle, and he tried not to show how afraid he was, but he couldn't help the fluttering of his fingers as they tapped the pommel of frost. Gods, this is terrible, Jon thought as he tried to push away the anxiousness he felt. It was Ghost's howl that signaled the attack, spooking the Lannister horses into a stampede that trampled half of the camp. When the Lannister soldiers came running out of their tents to find out what had happened, the northern host struck. It wasn't a fair fight. The northern cavalry cut down the Lannister soldiers without remorse, tearing through the defenders like a hot knife through butter. The enemy tried to fight back, using spears, swords, even stools, whatever they could get their hands on to defend themselves, but it was no use. They were being massacred. When Jon had been a boy, he had imagined battle being a scene of carefully orchestrated movements, almost like a dance. He found out that night that battle was nothing like a dance. It was a gruesome, mind-numbing, repetitive affair where Jon found himself hacking away at whoever was in front of him. His Valyrian blade cut through armor, bone, and flesh like it was wool. Jon had been with the Blackfish when they had made it to the center of the camp where the command tent was, stopping while the rest of the cavalry surged around the structure like a wave breaking against a rock. Stafford Lannister hadn't even had time to properly armor himself, as the Tully Knight found the man with only a breastplate on over his nightshirt, barefoot with a sword in his hand. From the state of his hair, the Northern Army had given him a rude awakening. Sir Brynden pointed his sword at the Lannister, the blade stained red with gore. Stafford Lannister, your men have been routed. Surrender, he ordered. If looks could kill, then Sir Brynden would have dropped dead from the glare Stafford Lannister gave him, but the Lannister knight knew that he had been defeated, and there was no use fighting back only to lose his life. I yield, he said angrily, throwing down his sword. Sir Brynden nodded to the man. Have him bound. I want quarter given to any enemy that surrenders. Those who refuse are to be struck down, he ordered the others. 2 men dismounted and moved towards the unarmed knight while the others rode off to pursue the enemy. The Battle of Oxcross lasted only a couple of hours, but it would soon be known as another stunning victory for the Northern King, even though he had not been present at the actual battle. Now all Tywine had left was his host of 20,000 at Harrenhal and whatever men his stunted son could put together at Duskendale. More than 50 nobles have been captured, along with 1,000 or so soldiers, Lord Roose Bolton reported. We lost 1 man for every 5 of theirs. The captains could be of some use, but the others are nothing more than mouths to feed. The Liege Lord and the Blackfish had been walking through the battlefield, watching the silent sisters and healers go about their business of giving last rites, saving those they could, and helping ease the pain of those they couldn't. The dead were being stripped of cloaks, swords, and boots, all items that could later come in handy. The camp was also being scoured for food, cloth, metal, and wood. Brynden was an experienced campaigner and knew the importance of resources and loathed to let such a source go to waste. Sir Brynden glanced at the Northern Lord, frowning. "Speak plainly, Lord Bolton." "My house has a saying, Sir Brynden. A naked man has few secrets, a flayed man has none," Lord Bolton replied casually. Sir Brynden stopped, turning to look at the man. "We won't torture them," he said firmly. "Besides, isn't the practice banned in the north?" "We're not in the north," Roose commented. "We won't win this war by being honorable. We're not going to torture them." Sir Brynden again, his tone leaving no room for argument. "King Rob left me in charge of this host and that is my order." Lord Bolton nodded and walked off. The Blackfish watched him go, not liking that the man's mind had gone to torture. He remembered the man from the last 2 wars, and he still seemed like the same person to Brynden. He was cunning and a decent warrior and commander, but there was something inherently untrustworthy about the man. Perhaps it was the sinister history of his house, or simply how the man looked and spoke. Regardless, he would have to be watched. "Sir Brynden," John said, walking up to the old knight. "Is everything all right?" Sir Brynden glanced in the direction where the Liege Lord had walked off before turning to the young warrior. "Fine," he replied gruffly. "Have you done as I asked?" John nodded. "We lost around 300 men, with another few hundred injured in some way. Those who are too wounded to keep going are being loaded on carts to return to Riverrun. And the enemy? Still counting bodies, but so far it seems like only a few hundred made it out of the fight," John said. "Have we learned anything from the survivors?" This host was approximately 15,000 strong, but Stafford had stripped many of the surrounding garrisons to put it together. "One Fawley Prester was also at the Battle of the Camps," John answered. "He must have been commanding the portion of the Kingslayer's army that managed to retreat." Sir Brynden muttered. John nodded. "Aye, so it seems. Other than that, the army was made up of boys and old men, some sellswords, but the true cutting edge of the army were those men under Prester." "How did you get the men to talk?" Sir Brynden asked curiously. "Eddard and I found a pitcher of Arbor gold in Sir Stafford's tent," John said. "I figured none of the men had ever tasted it before and used that and some food as bribes." "Good work, John," Sir Brynden praised. "Any word from the groups I sent out?" Lord Umber cut down several deserters heading towards Casterly Rock and Lord Blackwood didn't find anyone on the road towards the Golden Tooth, John reported. "Safe to say that our way back into the Riverlands is safe." Sir Brynden rubbed his jaw, looking around. An idea was beginning to form in his head. He had been debating what to do now that the Lannister host had been scattered. The Golden Tooth needed to be taken, or else things could become difficult if the cavalry was trapped in the Westerlands and Tywine decided to strike north and attack the rest of the army at Riverrun. Conventional military tactics told him to gather the rest of the army at Riverrun and march west, but taking the castle would be a major loss of life. The plan he had in his head was bold and some might even call it foolish, but if it could be pulled off, then thousands of men would be saved in the long run. "I want bodies stripped of armor," he ordered. "Enough for 2,000 men. I want them all Riverlanders and assembled as soon as possible." John raised an eyebrow. "To what purpose?" "I mean to dress men in Lannister armor and send them towards the Golden Tooth," Sir Brynden explained. "Then, they will be able to take the castle from the inside." John frowned. "But who would be able to lead such a force?" "Men like Blackwood and Bracken will be recognized." Sir Brynden smiled mischievously. "Lord Blackwood perhaps, but not his second son Lucas." I doubt many would be able to know the lad simply by his face, certainly not if he's dressed like a Lannister captain. Jon nodded, understanding what the man had in mind. I'll get the men together, he promised before striding off. Jon, Sir Brynden, and Lucas Blackwood used Stafford Lannister's tent for their meeting. The Blackfish had already doled out responsibilities to others on the War Council. Roose Bolton was tasked with taking Ashmark and the Crag. Lords Karstark and Glover would raid down the coast from Banefort to Case. The Great Jon was heading south to capture gold mines, and Lady Mormont was told to push as much livestock as she could toward the Riverlands. Sir Brynden and the rest of the Riverlords would remain here for a day or two before marching back to Riverrun. That would give Lucas and his men time to complete the Blackfish's plan. You understand the plan? Sir Brynden asked again, crossing his arms. The young noble nodded as he finished adjusting his stolen armor. Lucas wore a red and gold cuirass with similarly colored shoulder guards. He also now wore a red cloak. The ridiculous helmet that Lannister soldiers wore was on a nearby table. Get into the castle, tell them about the battle, say we're survivors. That night, take off the armor and take the castle. Lucas summarized the Blackfish's plan. I also have to remember not to take my helmet off. The Blackfish had made it clear to Blackwood and those he was leading that honor had to be set aside for the plan to work. They could not afford to set off alarms because men wanted to kill enemies with honor. Sir Brynden had helped push the message by saying that, if the mission succeeded, then the supplies captured by the Northern Lords would go to helping rebuild the Riverlands. Sir Brynden nodded. We don't know who might recognize you. So be vigilant. Why aren't Northerners allowed in Lucas's host? Jon asked curiously. Your accent is too different. It's thicker and can easily give you away. A Riverlands accent will stick out less. Sir Brynden explained. That said, you need to watch how you speak, he said, turning back to Blackwood. Lucas raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with how I speak? You just said my accent won't be noticeable. Sir Brynden shook his head. It's not about how you sound, but the way you talk. You talk like you've spent your life in a bloody castle. You need to sound like a lowborn. Lucas frowned. How do I do that? Instead of saying my lord, say Lord, Sir Brynden suggested. Talk with some of your men and copy the way they say things. Lucas still looked a little confused but nodded nonetheless. Sir Brynden knew a lot about war. If he said Lucas needed to do something, then he should probably do it. I'll work on it, he promised. Sir Brynden nodded. See that you do. I'll give you 2 days head start to get into the castle and take it. Lucas bowed slightly and left, grabbing the helmet on the way out. When he was gone, Jon turned to the Blackfish. I would like to go with Lucas. Sir Brynden shook his head. Your accent will give you away, he replied, turning to look at the map of the Westerlands. And if that doesn't, that massive wolf of yours will. Jon shifted. I can leave Ghost with you, he said. He'll stay if I tell him. Besides, if your plan goes as it should, I only have to make it a day without talking. The Blackfish sighed and turned to look at the young warrior. Why do you want to go? I want to play a part in this war, Jon said quietly. I wasn't with Robb at the Whispering Wood or Riverrun, and Oxcross was barely a battle. With this, I play an important part. Sir Brynden gazed steadily at Jon, who met the knight's gaze without wavering. Fine. Find Blackwood and tell him that you're his second. Sir Brynden relented, holding up a hand to stop Jon before he left. However, if you are imprisoned or caught, he and others are not responsible for you. I will not have the mission jeopardized. Jon nodded firmly. I understand. One day you'll realize that war isn't about fighting or glory, but I see your point, Sir Brynden grunted, waving a dismissive hand toward Jon. Now go. Collect armor and be ready to ride in the morning. Jon bowed slightly. Thank you, Sir Brynden. Don't thank me yet, lad, there's still a lot of fighting that has to be done, he said, listening as Jon left the tent. Chapter 19, Robb 7. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 7. The sheer size of the camp amazed Robb, who had never seen such a sizable force assembled in one place. It was a sea of colorful tents and banners, with the chatter of men and the banging of metal like thunder in Robb's ears. For the young king who controlled a large force of his own, the might of the Reach and Stormlands was truly a military marvel. Robb and his companions picked their way through the camp, having been informed by a sentry that King Renly was currently hosting a tournament to find the final member of what the man called the Rainbow Guard. Daisy Mormont looked at the cheerful soldiers with poorly hidden disdain. Does the man not realize we're at war? Well, if you moved 2 miles in 2 weeks, and had tournaments and feasts every day, you'd forget about war too. Smalljan grumbled. They're right to be angry, Robb thought, glancing over at his friends. This war is personal to them. They've lost friends and have taken the fight to the Lannisters. These Southerners are treating it like a big game. Robb was no fool. He knew that Renly had no right to claim the throne. When he crowned himself king, it was nothing but a power grab by the younger Baratheon. However, the man had the means and opportunity to take the throne, and Robb meant to take advantage of that by allying himself to Renly as a fellow monarch. They're not prepared for war, Darin Hornwood added. Some of these men look like they've never picked up a spear before in their lives. Robb shrugged. When you have 100,000 men, you can afford to have a few thousand untrained, he said. Besides, this is not our problem. If Renly wishes to face his brother or Tywin with poorly trained men, then let him be at fault. Truly, the blessing of a noble title is not food or wine or money, it is sending men to die in your name and sleeping in a feathery bed without a damn nightmare, Robb thought darkly. As the 4 riders approached the crowd, a group of young stable hands ran out to offer their services. Looking down at the hopeful boy who was waiting patiently, Robb dismounted and handed the reins to the boy, giving him a brief smile. The others followed his lead, sliding off their horses and onto the muddy ground. Robb moved closer to the sound of metal clashing, removing his gloves and tucking them into his belt. The fight was between 2 warriors who looked like true opposites. One was tall and powerfully built, wearing bronze-colored steel plate armor and wielding a shield and a morning star. His shield had a sun and a moon on a checkerboard of maroon and blue. Robb did not recognize the sigil, but he assumed the warrior belonged to a house from the Stormlands. The second man was smaller than the first, lean and muscular, wearing ornate silver armor that was decorated with sapphires and black vines. Golden roses covered the crest of his helm. His shield was green with 3 golden roses on a vine. Robb recognized the sigil instantly. It was the sigil of House Tyrell, overlords of the Reach. Robb guessed that the fighter might be from a secondary branch of the main family, hence the 3 flowers. Despite the size difference between the 2 fighters, the smaller man seemed to handle himself well. His footwork and skill with the blade were undeniable. Each strike was fast and perfectly timed, never leaving him out of position. Loras. Highgarden. A girl cried out from Robb's left, but he couldn't see who it was. The silver swordsman managed to disarm the bronze fighter by striking his gauntlet, making him drop the heavy weapon. That did little to deter the other warrior, who simply dropped their shield and tackled the silver knight, bringing them both down into the mud. The bronze fighter, for how big they were, moved with deceptive agility. Quickly climbing on top of the silver-clad swordsman, they drew their dagger and opened their opponent's visor, putting the tip just under the man's nose. I yield. The silver warrior cried bitterly, loud enough for all to hear. The bronze warrior grunted and pushed himself up off the ground, stretching a hand out to help the silver swordsman, who Robb assumed was named Loras, off the ground. Loras ignored the hand and scrambled awkwardly to his feet, ripping off his beautiful helmet. The man was almost unnaturally handsome, even when covered in sweat and dirt. He had a mass of brown curls and large, golden brown eyes. He had laugh lines around his eyes and mouth, but he wasn't laughing at the moment. Someone was slowly clapping off to Robb's right. He had curly, coal-black hair and blue-green eyes. His face was narrow and soft, much different from the hard, battle-weary faces Robb was used to seeing. He wore fine clothes under his gold mantle and looked more prepared for a feast than a battle. At his side was an exquisite sword, with a gold crossguard shaped like antlers and fresh black leather hilt. It looked as if it had never been held before. The most important thing about the man was what was on his head. Standing out amongst his curls was a golden crown of golden roses with a jade stag rising out of the front. It looked as if it was meant to be on the man's head. Robb knew that he was looking at Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and self-proclaimed King of the Reach and Stormlands. Renly was beaming at the bronze warrior. You are everything your father promised and more, he said, chuckling. I have seen Sir Loras bested a few times, but never quite in that fashion. The woman, whom Rob still couldn't see, defended the Silver Knight. Come now, your grace, my brother fought valiantly for you. Renly nodded in agreement. That he did, my love, he said, smiling down at someone. He then turned back to the bronze warrior. Step forward and ask something of me. I swear that I will do my best to have it done. The bronze warrior took a few steps towards Renly and removed his helm. The crowd let out a collective gasp. The bronze warrior was a woman. Not an attractive woman, but a woman nonetheless. She had a plain face, startling blue eyes, and short, hay-colored hair. Her nose was a little crooked as well as if it had been broken and badly reset. The only good thing that could be said about her was that she looked born to wear her armor. Rob could almost feel the smirk on Daisy's face. Perhaps the only pleasant surprise the South has given me thus far, Rob thought idly, waiting to see what the warrior woman would ask of Renly. She knelt before Renly, bowing her head. I wish to be one of your 7, your grace, she announced, her voice strong and feminine. To be one of your sworn swords and protect you from those who would do you harm. The crowd began to mutter, interested to see what their king would say. Ignoring the chatter and the displeased look Loras was giving him, Renly smiled warmly and clapped his hands. It shall be done. Rise, Brian the Blue. He declared happily. Brian rose and took her place just in front of the raised dais that Renly sat on. A steward quickly stepped up from beside the platform that Renly was sitting at and blew a horn, silencing the watchers. I present Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell, and King in the North. The man announced, adding the last part reluctantly. The crowd was silent as Robb and his companions came forward, standing on the same muddy ground that Brian and Loras had just fought on. Some whispering and pointing as they saw Grey Wind. The direwolf was the size of a large dog. Larger in fact. The crowd had every right to be afraid of him. Robb and each of his companions were dressed for war in leather and steel, their weapons hanging by their sides under their cloaks. They looked like the fearsome northerners that they were. Brian, who had been joined by Loras, stepped towards him. It's customary to kneel before the king. Robb glanced at her before giving Renly a polite nod. Renly just grinned at him, not seeming to care that Robb had ignored the custom. It's quite all right, Brian. Lord Robb is a special guest. Any son of Eddard Stark is, he said easily before his face grew dark. I heard about your father's death at the hands of Joffrey. I will see his death avenged. I swear it. The crowd cheered at his words, but Robb wasn't impressed. He cared little for the words Renly said, knowing that his actions did little to support them. However, he knew that he had to be polite to the Southern King. Robb needed his men if he was going to defeat Tywin Lannister. Robb bowed his head once again. Thank you for your words, my lord, he said, choosing his words carefully. The Blackfish had tried to explain to Robb that speaking in the south was very different than it was in the north. Especially in the Reach. However, Robb had disregarded his great-uncle's words, stating that he was a Northman and at war. There was no time for false kindness. Once again, Brian wasn't happy with the way Renly was addressed, but Robb didn't care. Renly grinned again, gesturing to the woman sitting at his side. May I introduce my queen, Lady Margaery Tyrell of Highgarden, he said, introducing the woman who sat on his side who had cheered on Loras during the fight. Robb looked over, and his heart stopped for a moment. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. She had thick, soft, curly brown hair that was neatly done up in a southern hairstyle. Her eyes, large and brown, were full of humor and kindness. Her skin was pale and unblemished. Her slender, womanly figure was shown off in full in her southern dress. She had a small, shy smile on her face, but her eyes were alive with life. She nodded respectfully to Robb. You have our condolences, my lord. My father always spoke highly of Lord Stark. Robb nodded back. Thank you, my lady, he said, his voice a bit more gentle. He gestured to his friends. These are my companions, Darin Hornwood of Hornwood, Small Janumber of Last Hearth, and Daisy Mormont of Bear Island. Renly glanced towards Grey Wind. I see you Starks are very close with the beasts on your banner, he joked, getting his men to laugh as well. Robb nodded. We are, he said seriously. May we talk in private? Renly nodded and descended from the platform, surprisingly ignoring his queen, and gestured towards the row of tents. Of course, he said with a smirk. This way. The two of them, flanked by Brian and Loras and followed by Rob's companions, walked leisurely through the camp, with Renly being cheered and greeted as he walked. He returned their cheers with waves and smiles. You are well loved by your men, Rob commented. Renly nodded. Yes, I like to think I am. His smile became a bit more sarcastic. Certainly more so than my brother Stannis. A dreadfully dull man, my brother. If he didn't look like a Baratheon, then I would have thought he was carved from the wall you and your friends are so fond of. Rob raised an eyebrow, surprised by how easily Renly just insulted his brother. Never met him, Rob grunted. Renly laughed. Hopefully you don't anytime soon. The man can turn the mood of an entire tavern by simply walking through the door. Rob didn't laugh at Renly's joke. In the north, family was everything. Sure, Theon, Jon, and he joked with each other, but it was nothing more than a little fun between friends. Jon and Theon would sometimes take it too far, as their differing personalities clashed, but it never went as far as to speak badly behind each other's back. With Renly, it seemed like he genuinely did not care for his older brother. It seems the sun has wilted the manners of these southerners, Rob thought, eyeing Renly with much less respect than he once did. When they reached Renly's tent, Rob stopped outside it, looking at the banner. I was under the impression that the Baratheon banner was black and gold. He pointed out. The banner outside the tent had the same prancing stag, but it was yellow instead of black, on a field of green, not gold. Renly nodded. Yes, my brother Robert claimed the Iron Throne bearing the traditional sigil. I am planning on doing the same, but with my own flair, he explained happily, before walking into the tent. Rob turned back to his companions. Wait here, he instructed. Hopefully this shouldn't take long. Rob entered the tent, where he was surprised to find Loras lounging on a chair, eating an apple. The tent itself was impressive, large, and spacious, with a large map of Westeros hung on the wall and a seemingly endless supply of fruit and wine available. Renly was casually eating a peach, leaning against the table in the center of the room. I must give you credit, Rob. Your victory over the Kingslayer is fast becoming legend, he complimented. I would compliment you as well, Renly, but you haven't won a victory unless you count slaughtering fruit, Rob thought darkly. He sculled. Thank you, Renly. My only regret is that he was not stopped before he took the lives of two of my friends. Fools, Loras snorted quietly. Rob rounded on him, his anger lit by the comment. If you have something to say, sir, speak or be silent, he growled. Loras raised an eyebrow. The Kingslayer is one of the most dangerous men in Westeros. I am merely pointing out that it was foolish of them to attack the man in the first place. Rob gripped the hilt of claw. They died protecting me. He snapped. I will not allow their memories to be sullied by some southern knight who has never stepped foot on the battlefield. Loras shot to his feet, his apple rolling to the floor as his hand quickly fell to his blade. Watch your tongue, Stark, he hissed. When the knight got to his feet, Greywind stepped forward, snarling at him. Loras's gaze switched between Rob and the giant wolf, holding his ground. You will apologize, sir, or leave my presence, Rob stated, remaining where he was. Loras glanced at Renly, who was watching the verbal battle with a worried look. Whether he was looking for support or orders, Rob couldn't tell. The youngest Baratheon brother nodded towards Rob. Apologize, Loras, he ordered. Loras went red in the face but managed to grit out an apology. Forgive me, Lord Stark. Rob glared at him but nodded. Forgiven, he grunted. Greywind backed away also but continued to stare at the Silver Knight. I assume you're here for a reason, Rob, Renly asked, changing the subject. I'm intrigued to know why. I want to offer an alliance between us, Rob said, getting right to the point. With the combined might of your army here in the south and my army in the north, we can crush Tywin and Joffrey between us. And Stannis? Renly asked. Should you need my help with your brother, then I will do what I can, Rob answered evenly, choosing his words carefully so that he did not commit himself or his men to anything. Renly, I will not mince words. I have no wish to sit on the Iron Throne. That uncomfortable piece of pig iron is all yours. All I want is independence for my people as well as my family back. Loras was beginning to get on Rob's nerves as he spoke up again. Independence? Independence for what? Rob crossed his arms. The North and the Riverlands have made me their king, he declared, pointing at the crown hidden amongst his curls. I would have them be independent of the Iron Throne. Renly frowned slightly. You know that it would be hard for me to give up 2 kingdoms. Especially when one is the size of all the other 6 kingdoms combined. Rob shrugged. What was hard or easy for Renly wasn't his problem. Winning the war and gaining independence for his people was all he cared about. Those are my terms. Sir Loras crossed his arms. Who says we need your help, Stark? He challenged. After all, we have 100,000 men. Time to put this pompous prat in his place. Rob looked at the knight. What have you done with those 100,000? Rob snapped. My men and I have been killing Lannisters while you've sat here feasting and fooling around with Tonys and Melees. How many battles have you fought in, sir? You are called the Knight of Flowers, yes. You earned your title through tournaments. My men call me the Young Wolf. Do you know how I took the name? I earned mine through war. To answer your question, no, I don't think you need my help. But do not be surprised when I take King's Landing before you even leave the Reach. Then my terms will not be so friendly. Loras's face grew red as his hand to the hilt of his sword, but Rob was ready for him, his own hand resting easily on his hilt. Renly stepped in again, this time more quickly, trying to diffuse the tension between the 2 warriors. You make a compelling case, Rob, Renly said, forcing Rob to give his attention to the youngest Baratheon rather than his arrogant good brother. Give me a few days to think about it. I will give you one, Renly, Rob said, shaking his head and refusing to budge on the matter. I have already been away from my men for longer than I want to. I will give you until tomorrow night to make your decision. If you do not have one, then I will leave, assuming that I do not have your support. When I return to Riverrun, I will bring the war to Tywin and his grandson. When I am victorious, I will watch as you and your brother fight like children over a throne I possess. Renly tapped his chin thoughtfully, walking around the table. Rob had made a compelling case to him. So far, the young wolf had proven to be a bigger threat than anyone could have imagined, outmaneuvering Tywin Lannister and capturing the Kingslayer in a dazzling display of daring strategy. While Renly's army made him a threat, the Lannisters were being forced to deal with the rampaging Northmen in the Riverlands before they could turn their attention to the south. You know, your father did this very thing, Renly commented. He bawled through meetings and tore apart traditions, customs, and social niceties. It did not end well. The man has the gall to bring up my father. The very man who saved his life at Storm's End when he was a bloody child, Rob thought furiously. I pity the remaining kingdoms if Renly ever sits on the Iron Throne. I am not my father, Renly, and you should think twice before mentioning his name to me again, Rob warned, working on to restrain his anger. I will return tomorrow night for your answer. Understood. Renly sighed, nodding. I will give you my answer tomorrow night, he promised. Rob nodded as well and marched out of the tent, Grey whined at his heels. As soon as he exited the tent, he noticed 2 men, nearly giants, standing next to his companions. As he got closer, one bowed to him. He then realized that they were twins, each with flaming red hair, large noses, and grizzled beards. They wore leather and steel armor and had long swords at their waists. King Rob, the one on the right, spoke, his voice deep and booming. Lady Olenna has requested your presence. Rob raised an eyebrow but nodded. He turned to Smalljan. Talk to the steward and find a place to set up camp. We leave the day after tomorrow, no exceptions, he ordered. Umber nodded and walked off, the others following him. Rob then nodded to the twin giants. Lead on. Chapter 20, Rob 8. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Rob 8. Rob followed the twins through the camp towards an area that was colored green and gold for as far as the eye could see. Rob knew the colors well. Maester Lewin has drilled knowledge of the other great houses into his skull since he was a boy. These were the colors of House Tyrell. Though Rob and his companions had joked about how unfit some of the men looked for war, there were some that the Northern King saw who looked prepared for battle. The warriors owed loyalty to some of the more powerful houses in the Reach: House Hightower, House Rowan, House Tully, and House Redwine. The one group that impressed Robb the most were the men bearing the sigil of House Tully of Horn Hill. These men were constantly drilling and were the most disciplined group of soldiers Robb had ever seen. It's said that the best warriors came from Horn Hill, a place that bred fighters. This rumor was made all the more true when one considered who commanded these men. Randyll Tully was highly regarded as one of the best fighters and commanders in all of Westeros. The only man to defeat Robert Baratheon during his rebellion. Lady Olenna is just inside, one of the giants said, shaking Robb from his thoughts. The tent was nearly as elaborate as Renly's. Robb ducked inside, a hand falling to his sword. The interior of the tent was well decorated and comfortable. A brazier glowed in the corner, filling the room with warmth. Just as with Renly's, food and wine seemed to be abundant. "Oh, no need for that, my lord. I assure you, I am no threat," a voice tutted from the side of the room. Robb turned to see an old woman sitting alone at a table, a platter of cheese and fruit in front of her. She was small, really the size of a child, with white hair and a wizened face. A cane was leaning against the table within easy reach of her spotted hand. She patted the chair next to her. "Come. Sit," she ordered, popping a date in her mouth. Robb raised an eyebrow but took the proffered seat. "Thank you," he said slowly. "I take it you are the Lady Olenna." The woman's smile was unique to Robb. It was innocent, but at the same time mischievous, like there was an inside joke between the old woman and Robb that only she knew. "I am." "And you are Robb Stark, the King in the North," she said with a mock growl when saying Robb's title. "I say, it has been many years since I have met a Stark. You don't look much like one." Robb frowned. She had spoken with an amused tone and it took Robb a moment to wonder if he was supposed to take offense at the comment. "I am the legitimate son of Eddard Stark. Why should it matter what I look like?" he wondered to himself. "I take after my mother, but that makes me no less a Stark, my lady," he answered stiffly. Winter runs through your veins, it's not hard to see," the old woman said, shrugging. She glanced down at Grey Wind, who had laid down next to Robb's seat, and added, "As is the giant wolf by your side." She clasped her hands in front of her, a regretful expression on her face. "It's a tragedy what happened to Ned Stark. He was a good man." Robb raised an eyebrow again. The old woman constantly managed to put him on the back foot with a mere comment. "You knew him?" Olenna shook her head. "I can't say I knew him well. I've only ever seen him once, during the tourney at Harrenhal. He was a serious boy, much different from his brash older brother and passionate sister. From what I heard, it seemed like the years had not changed," that she explained, putting her hands back in her lap. "However, what cannot be disputed was that late Lord Stark was a man of honor." Robb gave the woman a brief, grateful smile. "He was," he agreed. "I assume you asked me here to do more than offer your condolences." Lady Olenna laughed. "My word, you certainly are a northerner. No time for silly southern pleasantries." She popped another date in her mouth, looking at Robb with shrewd interest as she chewed. "I understand you are looking to ally with us. I wanted to know the kind of man we might ally with. I must say, you have shocked us all, Robb Stark. Even Tarlis impressed. You are winning the war, why come to us? The war would be over sooner if Renly would get a move on." "He's wasting time," Robb answered bitterly. If the old woman hadn't been offended by his blunt question earlier, he doubted she would care if he voiced his opinion about her king openly. Lady Olenna sighed. "We agree on that matter. Renly has been ignoring his council's advice, spending his time with tourneys and feasts instead of planning for war," she admitted. "Not that my son has any problem with that." Robb leaned back in his chair, not realizing he had been on edge since the moment he stepped foot in the tent. "Why? He has the manpower to easily sweep away all competitors. Why does he not see this?" Lady Olenna shook her head. "I wish I had an answer for you. From what my granddaughter has told me, Renly believes that you and Tywin will tear each other apart, leaving him to walk in and claim the throne himself." She then leaned forward slightly. "Unless you have any plans about that." Robb scoffed. "I told Renly that my offer is on the table until tomorrow night. If he doesn't take it, then I will deal with Tywin and Joffrey myself." Lady Olenna raised her eyebrow at the iron in Rob's voice. And what are your terms? I don't want the Iron Throne. Renly, or whoever takes it, can have it. All I want is what was taken from my family back, Rob explained. Once I have those, then the North and Riverlands will become independent from the Iron Throne. Lady Olenna raised an eyebrow, impressed. She nodded to the crown sitting on Rob's head. You mean to keep your kingship? Rob nodded. My men have declared me king in the North. I cannot and will not take their oaths of loyalty and sell them. But your men did not proclaim you king of the Riverlands. Lady Olenna pointed out. The Riverland lords kneeled just as the Northern lords did. That means I'm their king too, Rob replied with a shrug. Their conversation was interrupted when Lady Margaery, Renly's wife, slipped into the tent. She looked up in surprise when she saw Rob, instantly dropping into a curtsy. I am sorry, King Rob, I did not know you were present, she apologized. She made to leave, but Rob caught her before she could. It's quite all right, my lady. Your grandmother and I were just talking, Rob said easily, getting up to pull out a chair for her. Please, you may join us if you wish. Margaery smiled and took the seat. Rob pushed her back in and returned to his seat. I hope my grandmother has not scared you too much, Margaery said with a slight smile, plucking a grape from the vine. Rob returned the smile. No, not yet. Their conversation was brought to an abrupt halt when Greywind also decided to introduce himself to Margaery. The giant wolf rose and padded forward, pushing his nose onto Margaery's lap, sniffing her hands and person, looking up at her with curious golden eyes. Margaery gasped, leaning back slightly, obviously scared of the wolf. Rob snapped his fingers. Down, Greywind, he ordered. The wolf sat back on its haunches but did not leave his spot in front of Margaery. The young queen laid a hand on her lap slowly, allowing Greywind to lean forward and sniff her. When she passed the wolf's test, he pushed his head under her hand. Margaery laughed, relieved, and began to run her hand through the wolf's fur, marveling at the fact that she was petting a real direwolf. He's magnificent, she breathed. He's a big puppy when he wants, Rob said with a soft chuckle, but he's quite a sight in battle. Scared more than a few Lannister horses and the knights on them. Margaery nodded. I can imagine. My brother Willers breeds hounds, but none of them compare to your wolf. There's none like him south of the wall, Rob pointed out, besides his littermates, of course. There are others? Margaery asked. Rob nodded. All my siblings have one. Including Jon, my natural-born brother. Are they like? Margaery began to ask before realizing she didn't know the wolf's name. His name is Greywind, my lady, Rob helped. I would imagine so. I saw my brother Jon before I came south, and Ghost was just as large as his brother here. Where are the others? Margaery pressed. Ghost is with Jon in Riverrun, Summer and Shadowdog are with my youngest brothers in Winterfell, and Nymeria and Lady I have no clue. They belong to my sisters, Arya and Sansa, Rob answered. How big do they grow to be? Bigger than ponies, or so the Maester of Winterfell tells my brother, Rob responded. Lord Stark and I were talking about his conversation with Renly, Lady Olenna said, bringing the conversation back on track. I trust your talk with my husband went well? Margaery asked, becoming a bit more serious, although she kept one hand petting Greywind at all times. Rob noticed the little shift Margaery made in her attitude. She appeared willing to have a real conversation and, like her grandmother, did not seem like the kind of woman who wanted to be coddled. He looked closely at her, noting the intelligence that she hid rather well in her eyes. She's certainly more than a pretty face, Rob thought. I did not get the answer I hoped for, but I will get it tomorrow night no matter what, Rob answered honestly. I have given Renly a night to consider my terms. I will have my answer by tomorrow night, and if I do not receive one, then I leave regardless the next morning. Margaery raised an eyebrow. Why so soon? I've been away from my men for too long, Rob replied simply. I am fighting a war, my lady. Surely you have commanders who can lead your army for you? Margaery questioned. I left my men under the direction of my great-uncle, the Blackfish. A fine commander of men, but they are my men. I should be leading them. Rob replied. Margaery nodded, glancing at her grandmother for a moment before bringing her gaze back to Rob. Whatever passed between them was left unsaid. I have heard many interesting things about the North from my brother and father, but have never actually met a Northerner, she said thoughtfully. You're not at all what I imagined. Rob smiled slightly. I hope that is a compliment, my lady, he said with a chuckle. Though now I am curious. What did you imagine? Margaery hesitated. I thought Northerners were more barbaric, she admitted. Your companion, Smalljan, is what I imagined. Though the man was anything but small. Lady Olenna commented dryly. Rob laughed. We call him Smalljan because his father is the Great Jon, and both are probably closer to what you think a Northerner is, he explained easily. Do you find me barbaric, my lady? Margaery shook her head slightly. Not at all, my lord, she replied quietly. Rob smiled. We Northerners are just different is all. We have no time for fancy language when there is a harvest to collect and firewood to cut. The words of my house are winter is coming, and we in the North must always be ready. A fine lesson, Lady Olenna complimented. My dear, you said your father and brother told you this. Margaery nodded. Yes, grandmother. Lady Olenna scoffed. Forgive my family, Lord Stark, my son and youngest grandson are quite foolish and speak without thinking. Rob waves aside the apology. Think nothing of it, I have heard worse. Some believe that I changed into a great grey direwolf and snapped up the Kingslayer with one monstrous bite. Margaery giggled, causing both Rob and Olenna to look towards her. She took a quick moment to compose herself before explaining the sudden outburst. Forgive me, my lord, that is also something that my father mentioned. If that is what your father believes, then I am sorry if I fall short of the mark, Rob joked. The Northern King rose to his feet, Grey whined instantly at his side. How bowed to both Margaery and Olenna. Thank you for your company, my ladies. As enjoyable as it was, I am afraid I must return to my friends. I would hate for them to worry. Margaery smiled, looking at the same time a little sad that Grey Wind had walked away. Of course, my lord. We appreciate your time. Hopefully, we speak again. Rob grinned. I hope so as well, he said, bowing once more before he strode out. Grey Wind looked once more at Margaery before following his master. Margaery. After the Northern King left, her grandmother bit into a piece of cheese and chewed thoughtfully. He likes you quite a bit, my dear, she commented casually, watching to see how her granddaughter reacted. Margaery poured herself wine and cradled the glass in her hand. It is irrelevant, grandmother, she replied, not hiding the bitterness in her voice that had been there since the moment she entered her loveless marriage. It might, Olenna said. He's young, handsome, successful, and the most eligible man in Westeros. I raise my glass to whatever lucky girl gets him, Margaery said, taking a drink of wine. The Rose of Highgarden was not happy in her marriage, although many who saw the royal couple would beg to differ. They played their parts very well. Renly was the charming king and Margaery was his dutiful queen. However, away from prying eyes, the marriage was nothing more than two strangers who didn't even sleep in the same bed. Renly was everything Rob was in appearance. Tall, muscular, handsome, well-spoken, and charming. There were two distinct differences between the two men. The first was that Rob was a warrior. He had fought in battle and earned his spurs. Renly had not. The youngest Baratheon did not care for war, only the power that it would bring him. That's why he had men like Randil Tarly, Mathis Rowan, and Bryce Caron. They would lead his army and he would take glory for the victories. The second difference between the two men, and perhaps the most important, was that Renly was not exactly attracted to the fairer sex. He loved a Tyrell, but not Margaery. No, Renly's love and affection belonged to Margaery's brother Loras, who had been Renly's squire and secret lover for years. All of Loras' family were aware of what caught his eye, but they knew that he was happy with Renly and chose to never say anything. Now, his love had trapped House Tyrell to Renly's cause. Robb Stark was everything Margaery had hoped Renly would be. He was charming and gentlemanly, with a masculine nature that wasn't overbearing. He also didn't seem to mind discussing important matters with women, something he had just displayed not a few minutes ago. He was also quite handsome, with curly auburn hair, deep blue eyes, and a rugged handsomeness paired with a natural confidence that made girls want to throw themselves at the young man. Olenna noticed the look in her granddaughter's eye. She had seen it from time to time, whenever a passing minstrel or knight visited Highgarden. You fancy him? Margaery hesitated but nodded. I do, she admitted gently, tapping her finger repeatedly against her glass. Olenna shook her head sadly. You are married, my dear, and we have made our bed with Renly Baratheon. Now we must lie in it. He will not lie next to me, Margaery joked. Margaery had been by her grandmother's side since she was a girl. She had been mentored by the older woman since she had been old enough to play the game that all nobles south of the Neck play. She knew better than anyone that her grandmother would always look out for the interests of House Tyrell first and foremost. However, they had fully committed themselves to Renly Baratheon, and thus far, the alliance had not been as fruitful as the old woman would have hoped. Olenna looked at her granddaughter. She had not intended to put her into a loveless marriage. Olenna's own husband hadn't been exactly the sharpest sword in the armory, but he was attracted to her. I want you to get close to Robb Stark, Olenna said finally. Margaery raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. For what purpose? Robb Stark does not intend to lose this war, Olenna explained. It might prove advantageous to build a good relationship with him. Do not forget, the North and the Riverlands are not the only kingdoms in Westeros that were angered by the passing of Eddard Stark. The man was loved in the Vale as well. But the Vale hasn't joined with the Riverlands or the North, Margaery pointed out. Olenna pursed her lips. A curious situation to be sure, but there is a very good chance that they will in time. Margaery nodded. I will do as you ask. Olenna smirking. I have no doubt of that, my dear, and I'm sure you'll have some fun with that. After a few weeks with Renly, I bet it'll be nice to have a man pay attention to you. Margaery laughed. Robb Stark is just a friend, grandmother. Olenna nodded to her protege. That's my girl. Chapter 21, Robb 9. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 9. I am surprised, Lord Stark, to find you at my brother's side, Lord Stannis Baratheon scolded, speaking to Robb like he was a child. It is well known that your father was a supporter of my claim. Stannis was similar to Renly and yet vastly different at the same time. They both were tall and muscular, with coal-black hair and blue eyes, but that's where the similarities end. Stannis had wispy black hair across his head and a close-cropped beard across his jaw. His face seemed stretched with his hollow cheeks and thin lips. The man had the presence of an experienced commander but did not dress like the nobleman he was. He wore a plain ash-grey woolen shirt under his studded jerkin, plain old boots, and a plain belt that held his war dagger and sword. I am not my father, Robb said angrily. As you know, he died defending your cause. Yes, I heard Stannis without an ounce of sympathy, but there are sacrifices that have to be made. Gods, if the man ever sits on the throne, he'll be as disliked as Maegor the Cruel, Robb kept to himself. Stannis the Cold. An ironic name for the man whose banner has flames on it. My father is not some pawn to be cast aside in your play for power. Robb growled. He died an unlawful death supporting you. You will understand if I do not mean to do the same. I don't understand, Stannis barked back. I am the true king of Westeros. By all the laws of men and gods that is true, even if all of Westeros is set against me. Renly chuckled. You never knew what it meant to be king, even now you prove that. You will never be loved by Westeros. Stannis glared at his brother before glancing at his sigil. You changed our family banner. Renly smirked. I can see you've done the same, he said, nodding towards Stannis's banner, a stag's head emblazoned on a heart that was on fire. Why is your stag on fire? Your brother has taken the fiery heart of the Lord of Light as his banner, the strange woman at Stannis's side explained. She was an exotic beauty, with hair like burnished copper, red eyes, and pale, flawless skin. She had a lithe figure, with full breasts, a narrow waist, and a heart-shaped face. She regarded Renly and his party with a look of arrogance and amusement. Perhaps she is why he turned to a new religion, Robb thought with grim humor. It doesn't take a maester to see how. Ah, you must be the fire priestess I've heard so much about, Renly said. I must say, brother, when I heard you had found religion, I was surprised. It makes much more sense now. Watch yourself, Renly, Stannis warned. Renly grinned. No, I am relieved you have found religion in your old age. You should kneel before you brother, the priestess advised. He is the Lord's chosen. Born amidst salt and smoke. Born amidst salt and smoke. Renly mocked. Is he a ham? Robb glanced at the younger Baratheon. If my father had heard me insult my brother, let alone another man's religion, he would have put me before a padded post with a drill sword and had me train from dusk till dawn. That's twice I've warned you, Stannis rumbled. Robb sighed. If you two are only going to fling thinly veiled insults, then you waste my time. I called this meeting to give my brother one more chance to kneel before his lawful king, Stannis said. The Iron Throne is mine by right. All who deny that are my enemies. The whole realm denies it, from the wall to dawn, Renly replied instantly, growing serious. Old men deny it on their deathbeds and unborn children deny it in their mothers' wombs. Nobody wants you as their king. You never wanted any friends, brother, and a man without friends is a man without power. He glared at his brother. No one wants you for their king. Stannis simply regarded Renly with grim sympathy. For the sake of the mother who bore us, I will give you till dawn to strike your banners and pledge yourself to me. You will have a seat on the council, and I will even name you my heir until a son is born to me, he offered. Defy me and be destroyed. Renly glanced towards his army. Look across that field, brother. Look at those banners. You think a few bolts of cloth will make you king? Stannis challenged. No, the men holding those bolts of cloth will make me king, Renly replied firmly. We shall see, Renly. Come the dawn, we shall see, Stannis said ominously, turning his horse around and trotting away. Look to your sins, Lord Renly. The night is dark and full of terrors, the priestess added before following her king. It's funny, Renly said, glancing at Robb. I loved him once. With the old gods as my witness, I will never stare across the field and see my family, Robb swore to himself. Let them strike me down if the day ever comes, if I ever cross swords with Jon or Rickon. Robb has had enough of southern politics after watching Renly and Stannis fling mud at each other for no gain. All the while, the older Baratheon kept remarking that Robb's father would be disappointed that he had been declared king and was treating with Renly instead of declaring for Stannis. What worried Robb was the Red Priestess who had been by Stannis's side. She made Robb feel uneasy. There was something about her that he didn't trust. Now he was striding into his small camp in the center of Renlis, where his companions were sitting around a fire chatting casually. Daisy looked up as Robb walked in, a curious look on her face. How'd the meeting go? Robb sighed in annoyance and gripped the hilt of his blade. It was an hour of the brothers throwing insults at each other. A complete waste of my time. Well, you have a guest, Darin said, jerking his head towards Robb's tent. The others tried hard to keep smiles off their faces, but it was obvious that they found something very funny about the situation. The young king raised an eyebrow and walked towards his tent, noting that Greywind had shot into the tent the instant Robb had walked into the campsite. If Smalljon has found a whore and put the poor girl in my tent, I'll shave him, Robb thought briefly. Robb pushed aside the tent flap to reveal Margaery Tyrell petting Robb's direwolf, a soft smile on her face. Robb raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across his face. My lady, he greeted, bowing slightly. What do I owe the pleasure? Lady Margaery looked up, a smile also spreading across her face. Forgive me, my lord, I just came to see your beautiful wolf again. I didn't mean to intrude, she said. She looked back down at the giant wolf, whose eyes were closed in pleasure as it received Margaery's undivided attention. He truly is magnificent. Robb chuckled, dropping onto a nearby stool. He is. He likes you. Margaery chuckled as well. How was the meeting with Stannis? Robb was unable to keep the disgust off his face. Terrible. I have never seen brothers so divided since I heard the stories of the Bloodraven and Bittersteel. Margaery nodded slowly. There have been rumors that Stannis has taken up a foreign god and now has a priestess advising him. Is that true? She asked. There's been word that she's burned all the statues of the Seven and the September as well. Robb nodded. It's true. There's something about her that makes me uneasy. Margaery looked at him. Do you think she is a pretender? Robb shook his head. I don't think she's pretending, that's what worries me, Robb said. All my instincts tell me to be wary of her. So far, my instincts have not failed me. Stannis is not known to be a zealot to anything other than justice and the law of the realm, Margaery mused. No, but he has taken to this religion like a fish to water, Robb agreed gravely. He looked at the beautiful girl. Why did you come looking for me? I wanted to hear about the meeting with Stannis, Margaery replied innocently. Your husband was also there, Robb countered. Now, the truth please, my lady. Margaery chuckled. My husband has always treated me a little delicately. A rose with a stem of steel, Robb joked. You do not have to worry about me keeping the truth from you. In the north, some of our women are a lot stronger than steel. You mean Daisy Mormont, Margaery said, glancing outside the tent. Aye, and her mother and sisters as well, Robb said. The women of Bear Island are very remarkable. What would you like to know? Is there anything from the meeting that I should know about? Margaery asked. Robb shrugged. Stannis wasn't pleased. He sees me and Renly as traitors and false claimants to his throne. His priestess proclaimed him the Lord's chosen. He'll see anyone with a crown on their head as a threat to his throne, Margaery mused. Be it yourself or a boy with a wooden crown on his head, pretending to be Aegon the Conqueror. He's changed his banner, he has the priestess, but he was still Stannis. The man who held out against the might of the Reach, Robb sighed. I will be watching him very closely, regardless of what Renly says tonight. Margaery's face shifted in an instant, her thoughtful look replaced with sorrow. You leave tonight? Robb nodded. I will meet with Renly tonight and hopefully receive my answer. I leave tomorrow morning regardless. Margaery looked at him. Do you believe my husband will agree to your terms? Robb shrugged. I don't know, he admitted. If he agrees, then we can end this war sooner and I can go back to Winterfell with my family and stay there. Margaery pouted. Do you hate the South so much? The South is just different, my lady. There are some parts that I like, Robb said easily, gazing into her large brown eyes, but it's not somewhere I would like to remain for long. Starks don't prosper in the South. Robert's rebellion cleaved my father's family in half. Margaery nodded and stood up, patting Greywind lovingly. Thank you for talking with me, Lord Stark. I hope your talk with my husband goes well, she said, not able to meet his eyes. Robb nodded sadly. Thank you for your company, my lady. Do you need an escort back to your tent? She shook her head. No, I have my husband's guards waiting for me. I will be okay, she promised. She looked once more at Robb, before quickly ducking out of the tent and leaving. Greywind whined sadly, slumping next to Robb's cot. Robb nodded. I know. I miss her already too. So, what was the girl here for? Smalljan asked curiously, digging into his fourth bowl of pork stew. Robb and his guard sat around a low fire, eating an early dinner before Robb met with Renly. Renly's steward, a lanky man by the name of Nathan, had been kind enough to send food for breakfast, lunch, and supper for the Northern Guards. Tonight, it was a stew of boiled pork and vegetables accompanied with some crusty bread and black beer, at Smalljan's request. It had been Darren's request that they send enough food to feed a small village. The steward had taken the request with extreme seriousness. She just wanted to talk, Robb replied, slathering the last of his bread with butter before tearing into it, following the bread with more beer. Considering her dress, are you sure, your grace? Darren asked with a sly smile. Robb pushed the heir to Hornwood slightly with his boot, forcing the man off his Your Grace, if I may, Garland said hesitantly. Do you think it is wise to trust those who were just our enemies? Rob nodded slightly. Montfort Valerian intrigues me, I'll admit, but my father spoke highly of Sir Davos, in the brief moments he had met the man. As for the lies, he just needs to be paid. What about the Lords of the Blackwater? Lord Redwine asked curiously. Do you plan on rallying them as well? Rob thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, I don't believe so. They've already gone home, and there's no chance I can bring them back together again. And if they pledge their allegiance to Joffrey? Lord Rowan asked. Rob shrugged. Then so be it, but I highly doubt they will. After all, Stannis was the first to announce Joffrey's true parentage, he said easily. For now, I intend to focus on the enemies we do have. Namely, Tywin Lannister, whose presence in Harrenhal is beginning to greatly annoy me. If we march north, we can pinch him between our army and his Grace's northern army. Lord Redwine offered. There is the Crownlander force to consider. Lord Tarly countered. I have little doubt that Lord Lannister has them positioned between himself and the capital, now that the Reach has pledged for King Robb. Fair point, Lord Tarly. Robb said. We will march north through the Kingswood to Tumbleton before making our next move. Sound advice, Your Grace. Lord Rowan offered. Thank you, my lord, Robb said. That will be all for today. I must speak with Sir Courtenay and make sure a raven is sent to Riverrun. My uncle must know what is happening. The Blackfish has been busy. More than half of the Westerlands have fallen to your men. Garland said. Robb nodded. I trust Sir Brynden to keep the men busy while we wrap up things here in the south. But now we can and must turn our full attention back on Tywin. The sooner we deal with him, the better. He is our only obstacle in the way on our path to taking down Joffrey. This war is almost over, and with the valiant men of the Reach and Stormlands, I intend to end it. Chapter 37, Tyrion v. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Tyrion v. The acting hand of the king sat in his room, his desk littered with complaints, favors, and other tedious reports that fell to him because his nephew refused to do any actual work in ruling his kingdom, or whatever was left of it. There were reports from castles in the southern Westerlands that small armies of northerners had once again re-entered the region and were heading right for them. It seems the Blackfish was intent on claiming the rest of the west while his great-nephew secured the aid of the Reach and went after the brother-killer Stannis Baratheon. Soon, all that would be left in the west would be the crown jewels, Casterly Rock and Lannisport. Tyrion was looking over an interesting dispute between two knights in the Crownlands when Pod, his squire, entered the room, a scroll in his hand. He bowed to Tyrion. My lord, Lord Varys asked me to give this to you. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Oh. And where is the spider? Why is he not here to give me this information? He asked, joking with the boy. Unfortunately, Pod didn't take it that way. I'm afraid Lord Varys is currently occupied. He said he was meeting with one of his little birds when he gave me the scroll. Pod explained awkwardly, afraid that Tyrion was displeased with him. No one is ever in a joking mood, Tyrion sighed internally. Tyrion shrugged. Fair enough, he sighed and held out his hand, knowing that the sarcasm had gone over the boy's head. Pod quickly handed over the scroll before resuming his awkward stance in front of Tyrion. The imp glanced at him. Podrick Payne, or Pod as Tyrion called him, had come into Tyrion's service when he had met with his father in the Riverlands towards the beginning of the war. The boy's last master had stolen a ham from Tyrion's father and was hanged for it, while Pod was let off with a warning because of who his family was. He was a skinny, shy boy who seemed to be scared of his own shadow. He was naive, almost pitifully so, but Tyrion had grown to care for the lad. He worked hard to do his best, and as someone who's worked hard to be acknowledged for his achievements, Tyrion could relate to the boy. Tyrion gestured towards the balcony, where Bronn was relaxing and drinking wine. Why don't you have some wine, he offered. Have you been busy much? Pod shook his head. No, my lord. I took care of Bronn's horse and sharpened his sword, but that was all. Tyrion looked at the sellsword, who was casually popping grapes into his mouth. You know I can get you a squire, right? It wouldn't be hard for Tyrion to find a boy who could serve the dark humid sellsword, It would be rather odd because Bronn isn't an actual knight, but there was no shortage of noble families who would be willing to hand over their second or third son to the personal guard of the acting hand. People were truly desperate to get power any way they could. Bronn shrugged. Why? You hardly use yours, he pointed out, throwing the empty grapevine out over the balcony. I was just putting the boy to use other than running messages. Tyrion shook his head, looking back at Pod. Nevertheless, you've earned a rest. Have some fruit and wine. Pod bowed and made his way over to Bronn, taking a seat right across from him. The sellsword poured the boy some wine while Tyrion went back to his reports. The imp unrolled the scroll, briefly looking over the contents. The first few words caught his attention, forcing him to read the entire message through. When he finished reading, he laid down the message, tapping his desk thoughtfully. "Fuck me," he muttered. "Is everything all right, my lord?" Pod asked worriedly. "It seems our enemies are making friends with one another," Tyrion replied tiredly. "Stannis Baratheon was found dead in his war camp, and the Stormlords have decided to return to their good friends in the Reach, who are currently sworn to Robb Stark." "What's that?" "4 kingdoms currently set against us," Bronn asked, using his knife to carve apple slices. Tyrion gave the sellsword a dirty look, who just looked unimpressed. "It seems your arithmetic is nearly as good as your knife work, my friend," Tyrion said. "There are 5 kingdoms set against us." Bronn stopped cutting into the apple to make a vague gesture with his knife. "Right, those iron cunts have a king also, don't they?" He shook his head. "They never learn." Pod nodded. "Balon Greyjoy," he added quietly. The one thing Tyrion did appreciate about the boy was that he did seem to know his history, or at least the names of the noble houses. "Well, this all sounds horrible," Bronn said casually before going back to eating his apple. "So what do you plan to do about it?" he asked, munching on the fruit. Tyrion rolled his eyes at the sellsword's casualness. Tyrion knew that he had Bronn's allegiance for as long as it was beneficial to the sellsword. After all, they can't get paid by the dead. "We need allies, but my nephew has made that rather hard," he grumbled. "Joffrey acted like a spoiled brat at the best of times. At the worst, well, he resembled the characteristics of the Mad King more than Tyrion wanted to admit. After beheading Ned Stark on the steps of the September of Baelor and the rumor of the boy's parentage, there weren't many who were willing to tie their wagon to the Lannisters, which seemed a lost cause at this point." "What about the Lords of the Blackwater?" Pod suggested shyly. "Lord Varys never mentioned that they went to Robb Stark." Tyrion stared at his squire before glancing back at the letter, rereading it once more just to make sure. He slammed his hand on the desk. "Pod, you're fucking brilliant," he cried, looking at the boy, who had gone red with embarrassment. Bronn raised an eyebrow. "I'm not questioning the lad's brains, but why? The Lords of the Blackwater were the first lords to declare for Stannis Baratheon, but since he's dead, we can bring them to our side," Tyrion explained. "I almost overlooked the fact that Varys said Stormlords, and not Stannis' entire fucking army." Tyrion stacked the other reports to the side of his desk, placing a blank piece of parchment right in front of him. He quickly wrote out a message that he knew would translate well to a Raven message. When he was done, he left it to dry, sprinkling sand on the blotches. When the message was ready, he rolled it up and got out of his seat, handing it to Pod. "Take this to the Grand Maester," he ordered. "Tell him to send this to all Lords of the Blackwater." Pod set down his cup and took the scroll, quickly leaving. Before he got to the door, he stumbled a bit but regained his balance and composure by the time he was out the door. Tyrion chuckled as he watched Pod leave, taking his leftover wine and draining the rest of it himself. It was good, a Dornish vintage if he was any judge. He had finally figured out where his sister got her wine and had Bronn make sure that wine was brought to his room as well. The man had refused Tyrion's offer at first, not wanting to upset the queen. Thankfully, Bronn had fixed the man's attitude with a knife and some careful words. Now, Tyrion received great wine every other day. "How many men do you think you'll get out of this?" Bronn asked curiously. Tyrion shrugged, turning to look at the sellsword. "A few thousand, I would hope. As well as a strong navy." "What's the point of a navy if all the others are on the other side of the bloody continent?" Bronn scoffed, throwing his apple core over the balcony. A few seconds later came the surprised shout of the person who was hit by the core. Tyrion wagged his finger. For now they are, but when the Stark boy comes, he'll have the Red Wine fleet at his back. We'll need every damn ship we can get. Bronn grunted. So you get what? A few thousand men and some ships. The Northern boy just got the Reach. Where are our 100,000 men? Tyrion frowned. I am well aware of the predicament, he grumbled. What else do you want me to do? Magically produce whole armies out of my ass? Bronn shrugged. Only if you want. Tyrion glared at the sellsword. Perhaps it's better that no one is in a joking mood. Bronn held up a hand. What about hiring a company of sellswords? He offered. The Golden Company damn good at what they do. I had Varys look into that already. They're on a contract somewhere in the Free Cities. Tyrion said dismissively. As are most of the other companies. That's why Pod's comment had been so brilliant. Tyrion had been looking for allies everywhere but to no avail. Now, he would have a few thousand more men and some ships. It wasn't battle-hardened sellswords, but it was men who knew how to swing swords and shove spears into other men. Also, they wouldn't be as expensive. What about the Company of the Rose? Bronn suggested. Ha! Tyrion laughed mockingly. You want me to fight Northerners with ex-Northerners? Bronn frowned. The Company of the Rose is the second biggest mercenary company in all of Essos. They get the job done and they're probably cheaper than the Golden Company. Tyrion glanced at his paid protection. The Company of the Rose hadn't been on the list of companies currently under contract in Essos. If he could hire them, then it might be the boost needed to shift the tides of war. I'll ask Varys to look into it, he said, waddling back towards his desk. Speaking of which, I have a job for you. Bronn raised an eyebrow. What is it now? The boy, Pod. I want you to train him. Tyrion said, hopping back up onto his seat. The bloody Master-at-Arms died in the riots and my sister hasn't gotten around to getting a new one. Why don't you get some knight to train him? One of those fancy Kingsguard with the white cloaks and ridiculous titles, Bronn argued, crossing his arms. I'm paid to make sure no one stabs you, not to train a boy too scared of his own fucking shadow. Tyrion looked at him. I pay you, remember, he said. Besides, my lovely sister won't let me borrow any of the Kingsguard. Anyways, I highly doubt any of them have any real skill. Bronn frowned. The Kingsguard answer to the king. Tyrion chuckled, shaking his head. They are sworn to the king, he explained, but they answer to his mother. Tyrion wasn't stupid. He had found out rather quickly where allegiances were in the court. Cersei controlled most of the Kingsguard, along with several courtiers and nobles who would do anything to gain her favor. Littlefinger had multiple merchants and business owners in his pockets, as well as numerous gold cloaks, although Jacelyn Bywater was slowly working on weeding them out. The only person Tyrion couldn't get a read on was Varys and his little birds. Oh, and Pycelle would wipe Tyrion's father's ass if asked. That's how loyal the old man was to the great Tywin Lannister. Bronn sighed. Fine, I'll fucking train the boy. Tyrion nodded. Good, you'll start tomorrow, he said. Besides, he'll need to know how to fight when the might of four kingdoms come crashing down on us, he muttered quietly so that Bronn didn't hear him. Chapter 38, Robb 14. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 14. The march from Storm's End to Tumbleton had only taken more than a week. The army of 100,000 marched north on the King's Road before turning west on the Rosa Road. Traveling so close to King's Landing, it had been more than tempting for Robb to take the capital, but he had other plans in mind for Joffrey. Robb was a good man who didn't hate many people, but Joffrey, the whiny, cowardly prick who sat on a chair of swords, was someone he hated with his heart and soul. Robb wanted Joffrey to truly fear him before he took the royal prick's head. He wanted to make him watch, powerless, as Robb defeated his grandfather, conquered the Westerlands, and then marched on King's Landing with a mighty army at his back. He wanted to make Joffrey watch as Robb tore every defense from around him and exposed the boy for what he was, a spoiled brat who never had the spine to face Robb on the battlefield. Tumbleton was an ideal stop for Robb and his army. The town was primarily used for trade, and being so close to the Mandaya River and King's Landing, it saw its fair share of goods run through the town. It had more than enough food to resupply the army, and the area around the city was large enough for Rob's men to camp, so long as they stayed off roads. Rob currently sat in the solar of Lord Footley, protector of Tumbleton, who had been gracious enough to lend the room to the Northern King and his commanders. Many messages had been sent to Bitterbridge and Highgarden from the North and Riverlands, and now Rob had to dig through the mountain of reports to immerse himself into what had happened in the Riverlands. The last news he received was that Sir Brynden had conquered the Northern Westerlands. The Blackfish has done great work in the Riverlands, Lord Randall said, looking over a message from the Tully Knight. Almost the entire Westerlands have fallen to him, leaving only Case, Lannisport, and Casterly Rock to be taken. Not to mention that he's pushed back Tywin's raiders quite a bit, Lord Rowan added. He's sent nearly 1,000 riders south towards Pink Maiden to cut off the bastards. Will he march on Casterly Rock? Sir Baelor Hightower asked curiously. Lord Tarly shook his head. The Rock is one of the most defensible castles I've seen, he answered. It would take quite a host to besiege the castle, let alone take it. Which he is unable to do with Tywin's host holding Harrenhal, Rob commented. Sir Brynden can only send in small armies to take castles. From the reports, Stafford Lannister stripped several castles of their garrisons to put his host at Oxcross together. Lord Tarly is right. Sir Brynden would need nearly the entire host to take the Rock. Why not march north and take the bastard from behind while Sir Brynden leads a force south? Pinch him right between us? Sir Donal Swan asked. The heir to Stony Helm, along with his brother Balon, were welcome additions to Rob's retinue. Lord Gillian Swan, the Lord of Stony Helm, had decided to remain home, his sword sheathed for good. Now, the men of Stony Helm were commanded by the man's two sons, Donal and Balon. Both knights were chivalrous, loyal, and honest. All traits that Rob valued. Donal was a solid man, dependable with average intelligence. If told what to do, he could be relied upon to see it done completely. However, he was not a true strategist like Tarly or Caron. If there was ever a word to describe the man, it was ordinary. His brother, on the other hand, was a true asset to Rob as the newest member of his guard. Sir Balon was an excellent warrior, skilled with the lance, morning star, and bow. Even Loras Tyrell, who had faced the man many times in tournaments, could not deny his martial abilities. We leave the Crownlanders at our back, Lord Caron explained. They may not be a lot of them, but even 10,000 men smashing into our rear could cost us double that number. That's all Tywin would need to slip from our grasp. Rob nodded. We will march north, he said, leaving no room for argument. Once we muster our full force, we will sweep south to King's Landing without having to worry about who's at our backs. I would agree with you, Your Grace, but I'm afraid that won't be as easy as you hope. Lord Randall grumbled angrily, handing Rob the message he had been reading. This came from Lady Olenna. Rob raised an eyebrow but took the message. It read. Your Grace. My informants have told me that the Ironborn have invaded the north along the western coast. They are led by Victorian, Asher, and Theon Greyjoy. Blackfish has sent a raven from Riverrun. Lord Bolton has been sent north with Dustins, Riswells, and Freys. Sir Roderick Castle is also rallying a host at Winterfell to repel the invaders. Balon Greyjoy had named himself King of the Iron Islands. Lady Olenna Tyrell. Rob felt his heart drop to his stomach and his veins turned to ice. There had to be a misunderstanding, a lie. Rob had been given his word. If Balon said no, Theon would return to Riverrun. There was no way Theon would ever break his word. He wouldn't turn on me. We are like brothers, Rob thought to himself, struggling to control his fury, sadness, bitterness, and worry for his homeland. Old gods forgive me, I've given Balon his son and heir back. Garland frowned as Rob's expression changed from one of confusion to black fury. He looked towards Lord Tarly, who looked more grim than usual. What's happened? Balon Greyjoy has placed a crown on his head once again, Tarly explained. He's sent his brother and children to attack the north. Likely in retaliation for the role Eddard Stark played in the man's failed rebellion. Perhaps it's just a raid. Sir Baelor offered weakly. Mathis Rowan shook his head sadly. Lady Olenna's informants are rarely wrong, he said. Besides, if Balon's put a crown on his head, it's undoubtedly the Iron Fleet. I'll take his bloody head, Robb muttered, his anger taking over his mind as he threw the letter on the desk in front of him. Fucking foolish idea. Garland shared a confused look with the others. Your Grace? He asked worriedly. He had seen Robb angry before, like when he had arrived at the trial Loras was holding at Bitterbridge, but this was far worse. Robb had the desire to kill in his eyes. Robb's eyes were like shards of ice. I sent Theon to his father in the hopes of allying myself to the Ironborn. He left the same day I came south to treat with Renly. He had orders to return to Riverrun if his father refused. He growled. He's betrayed me. You did what you thought was right, Garland said, trying to make an excuse for Robb, but the Northern King shook his head. I was a fool, Garland. There is no excuse. Robb barked. I trusted the wrong people and now my home is being attacked. Tarly nodded. All is not lost, Your Grace. The Ironborn are not true fighters, nor are they particularly known for their strategy. Lord Bolton and Sir Roderick will see them off in due time. I'll write a message to Roose. Tell him that Theon is to be captured. I want to kill him myself. Robb said. Lord Redwyne, how fast can your fleet make it up the coast? A week, maybe more if the winds are fair, Paxter answered. The Redwyne fleet had been assembled at the Arbor when Renly declared himself king, but it had never been ordered to move just yet. It was one of the four most powerful navies in Westeros, next to the Royal, Iron, and Western fleets. Will you be able to join them? Garland asked. Lord Redwyne tilted his head, thinking. If I ride like 7 hells for the coast, I should be able to meet them just north of the Shield Islands. Do it, Robb said. If Balon Greyjoy wants to invade my home, I'll remind him what it feels like. Lord Tarly nodded. Retaliation must be swift and harsh, he said, agreeing with Robb. Robb tapped the desk in front of him thoughtfully. He was trying to push the thoughts of Theon's betrayal to the side so that he could focus on the now. He was going to march north to Riverrun and meet up with his northern army. From there, he could split up his force to attack the Iron Islands, finish the campaign in the Westerlands, and attack the Lannisters. Lord Redwyne, bring your fleet up to Lannisport and blockade the port until it is time to invade the islands, Robb ordered. The rest of us here will march north and meet up with my other host at Riverrun. From there, we will split up. We will have more than enough men to attack the Ironborn, Tywine, and the Westerlands. Divide and conquer. Bryce Caron said fiercely. Robb nodded. Exactly. My enemies have multiplied since I have left the Riverlands, but I have the troops and the commanders to put them all down. Robb growled. We'll make Balon, Tywine, Joffrey, and Theon all pay. I didn't know how else to tell you this, but now's a better time than later, Garland said as Bryce Caron closed the door behind him. After Robb had laid out his plan, he had dismissed the others so that he could be by himself. Only Garland had remained in his seat, waiting patiently so that he could be alone with Robb. Robb raised an eyebrow. What? Margaery is on her way, Garland said. She and our grandmother. Why? Garland shrugged. Besides the fact that the two of you are going to marry, I suspect she wants to go wherever you go. In this case, it seems she's going north. Robb frowned. We're marching to war, Garland. She stayed in Renly's camp. The Tyrell Knight pointed out. She's been in a war camp before. Robb shook his head. Renly never went to battle. We'll be marching against Tywine. She can't stay in the war camp then. Not with the enemy so close at hand. Garland nodded, conceding the point. Fair, but then again she'll agree that she shouldn't be there anyway. She can be left at Riverrun during the battle, and then join you when we win. Just like how she stayed at Bitterbridge when we marched off to face Stannis. Robb nodded slowly. All right, he conceded. Robb, Garland said, she truly cares for you. She wants to be a good queen, just as we're all sure you will be a good king, but realize that you are still a stranger to her. Take this moment, before we march off to war and almost certain death, to get to know each other, to become friends before lovers. Do you have a wife? Robb asked curiously. Garland smiled gently, his eyes having a little far-off look as he looked out a window. I do. My Leonette is currently at Highgarden with my mother, he said. He looked back at Rob. There's no one I'd rather be with. Rob smiled. You love her, that much is clear. Do you love Margaery? Rob hesitated. In his heart, he knew he did, but his mind didn't agree. He had only known the girl for a few short weeks. How much could he come up with in that short amount of time? I care for her very much. Rob said finally. I don't believe I've known her long enough to say love, but I do care a great deal for her. Garland raised an eyebrow. What does your heart tell you? I love her, Rob answered instantly. Garland nodded. When it comes to war and politics, think with your head, he said, tapping his temple, but when it comes to love, trust this, he said, tapping his chest where his heart would be. Rob chuckled. I thought your grandmother was supposed to be the wise one. Garland grinned. Oh, my sister, grandmother, and older brother are smart all right. I got lucky with common sense. He joked. My talents have always been elsewhere, he said, patting the sword at his side. Rob laughed. Fair point, he said, his anger now fully dissipated. When will Margaery arrive? Tomorrow sometime, Garland answered, getting up from his chair. By the way, have you thought about the wedding? To Garland's surprise, Rob nodded. I have. I was thinking Riverrun. The Tyrell knight raised an eyebrow. Is that because that's where your parents were wed? Rob nodded slightly. That is a factor, but it's also because that's where a lot of my family is. When I'm married, I want my brother, uncle, and great-uncle by my side. Just as I'm sure Margaery would want her family by her side when she's married. Garland smiled gently. Family is very important to you. A quality that Margaery shares as well. Rob returned the smile. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives, Rob said sagely, quoting his father. Family is everything to the North, Garland. The knight nodded. As it is to my sister. Oh, Laura's may be a bit immature and rash, but we were all brought up on the same main principle, protect the family. Rob's smile fell slightly. Mine is spread out across the realm, he said gently. Not since Robert Baratheon came to Winterfell has my entire family been in one place. My youngest brothers are in Winterfell. My sisters are in King's Landing. My mother is in the north and Jon is at Riverrun. You will all be together once again, Your Grace. You just need to have faith. Garland said. Are you a godly man? Rob asked. Garland shrugged. Not particularly, but I enjoy the idea that something is waiting for me after death. Not just the dark unknown. Rob nodded. Fair enough. And you? Rob scratched his jaw. I follow the old gods, just as most of my family does. I'm not sure what there is after death, but I like what the old gods stand for. But death, I assume that when I die, I join the old gods and look over my family and descendants. Religion is always tricky, Garland admitted. That and politics have always turned brother against brother. Rob chuckled. But it makes men act better than they might usually. So it has its uses. Garland chuckled as well. It does, he bowed to Rob. I will leave you be, Your Grace. Garland, Rob said, stopping the knight before he was gone. Garland turned, an eyebrow raised. Thank you. Chapter 39, Theon 4. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Theon 4. Theon breathed slowly as he hid next to the giant tree, his eyes locked on the woodland trail in front of him. He and 200 other Ironborn were hidden on either side of the track, waiting for the Northern Relief Force marching down the path. Theon had put out a full screen of scouts to the east as he and his raiders moved through the forest, and the results had been fruitful. His scouts had soon reported a large force, perhaps 500 men, moving through the woods towards the stony shore. Both forces were on a collision course. What had worried Theon was the man was leading the force. It was Sir Roderick Castle, the old master at arms of Winterfell. He was not pleased with seeing the old knight again. He thought that he was still in the south at Riverrun, where Lady Stark would no doubt be. Perhaps Rob had sent the knight north when he had heard of the Ironborn attack, but there was no way the castle had made it north so quickly. There was also another man who rode with Sir Roderick, which Theon guessed was Cleisewin, the heir to Castle Sewin if his tabard was any indication. Theon had seen him fight in the occasional tourney at Winterfell. He was good, better than most, and would most certainly take a lot of Theon's raiders with him if he was going to die fighting. Dagmar shifted his bulk, easing himself into a more comfortable position in the wet snow. The raider had placed himself right next to Theon, a battered foghorn in his hand that would signal the attack. The old man had a fearsome grin on his face, clearly excited for the upcoming fight. From the tramp of feet and the slight thunder of hooves, the northern reinforcements were now very close. Sir Roderick did not quiet his men, whose voices could be heard well down the trail. Apparently, the old knight felt confident in the Wolfswood, which was understandable. Not many would assume that the Ironborn would be so far inland or be on the same trail that led from Winterfell to the coast. But Theon wasn't like most Ironborn. Theon eased the bow off his shoulder and drew an arrow from his quiver. All around him, the forest came alive for a moment as men grabbed their weapons, grinning fiercely at one another. They were used to swift and bloody surprise attacks, sneaking up on unsuspecting towns and villages and hitting them when they were unprepared. This was their style of fighting. Theon sighed quietly, shifting so that he was a little more comfortable in the snow and mud. He and his men had been hidden for at least an hour, waiting for the enemy. As they waited, Theon tried to reason with himself why he was doing this. So far, most of his actions had been motivated by his desire to show his father and the rest of his family that he was an Ironborn and deserving of the name Greyjoy. That's why he wanted to take Winterfell. Yet, he didn't feel like an Ironborn reaver, but like a man posing as one. Wearing the armor, killing Northerners, it didn't feel right to him. When he had fought next to Robb at the Whispering Wood, that had felt right. But there was no going back now. Benford's words ran through his bread without pause. Theon the traitor. Theon the turncloak. Finally, just like at the Whispering Wood, Theon began to hear the light thunder of horse hooves pounding on the trail. It was not like the rolling thunder, the sound that had heralded the arrival of the Blackfish and the Kingslayer, along with their hundreds of men. This was more like surf slamming onto the coast during a storm. The northern host rounded the bend and came into view, marching briskly. At their head, just as was reported, were Sir Roderick and Cleisewin, both with masks of grim purpose. A look most Northmen had perfected at an early age. Theon once heard the Kingslayer call it thunderous rectitude. Sir Roderick wore ring mail armor with a longsword and dagger at his side. On his head was his steel helm, the same one Theon remembered Arya wearing when King Robert entered Winterfell. Seeing the man again was more of a sad occasion than a shocking event. Theon didn't want to kill the knight, but he knew it would happen. Everyone in this host needed to be killed so that any stragglers didn't give away Theon's attack on Winterfell. Cleisewin certainly looked like a man ready for war. He wore plaited leather with steel pauldrons and a steel gorget. A tabard bearing the twin axes of House Sewin covered his armored chest. He wore a broadsword and had a steel buckler strapped to his saddle. Slung over one shoulder was a double-bladed, black steel battle axe. Theon watched as the enemy began to move past where his Ironborn were positioned. When they were near, he nodded to Dagmar. The old raider raised the horn to his lips and blew, creating a low, eerie moan that startled the northern host as their eyes were drawn to the woods around them that were suddenly filled with Ironborn raiders. With one fluid motion, Theon stood and drew back on his bow so that the arrows fletching tickled the side of his face. His aim was set on Sir Roderick, who had drawn his sword and was bellowing orders to his men. Theon was an excellent shot with a clear view of the old man's neck. He fired, watching the arrow cut cleanly through Cleisewin's throat. The northern host fell to confusion as arrows came from the shadows, striking down northerners where they stood. Within a few moments, more than 50 northerners had been either killed or wounded by the first volley, but the arrows did not stop. Sir Roderick attempted to regain control of his men, but that's when Dagmar and the other raiders struck. The old reaver roared and ran from his hiding spot as dozens of Ironborn ran out of the woods, waving their axes and swords over their heads. More raiders came from the east and south as Theon's plan was executed to bloody perfection. The son of Balon Greyjoy continued to fire arrow after arrow into the mass of Northmen as they tried to form a defensive formation, but it mattered little at this point. The raiders were on them like rabid dogs, claiming 2 or 3 northern warriors for every Ironborn that was cut down. With the northern infantry distracted, Theon turned his attention to the cavalry cutting his raiders down with terrifying ruthlessness. With the last of his quiver, he put down a dozen horses, taking careful aim to place arrows right behind the left shoulders of the beasts. Other archers began to follow his lead as well, turning the horses into pincushions until they could not stand, causing their riders to be thrown into the mud, creating easy targets for the raiders. With no more arrows, Theon drew his sword and jogged towards the fight, crossing the last few meters at a sprint as he entered the fray, his sword rising and falling as he carved a swathe through the infantry. He didn't bother looking into their faces. There was a good chance a few of them knew who he was. And he knew them. The faces he did see were of old men with grey beards and slow reflexes and young boys with eyes filled with fear. Theon ignored it all, stabbing and hacking with all his might. His sword was covered in gore, and he continued to splatter himself with scarlet. He didn't care. He kept going forward. Theon kept this up for an hour. Hack, stab, thrust, parry, stab, hack, stab, repeat. He heard nothing, he felt nothing, immune to the carnage that was happening around him. It was almost an otherworldly experience for the young noble. He was no longer in control of his body and could not stop the horror that was in front of him. In a moment of clarity, Theon heard the roar of Dagmar as he fought someone, spitting curses and abuse. Then he realized how far he had strayed from the center of the battle. He was closer to where his hiding place had been, and Cleisewin's still body was nearby. Sir Roderick fought next to his downed horse, his face and armor covered with mud and blood from where he had fallen. Even at his age, the warrior had claimed his fair share of kills, most likely men who saw an old man and thought he would be a quick and effortless kill. Sir Roderick had fought in 2 wars and numerous single combats. Theon remembered watching him on the tourney field. The man was as graceful as a dancer and as ferocious as a direwolf. The 2 old warriors threw themselves at each other, showing that age had not dulled their spirits or edge. Castle fought with controlled fury, his feet perfectly positioned, his sword moving like an extension of his arm. Dagmar battered the old knight like a sea storm, his battle axe a whirling circle of light that attacked with devastating power, all while the old raider screamed abuse at his opponent. Theon slowly moved towards the fight until he was sprinting across the field. He was constantly stopped by northerners who recognized him as the leader of the raiders, but they were cut down without a second thought. Theon only had eyes for the 2 old men fighting. No one else mattered. The fight was over before Theon reached the pair. Dagmar stepped to the side, avoiding a blow that would have split him from brain to balls. With a mighty roar, the raider's battle axe came down and took off Roderick's hand at the wrist. To the man's credit, Castle didn't cry out, but sunk to his knees in front of the raider, holding the bloody stump with his good hand. Dagmar smiled grimly, hefting his axe again. Well fought, he said before bringing his axe down in a savage strike, cleanly cutting through flesh and bone as he took the knight's head off. Theon reached Dagmar just as Roderick's head rolled to a stop in the mud, the undead, half-lidded eyes staring at Theon with damning sadness. The younger man was full of unknown emotion. He didn't know if it was sadness, happiness, or some undefinable emotion that was a mix of both. Whatever it was, Theon wanted it to stop. Dagmar clapped Theon on the shoulder, turning him so that they were both watching the last of the northern host be put to the sword. The ground was littered with dead, but it was obvious that the majority were northerners. The raiders walked among the dead, putting the injured to the sword and helping their comrades where they could. Others simply looted the bodies, claiming victory trophies. Well done, lad. Dagmar laughed. We certainly fucked them up. Theon nodded, his eyes roaming the bodies, noticing faces he used to know for the first time. They had protected him, he had trained with them, hunted with them. They had families and children who they would never see again. He had killed them. He had gone too far now. He had gone too far when he had killed Tallheart back at the village on the coast. He was committed to attacking Winterfell, and he had no choice but to keep moving forward. Collect whatever arrows you can, clean your weapons, and take what you need, Theon said, taking charge. We have a castle to take. Chapter 40, Catelyn 3. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Catelyn 3. Caitlin stood on the battlements over the main gate, staring out over the road and the small town it went through. Sir Roderick had promised to send a rider back when he and his men had retaken Deepwood Motte. The old knight had taken nearly 600 men, stripping the strong garrison that Robb had left at Winterfell in addition to the men that Cleisewin had brought with him. They had left almost a week ago, and Caitlin knew that it was only a few days' ride to the seat of the Glovers, quicker if there were men who knew the Wolf's Wood, which there undoubtedly were. Then there would be a siege and the taking of the castle itself. Caitlin wasn't sure how many raiders held Deepwood Motte, but she hoped Roderick would take the castle quickly and return with the men meant to protect Winterfell. As much as she tried not to, the Lady of Winterfell was beginning to worry. Caitlin knew that her home was far from the ocean, but she couldn't help but worry about the castle being attacked. Winterfell was a great stronghold, but it had less than half of the garrison her son had left behind. Little more than 200 men, most of whom were poorly trained villagers who looked like warriors but most certainly weren't. Finally, after more than an hour of waiting, the cold became too much and Caitlin retired to Ned Solar, where she had taken over ruling Winterfell and the North in Robb's stead. Her son Bran had done a marvelous job, but Caitlin slightly enjoyed having work to keep her mind off the South and her eldest. Maester Lewin was waiting patiently inside the room, with a handful of Raven messages in his hands. "My lady," he said, bowing when Caitlin entered. Caitlin nodded slightly, taking her seat at the desk. "Are those messages from the other Northern Lords?" Lewin nodded, placing the small pieces of parchment neatly down on the desk. "They are, my lady. Lord Wyman is currently sending 300 men under his cousin, Sir Marlon. Arnulf Karstark is also marching 200 men from Carhold. Finally, there has been word from the twins that Lord Roose Bolton is marching north with his men and those of House Dustin and House Ryswell." The Maester explained. "There also seems to be men mustering to the Dread Fort, no doubt also the work of Lord Bolton." "What of House Umber?" Caitlin asked. "Or House Hornwood?" Lewin shook his head. "I'm afraid neither house can send aid, my lady. They sent many men south with King Robb and would not have enough to collect the harvest if they sent men south to Winterfell." Caitlin huffed but nodded. "Very well. Has there been any word from the Rills or Barrowtown?" Lewin shook his head again. "Lady Barbary nor her father have returned any of the ravens I have sent. It seems that they are keeping their men back to protect themselves." Caitlin sighed in annoyance. "When the Ironborn are repelled, I want a message sent to my son telling him of their reluctance to protect the North," she ordered. She had watched her father struggle with the phrase and had no wish to see her son deal with the same problem. She had asked Ned a dozen times during their marriage what had destroyed the relationship between Barrowtown, the Rills, and Winterfell. Still, her husband had never given her a good answer. "It was my fault." It was Ned's customary answer to Caitlin's questions on the matter. She received the same answer when asked about the bastard's mother and what had happened to Lyanna Stark. Whatever had happened between Barbary Dustin, Roderick Ryswell, and her husband was an answer Caitlin had to wait for. Lewin bowed slightly. "Of course. Is there anything else I should know?" Caitlin asked, glancing at the Raven messages before putting them off to the side. Lewin shook his head. "There's been word from Bear Island. Their largest fishing village was hit when Deepwolf Motte and Torrens Square were. But the keep was not taken." Caitlin asked. Lewin shook his head. Even with overwhelming numbers, the Ironborn did not attempt to take the keep. They instead went back to their boats and sailed off. Caitlin sighed, rubbing her face. The Ironborn were hitting the north all along the coastline, all except for Eagle's Roost. That was one place that not even the Ironborn would attack, not without thousands and thousands of men and quite a lot of courage. She knew the story of Havar Ionita Hawker, a popular one in the north, especially after Balon Greyjoy's first failed rebellion. Bowden Hawker, captain of the Sea Hawk and commander of the Western Fleet, was still heading north. The Castellan of Flint's Finger sent a raven not long ago saying that Bowden had made it to Cape Crooken. Unfortunately, the elements seemed to be against the man, as he was having to row the entire way north. A slow and arduous process that would leave many of his fighters tired. "We'll rally what men we can here," she said tiredly. "Sir Marlon will take whatever force we can muster and march south to help Torrens Square." "My lady, should I send a rider to the mountain clans?" Lewin asked. Caitlin shook her head. Leave them be, she answered. If we need their help, we'll ask. Even after years of living in the north and having met many mountain clan chieftains, she had always been wary of them. They were unlike any nobles she had met before, if they could even be called nobles. They were gargantuan, boisterous men who treated her husband with the greatest respect, but she wasn't her husband. She wasn't sure if they would answer her call for help. Lewin hesitated but nodded. Obviously, the older maester disagreed with the decision, but he didn't say anything. He bowed once more. With your leave, my lady, he said before leaving. Caitlin watched him go before turning her attention to the stack of reports and messages that required her opinion and notice. Besides the war effort, there were still reports on the harvest happening across the north, not to mention conflicts between lords and farmers, and now there were reports on the survivors of the Ironborn raids. Most were streaming into Barrowtown, Winterfell, or Eagle's Roost, but there were pitifully few. The north was vast, and it was a trek to get anywhere, especially on foot. Very few made it to safety, especially those with wounds or who were sick. The Lady of Winterfell was doing all she could to help the survivors, feeding them and helping them find shelter among the generous people of Wintertown. For those who were strong enough, she had put them to work helping with the harvest. She hated to do it, but as the Umbers and Hornwoods had said, they needed all the hands they could to bring in the harvest before it went bad. Caitlin sighed and started to go through the reports. She hadn't spent a very long time with her children, as she had immediately taken charge when she entered Winterfell, sending messages across the north and taking over as ruler of Winterfell. According to Lewin, Rickon wasn't very happy, but Bran and the woman Osha were doing all they could to keep the boy entertained. Caitlin longed to spend time with her children, having been away from them for so long, but she couldn't leave the desk. There was simply too much to take care of. There were also the children of Howland Reed, Hojan and Mira, whom Caitlin hadn't properly met yet. They had arrived for the Harvest Festival a few weeks ago and had stayed in Winterfell, befriending both Bran and Rickon. There was so much going on in the south that Caitlin thought it best to retire to the north, hoping to escape the bloodshed and heartache. Instead, she walked from one battlefield and into another. Caitlin's eyes shot open as she heard the sounds of metal crunching into wood. She sat up in bed, pulling the covers up close to her chest, watching in horror as the axe head sheared through her door, causing a gap wide enough for her to see who her assailants were. They wore dark leathers and chainmail with pot helms. Some carried square shields and the majority wielded axes. If their attire and weapons didn't give them away, the emblem on their chests and shields was unmistakable. It was the Golden Kraken of House Greyjoy. The Ironborn were attacking Winterfell. The door finally swung open after a few more axe strokes broke the wooden lock. Half a dozen men swarmed in, dragging the Lady of Winterfell from her bed. Caitlin tried to fight them off, clawing and raking at them, yelling and shouting, but it did nothing. Not only were they far stronger than her, but they were also wearing armor. Caitlin was dragged from the room and through the castle, watching helplessly as more Ironborn raiders ran through the halls, the cries and screams of men and women following wherever they went. She tried her best to keep her eyes from roaming her home, not wanting to see her innocent maids and servants assaulted and abused by the invaders. Finally, Caitlin was brought to the main hall, where more of her household was sitting in the middle of the room. Bran was there, lying awkwardly as two other children sat protectively beside him. Rickon was also there, crying softly. The wilderling, Osha, was by him, trying to soothe him. One of her eyes was black and swollen, her reward for trying to fight off the invaders. Lewin was also there, on his knees, still dressed in his grey robe and maester chain. In all the time Caitlin had known the old maester, he had been calm and reserved. He had never once raised his voice or even glared. That was not the case. The maester's face was dark with fury as he glared at the other person in the hall. Lounging on the throne of winter, where Eddard Stark and Robb Stark had ruled Winterfell, sat Theon Greyjoy, twirling an arrow in his hand. Standing next to the chair was a stout, older man with a terrible cut running down his mouth, forming his lips into 4 separate parts. He was grinning evilly as Caitlin was dragged into the room. Grasped in both hands and leaning on his shoulder was a battle axe, the iron head stained with blood. "Lady Stark, how nice of you to join us," Theon said, gazing at Caitlin. "I hope my men didn't treat you too badly." For a moment, Caitlin couldn't even speak. She was so shocked at seeing Theon before her, dressed like the raiders who had grabbed her from her bed. He was leaner as if he hadn't eaten in the last few days. His beard was also scruffier and untamed. Yet, he still had that arrogant look in his eye and a smirk on his face. Caitlin soon overcame her shock and was filled with rage. What is the meaning of this? Theon raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? He asked as Caitlin was shoved to the ground with the rest of her family. Winterfell is mine. You betrayed my son, Caitlin growled. My husband raised you. Eddard Stark took me from my home. From my family. Theon snapped, snapping the arrow as he dug it into the stone chair. I am simply repaying the favor. Robb trusted you. Caitlin cried. Robb freed me. Theon barked. My father has a long memory, Lady Stark. He has not forgotten the part the North played in his rebellion all those years ago. Theon now stood up, walking slowly towards Caitlin. Now we will have our revenge. Caitlin had always been a little sharper than her siblings. Learning history, arithmetic, and all the other lessons from her maester had been easy for her. Now, her quick mind betrayed her in the worst moment. She knew that the only way Theon had made it to Winterfell without anyone knowing was through the Wolf's Wood. He had grown up in the castle and knew the trails through the dark forest. It was the same path Sir Roderick had taken. What have you done to Sir Roderick? Caitlin asked, her voice low and full of venom. Theon turned to the other man, who pulled a longsword from his belt, the blade still stained with blood. He tossed the sword to Theon, who caught it and began to examine it in front of Caitlin. I'm afraid Sir Roderick won't be saving anyone, he said with mock sadness. Nor will Cleesa win. What did you do? Caitlin growled. Theon smirked. Isn't it obvious? He asked, throwing the sword on the ground, causing Caitlin to recoil slightly. They're dead. Oathbreaker. Osha snarled. Theon stepped forward and backhanded the woman, causing her to fall to the ground fully. I'd watch how you speak, he hissed, stepping back and looking at Caitlin now. You speak to the Prince of Winterfell. Chapter 41, Rusai. Notes. I'll be honest, this is where I begin to cringe with my story. Looking back, it's a complete tonal change and really doesn't make sense. So if you get mad, I understand. However, I will not change anything as I do not have the motivation to rewrite the domino effect any change would make on the remainder of this story and the sequel. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Rusai. It is bold of your master, sending you here, Roose said quietly, crossing his arms as he glared at the man. Standing across from him was Saharis Swyft, the Knight of Cornfield. What's to stop me from sending your head back to Tywin? Saharis did not look like a normal knight. Most of the time, the man wore yellow steel plate decorated with the blue rooster of his house. Now, he wore black clothes and a dull yellow cloak. They were far from the ornate attire someone of his station would wear, but of course, the man wasn't trying to be noticed. Now, he looked more like a common messenger than the master of Cornfield. He almost succeeded, too, but he held himself like he always had, an arrogant knight. Roose and his modest host of 7,000 men were currently camped at Moat Cailin as he sent ravens to the Ryswells and Dustins. The Liege Lord was also planning how he would sweep the Ironborn back into the sea. From what he knew, Torrens Square and Deepwood Motte were still under Ironborn control, and Bowden Hawker had yet to get past Flint's Finger. Men were rallying at Winterfell as well, as commanded by Lady Caitlin. Roose's bastard, Ramsay Snow, was also rallying what men he could at the Dread Fort to bring to Winterfell. Roose was surprised when Saharis arrived at the ruined northern stronghold, although he did not show it. Roose did not know the man personally, only that he fled back to Tywin after the Battle of the Camps. The knight shrugged. I go where I am commanded, he answered simply. Roose raised an eyebrow. From a knight to a mere messenger, how tragic a punishment for fleeing the battlefield. Tell me what Lord Lannister wants, then leave. I am already committing treason just by speaking with you. Swyft ignored the insult and pulled a message from his belt, passing it to Bolton. Lord Tywin requests your answer before I depart. Roose broke the red wax seal and unrolled the scroll, taking a moment to read it. The message was simple. He asked Roose to switch loyalties and help Tywine defeat Robb Stark. As a reward, Roose would become Warden of the North, and the Boltons would become the prominent house in the North. The Old Lion had also promised to legitimize Roose's bastard, giving him a true heir. Tywine also outlined who else had already agreed. A man whose host of 4,000 strong was already among Roose's own force. The Freys had agreed to turn their cloaks on the Starks in exchange for a few marriages from Tywine's cousins and the promise that 2 of the King's Guard would have a free squire. Finally, Tywine promised that the Freys would be named Lord Paramounts of the Riverlands since Edmure Tully and his uncle would not survive the war. Do you know what this says? Roose asked carefully. Swyft nodded. I do, he replied. A man by the name of Lothar Free has arrived with me to take care of some matters with his family. Black Walder is now the leader of the Free host. Roose frowned. Bold of you to assume I had already agreed to Tywine's terms. Hayes shrugged again. Why would you not? Robb Stark has put aside many of his northern bannermen in favor of his new southern allies. He also is set to marry a southern girl. Do you think he gives a shit about his northern bannermen? He is the reason why the North is now under attack. He let the Greyjoy boy go home to his father. Robb Stark will lead you all to ruin, Lord Bolton. Are you prepared to follow him? Roose had to admit the knight had a point. Stark was the reason why half of the North was infested by Ironborn. The Liege Lord wasn't even sure if the boy knew what had happened. If Robb Stark truly cared about his homeland, he would have never trusted a Greyjoy, even one that had grown up with him. A severe lack of judgment on the young man's part. If Robb Stark were also truly betrothed to a southern girl, it would surely disappoint many other northern lords who had eyes on Winterfell and the Starks' recent rise to royalty. Stark's new southern allies have a mighty host, Roose commented. How does Tywine plan to deal with them? Hayes waved aside Bolton's question. The Tyrells have always been a greedy family. When Robb Stark dies, and Lord Tywine will ensure he does, Mace Tyrell and his family will join the winning side, as they have always done. That is the Reachman. My countrymen will never give in to the Lannisters. Roose countered. The Starks are beloved. Even the great Tywine Lannister must acknowledge that. Hayes smirked. Why not? Their king will be dead, and who better to follow than the man who saved the North from the Ironborn? Invaders who unfortunately killed Robb Stark's siblings and mother. Roose was beginning to see what Tywine wanted. There was still one thing that worried him. Tywine has what? 20,000 men. Nothing against the might of the Reach, Stormlands, Riverlands, and the North. All of which Stark has allied sworn to the crown he wears on his head. Hayes folded his hands behind his back. If you think Lord Tywine is devoid of allies, you are badly mistaken, he said. The Lords of the Blackwater have realized who their lawful king is and are joining their fellow Crownlanders at Duskendale. Lord Tywine has also reached agreements with the Vale and Dawn. Roose raised an eyebrow. The Vale and Dawn. You truly want me to believe that Tywine Lannister has allied with men who watched Ned Stark grow up and the Martells who have a grudge against the Lannisters? He argued. Has Tywine also enlisted the aid of the warrior as well? What of the Faith Militant? I assume they shall be at the battle as well. Hayes shook his head. Not a word I said was false. Lord Petyr Baelish, King Joffrey's Master of Coin, is set to marry Lady Lysa Arryn very soon. He will then take over as Lord Protector of the Vale and the Knights of the Vale will march to Lord Tywine's aid. Roose rolled his eyes. If Lord Tywine truly believes that, then his reputation falls well short of the mark. Eddard Stark grew up in the Vale. It was the first region to rise against the Targaryens in defense of Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. If he believes that Joffrey's banker can convince them to fight against the Starks and Tullys, then he's fool. Hayes' eyes narrowed. The Tarbecks and Rains called Lord Tywine a fool, and now there is a song about how they are extinct. Roose sighed in annoyance and boredom. What of Dorne? If my memory serves me right, Gregor Clegane and Armor Elorc butchered Elia Martell and her children. What did Tywine give up for their help? Casterly Rock itself. Princess Myrcella has been promised to Prince Doran's son. The Red Viper is rallying his countrymen as we speak. Hayes said. 60,000 men from the south and east. Another 20,000 are at Duskendale, and a full host is at Harrenhal. All under the command of Tywin Lannister, who has never lost a war. Robb Stark has not lost a battle yet. Roose pointed out. Hayes scoffed. Robb Stark has danced a pretty dance, but the music is done playing and soon the boy's world will crumble around him as Tywin shows him why he is the most dangerous man in Westeros. The Knight of Cornfield nodded at the message in Roose's hand. Lord Tywin will win this war, of that there is no doubt. He is offering you a chance to join the winner's table. I advise that you take it. Roose tapped the table thoughtfully. If what the man said was true, then Roose could easily take the north while Robb Stark was destroyed in the Riverlands by Tywin and his new allies. Bolton could then blame the deaths of Catelyn Tully and her children on the Ironborn. Then, like snow in the sun, House Stark would be extinct, leaving House Bolton as the dominant house in the north. As they should have been. Roose would also be seen as the savior of the north if he repelled the Ironborn, which would be easy enough. They were terrible fighters when not on their ships. Lord Bolton, why are we wasting time before you acknowledge that you have already accepted Lord Lannister's terms? SWYFT asked. Roose nodded. I accept Tywin's terms, he said, throwing the letter into a burning brazier. This will stay between us, of course. Hayes nodded. Wise decision, my lord. King Joffrey will make his official decree making your house rulers of the north as soon as I return to Harrenhal. Roose waved his hand, gesturing for the man to leave. SWYFT bowed and left, leaving the Liege Lord alone to bask quietly in satisfaction. His house will now be in its rightful place as rulers of the north, and no one is there to stop him from destroying the remaining Starks. Ramsay. The man known as the Bastard of the Dreadfort smiled giddily as he read his father's letter. It was more than he had ever dreamed since he had set his plan in motion to become his father's heir. First, he had killed that naive fool Domeric, taking his rightful place as his father's heir. Since then, he had been looking for a way to legitimize himself. Now, his answer was held in his hands. What are you giggling like a girl about? Arnulf Karstark barked as he entered the dining hall, his cane marking his every step. The Castellan of Carhold was a gaunt, crooked man with uneven shoulders, squinty eyes, a scrawny neck, and a ragged beard. To Ramsay, who was young and strong, Arnulf was a pathetic excuse of a man. The same went for the man's two sons, Cregan and Arthur. House Stark is in quite a perilous place, my lord, Ramsay responded happily. Arnulf eyed the younger man carefully. That sounds close to treason, boy. Ramsay raised an eyebrow and got up from his seat, walking over to the stooped man. Ramsay was large-boned and had the same cold, pale eyes as his father, making him far more intimidating than the crooked Castellan of Carhold. At his side was a dagger, the hilt made of yellow bone. Ramsay's hand fell to it now. There was no smile on his face. King Joffrey has named House Bolton Lord Paramount of the North, Ramsay said. House Stark will soon be extinct. Arnulf's eyes went wide as the bastard spoke. Well, but... do you have something you want to say, my lord? Ramsay asked, his voice barely above a whisper, the unveiled threat hanging in the air. Arnulf bowed his head slightly. No, he answered quietly. Ramsay nodded, smiling once more. Perfect. He cried, clapping his hands on the old man's shoulders. Now, we have much to do. What's that? Arnulf sputtered. Why, we have to kill the rest of the Starks. Ramsay said, talking to the man like one would talk about the weather. Now, would you be so kind as to go assemble the men? We leave at midday. Arnulf nodded and left, his cane clacking quickly with his departure. Ramsay watched him go, the smile still plastered to his face until the old man was gone. Then the smile was gone. Reek. Ramsay barked. The old, sickly-looking man was instantly at Ramsay's side. His stench made the man unbearable to be around, but Ramsay had lived with the man for the majority of his life. There was no one Ramsay trusted more. Yes, master. Reek wheezed. Watch the fucker. Ramsay growled, still staring at the door Arnulf had left through. If you see him trying to get word to Winterfell, kill him. Yes, Master Reek said, leaving. Reek, Ramsay called after his servant. Yes, master. Don't kill him. Bring him to the room. Ramsay said, a cruel, gleeful smile coming over his face again. If any of his men or his sons get in the way, kill them. Reek laughed harshly. Yes, master, he responded before leaving. Chapter 42, Tyrion 6. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Tyrion 6. Tyrion watched, rather pleased with himself, as the small party of lords made their way forward. Joffrey was holding court, something that Tyrion had asked him to do so that he could publicly accept the Lords of the Blackwater's oaths of loyalty. The acting hand to the king had used all his political know-how to bring the Lords of the Blackwater to the Lannister cause, which was not an easy task given that the might of 4 kingdoms stood against them. Tyrion had offered everything from land to marriages to more trade options with other parts of Essos. He had also accepted around half a dozen wards to be taken in and raised in King's Landing. Thankfully, Tyrion's hard work brought 5,000 more men to his father's aid and dozens of ships. The royal fleet had returned to King's Landing after Stannis' death, giving Joffrey his own fleet, although it was a speck compared to the might of the Red Wine or Iron fleets. But now that number had doubled with the additions of the Crownlander lords. The new ships were sorely needed as Tyrion's plan of sailing food into the capital had met a massive roadblock. House Valyrian, according to Lord Celtigar, was the only Crownlander house to pledge its loyalty to Robb Stark after Stannis' defeat. Their reasons for siding with the Starks weren't known by Valyrian's peers, but the impact was stung King's Landing. A small fleet loyal to the Starks used Driftmark as a base of operations to disrupt ships going in and out of King's Landing, led by the Onion Knight on the former flagship of the Royal Fleet, Fury. Just like when the man was with Stannis, Davos Seaworth was annoyingly good at what he was doing, especially since he had the help of 24 Lysan pirate ships along with Oren Waters, one of the better captains in Blackwater Bay. Together, the small group had taken and burned several ships that Tyrion had sent out to barter for food with Pentos and Bravos. Tyrion hoped that he would be able to take out the rebels with the newly reformed royal fleet. With them out of the way, Tyrion's plan had a chance to work. The food shortage in the city was reaching new highs, and the Goldcloaks under Sir Jacelyn were having a tough time keeping the peace. "Welcome, my lords," Joffrey announced happily from his place on the Iron Throne. At his side, as always, was his mother, while other members of the small council stood nearby. Adrian Celtigar led the group of men who knelt before the young king. "Your Grace, we have come to pledge our loyalty to you as the true King of Westeros, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men." Cersei smiled sweetly. "Rise, my lords, and be recognized as true bannermen to the king." The men rose, bowed again, and moved off to the side of the room as the court clapped politely, welcoming the new men. Tyrion wasn't sure how much the courtiers knew of the War House Lannister's dire position. If they did, they would no doubt flee the capital like rats from a sinking ship. Joffrey continued to take petitioners for another few hours before dismissing the court for the day. The boy king had grown tired of hearing his people complain to him and looked like he wanted to do nothing more than play with his crossbow or abuse his siblings. Tyrion had asked Cersei about having Joffrey trained with a sword, and to his surprise, Cersei said that he was. Their cousin, Lancel Lannister, trained him every morning along with Sir Meryn Trant, who had taken over as Lord Commander until Jaime was freed. Tyrion had argued that Joffrey should be trained by someone with more skill, suggesting Sir Aris Oakert or Sir Mandon Moore, 2 of the more capable members of the less-than-talented group. But Cersei had waved aside his suggestion, stating that Joffrey was in perfect hands of Lancel and Meryn. The acting hand entered his office, where Pod was waiting with a small stack of messages. While Joffrey and Cersei got to do as they pleased and cause chaos and mischief, Tyrion was still busy making sure that the small bit of realm that Joffrey still controlled was still standing. "Ah, Pod, how are we today?" Tyrion asked, waddling over to his chair and hopping into it, instantly pouring himself a glass of wine. The young man nodded quickly. "I am well, my lord," he greeted formally. "How is training with Bronn?" Pod hesitated. "It's good, my lord," the boy stuttered. "It's not exactly knightly training, but it's still very good." Tyrion resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Of course, Bronn wouldn't teach the boy how to fight like a knight. The sellsword was the furthest thing Tyrion had ever met from a knight. But he would teach the boy how to survive a fight, and that's what Tyrion cared about. "Ah, well, I'm sure we can sort that out later when we find you a proper teacher, Tyrion said easily. For now, continue to train with Bronn. He's very good with that overgrown toothpick of his. Pod smiled slightly before realizing that he still had a stack of messages. He set them down on the desk, gesturing to the top piece. From Lord Tywine, my lord. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, unfolding the message and quickly reading it. His father's words were simple, to the point, and utterly mad. There was no way he expected Tyrion to try and make this happen. If it were any other man, the acting hand would have laughed it off as a joke. Tyrion's father never joked. Pod, will you go ask my sister to join me? Tyrion asked quietly, setting the message down on his desk. His squire bowed and left. Tyrion waited patiently, just staring at the message until his sister arrived. She glared at her younger brother, obviously unhappy that she had been summoned. She went to speak, but Tyrion held up a hand, waving for Pod to close the door and leave. When the boy was gone, Tyrion gestured for his sister to take a seat, pouring her a glass of wine. I have news, he said quietly, trying to hold off what was about to come. Cersei rolled her eyes. Speak plainly. I have no patience for your games. Tyrion pushed the little piece of parchment towards her. This is from father. He wants me to set up an alliance with the Martells. He is ordering me to offer them Myrcella's hand. The blood seemed to drain from Cersei's face as she read the message before throwing it on the desk angrily. She drank her wine, her eyes now blazing with fury as she stood and began to pace. There were many things that Tyrion found unpleasant about his sister, but there were two things he would never be able to argue against. The first was that she was stunningly beautiful. She was known as one of the most beautiful women in Westeros, and Tyrion could easily see why that was so. The second point was that Cersei loved her children. She was fiercely protective of them, like a lioness with her cubs. She indulged Joffrey too much, feeding his power-hungry nature, but she loved Tommen and Myrcella just as much as she loved Joffrey. It was one of her better qualities. Bloody madness, she muttered, gazing darkly at the letter. Father is wrong. Cersei had always been headstrong, the only one with the courage to stand up to their father and say he was wrong. Of course, whenever she had done so, their father had put her in her place without a pause. Tyrion had always tried to go about it a different way, pointing out where problems might arise with the plan rather than outright calling it wrong. Now, there were too many things wrong with the idea to point out, mainly because the entire plan was outrageous. Tyrion nodded slowly. In this case, we are in agreement. I'd much rather try to find a marriage in the Vale, perhaps Myrcella to Robin Arryn, but seeking an alliance with the Martells seems ignorant. Especially after what happened at the end of Robert's rebellion. Elia Martell, Cersei said, her eyes flickering towards him. Indeed, Tyrion said gravely. But, we do not have the luxury of picking and choosing allies. Very few options are left available to us and we must snatch them up before it is too late. Tyrion bit back the thought that, if their current luck continued to hold, then the Starks would be the ones to beat them to the remaining allies that had yet to be rallied. For all they knew, Robb Stark was writing letters to Doran Martell every night and his mother was on her way to the Vale to try and reason with her unstable sister. You will not sell my daughter. Cersei hissed. Not like when you tried to sell Joff. We don't have a choice. Tyrion snapped. Look at the situation that you and your son put us in. We need allies. Cersei looked ready to reach across the desk and smack Tyrion, but she managed to restrain herself. She breathed deeply and finished her glass of wine, no longer pacing. When she was done, she put the cup down with more force than what was required, nearly snapping the glass stem. I will send a letter to Prince Doran Martell offering Myrcella's hand to his youngest son, Tristan, Tyrion explained. Sir Aris will go with her as protection. Another letter will be sent to the Vale, where Baelish has been altogether too comfortable. We shall push him into a corner and force him to commit. We will give him 2 weeks to find a way to forge an alliance between ourselves and the Vale or return to King's Landing and hope the king doesn't take his head for failing. Tyrion sighed, rubbing his face. We got lucky, Cersei. The Stark boy marches north and his home is under attack. We no longer have enemies behind us. Lord Riker can now move forward and join father in the Riverlands. What about the raiders at Driftmark? Cersei asked, clearly just as caught up on what was happening around her. When the rest of the fleet arrives, I will give Lord Celtigar command and have him take Driftmark, capturing Lord Valerian in the process. With them out of the way, we can hopefully begin bringing in food from Essos. Tyrion explained. And the Onion Knight and the pirates will be sent to the bottom of the Blackwater, Tyrion answered firmly. Cersei nodded slowly, the anger draining until it was just a dull burn. Is there anything else I or my son should know about? Tyrion chewed on his lip, debating whether or not to say anything. I am looking into hiring a company or two from Essos, he admitted. Most are taken up already, but I am still looking into it. Cersei frowned. And where will the funds come from? House Lannister has an account with the Iron Bank, Tyrion explained. One of father's many plans should things turn ill for our family. It might be enough to get the Second Sons or the Windblown, but the Golden Company is too far out of our price range. Especially now that the Westerlands have been pillaged. Cersei sighed. Very well, I will tell my son that we are finding more allies, she said, getting up. When will you tell the council about this? The next meeting is tomorrow. I should have the details figured out by then, Tyrion said. I suggest you speak to Myrcella and make sure she knows what might happen. My daughter sold like common livestock, Cersei growled quietly, her tone dripping with venom. Tyrion bit his tongue, wanting to say that this was Cersei's fault. She allowed her son to kill Ned Stark. If he had stayed alive, then they would have been able to reach an agreement with Robb Stark. Now, all they could do was rely on Tyrion to bring more allies into the fold and Tywine to make sure the Stark boy stayed north of Harrenhal. It's the way life is, Tyrion replied grimly. Sacrifices must be made, and we all must play our part. Even one as young and innocent as Myrcella. Cersei sniffed and went to leave. Cersei, Tyrion said, stopping his sister. I understand that Joffrey is training with a sword, but please know that he does need to learn in case battle comes to the city. He will have to know how to protect himself. Please have him understand that. Tyrion did not truly care for his oldest nephew. Deep down, he knew what Joffrey was and acknowledged to himself that the realm would be a much better place if he were dead. However, he needed to convince Cersei that he was trying to save the city and her son, as she would only allow him to do the first if he appeared to do the second. Since he had no desire for the Red Keep to be stormed by hungry commoners and torn limb from limb, he would put on his little act and pretend to care for the prick. Cersei nodded once and walked out, not giving Tyrion an answer. Chapter 43, Theon v. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Theon v. Theon looked grimly over the Bolton force that encircled the castle. Close to 700 Northerners from the Dreadfort and Carhold wanted to see Theon and every Ironborn in the castle put to the sword. The self-proclaimed Prince of Winterfell had less than 200 men. Not nearly enough to hold the castle, let alone the Great Keep. Dagmar spat over the wall as he walked over to Theon. A lot of the bloody bastards, he grumbled. Theon could only nod, his eyes still trained on the Bolton command tent. There was no way Roose Bolton had quickly made it from the Riverlands this far north. It had to be someone else. Have they given their demands? Theon asked. Dagmar held up a bloody arrow with a message looped around the shaft, also splattered with blood. Found this in one of the sentries' throat, he replied. Whoever is down there knows one end of the arrow from the other. Theon grabbed the arrow and unwound the message, conscious of the fact that he and Dagmar had to be well within range of whoever shot the arrow. He returned the arrow to the old raider as he read the message. The handwriting was horrible, as if it had been written by a child just learning, but the message was clear enough. There would be no surrender, no terms where the Ironborn could walk away freely. Theon and all his men would be put to the sword like the dogs they were, according to the messenger. It was the response Theon was expecting. Theon cursed softly and threw the letter over the parapets, crossing his arms. We're well and truly fucked. Dagmar shrugged. Why don't we give them the Starks? He offered. They'll never harm em. Theon shook his head. The Starks could very well be the only thing keeping the Northerners back. He countered. Are there any ways out of this place? Dagmar asked. Theon looked over his shoulder towards the Wolf's Wood but shook his head again. The woods would be the safest bet, but they have cavalry. They'd ride us down within minutes. Dagmar huffed and walked away. Then you best figure out a way to get us the hell out of here, lad, he called over his shoulder as he left. Theon sighed and resisted the urge to smack himself for his stupidity. It had been one thing after another. First, it was agreeing to his father's mad delusion of kingship, and then it was agreeing with his plan to attack the north, an idea that was even more insane. Theon had dug his own grave when he killed Tallheart, Castle, and Sewin. He signed his own death sentence the moment he took Winterfell. Theon Turncloak. That's what Benfred Tallheart had named him, a name that had haunted the son of Balon Greyjoy ever since he had heard it. The Northern warrior had been right. Theon had sullied his name in the worst way possible, and he would go down in the history books as a traitor. Theon shook his head, growling. If he was going to be labeled a traitor, he might as well live up to the name. Leave us, Theon ordered. The two raiders looked at each other and shrugged, leaving the cell full of Starks alone for Theon to speak with. Catelyn stood up, still looking dignified despite her dirty dress and messy hair. She stepped forward, her eyes blazing with hate as she glared at the man who had attacked her home. What do you want? She snapped. Theon crossed his arms. There's an army of Northmen surrounding the castle, he said simply. They'll take the castle any day now. Catelyn crossed her arms as well. Good. Theon shook his head, looking around to ensure they were alone before continuing. I am going to set you free, he said quietly, catching the Lady of Winterfell off guard. Catelyn took a step back, surprised, but then her eyes narrowed again. This is some kind of trick, she snarled. Theon shook his head. It's not. I swear on my honor, I swear on my life that this is no trick. Please, just listen. Catelyn was about to snap, but Maester Lewyn stopped her with a hand. The old man stepped forward, looking grim but understanding as he looked at Theon. When Theon took Winterfell, he had ensured that the household and the Starks had all been placed in the dungeons. He had done this so that nobody did anything stupid and forced Theon to kill them. What do you have in mind? Lewyn asked. Soon, I will tell my men they can escape if they hide in the Godswood tonight. I will tell them that I will walk out alone with the Starks and hand myself and you all over to the Northerners, and then they can make their escape through the North Gate. Theon explained, hesitating, before going on. I don't think the Northern force can be trusted. Catelyn snorted. Of course they can. They are my son's bannermen. Theon shook his head. I received a letter from their commander. A man by the name of Ramsay Snow. He said that none shall leave Winterfell alive. I don't think he intends to save you. Ramsay Snow? Lewyn asked curiously. I remember the name. Lord Stark was looking into the boy for the potential murder of Domeric Bolton. There have been terrible tales about the boy. Theon looked at Lady Stark. I know you don't trust me, and you have no reason to, but I just have a feeling, he explained. I will hide my men in the Godswood. Allow the children to hide in the crypts. If I am wrong and they are here to save you, you can simply collect them after I turn myself and you over to the Northern force. If not, then they will be safe. Catelyn sighed, looking at Maester Lewyn, who was staring at Theon with a mixture of sadness and respect. Why should I not go with my children? Catelyn asked. If you and I walk out, it will make the illusion true. Also, I won't be killed on the spot. Theon explained. I know I deserve to, but I have much to make up for, and I cannot do that if I am dead. You will never make up for what you did. Catelyn snarled, unable to help herself. Theon hung his head. I know, he said quietly before raising his head to face Lady Catelyn, but I can try. I believe him, Bran said quietly, Hodder carrying over to where the three were talking. Whenever Theon talks like this, he's telling the truth. Lewyn nodded. I agree with Lord Bran. I've seen Theon try to lie many times, especially when trying to explain to Lord Stark why he was sneaking a friend out of the castle in the morning. He's not lying now. Theon looked at the three. Lady Stark, if you truly care for your children, you hide them in the crypts. Catelyn looked behind her at Rickon's sleeping form. Osha and the Reed children were also listening to the conversation, curious about what Lady Stark would decide. Finally, she nodded. Fine, The children, Lewin, and Hodder will hide in the crypts, she said finally. Tomorrow morning, you and I shall walk out and meet with this Ramsay Snow. Theon nodded. Thank you, my lady. Convincing Dagmar and the other Ironborn to hide in the Godswood had been easy. Theon had told them that he would have Lady Stark and her children march out towards the northern host while he and the rest of the Ironborn slip through the Hunter Gate and head into the Godswood. Dagmar had been skeptical, but Theon had sworn that he had found old maps with secret trails through the woods that would take them back to their ships on the stony shore. That little lie had been enough to convince the old raider. Flashback. You found maps. Dagmar scowled, crossing his arms. Behind him, the rest of Theon's raiders lounged on the tables in the main hall. They too looked as skeptical as the old warrior. Theon nodded. I found maps in the Maestus library. He said again. There's a small door inside the Godswood near the Hunter Gate. You can slip through that in the morning and take the same path back to our ships on the stony shore. And you'll stay here. Dagmar stated. Theon nodded again. I will. I'll hand over the Starks while you all get away. No one's stupid enough to hand themselves over. One of the raiders jeered from the back of the room. Theon ignored the man and looked at Dagmar. Tell my father I died. He said grimly. I'm sure he won't care. You're his bloody heir, Dagmar grunted. He has Asher, Theon responded. You know that's what my father wants. He's been preparing for her to take over for how many years now? Dagmar shrugged. He and others knew Balon favored his daughter over his last remaining son. That's why she had been given the honor of sacking a castle, and Theon had been told to bugger off to Bear Island. When do you plan to do this? Dagmar asked finally. Tonight, Theon replied firmly. Take the food, your booty, and hide in the Godswood. In the morning, I'll take Lady Stark to the Northern Commander and stall while you lot fuck off into the woods. Dagmar scratched his bushy beard before nodding. Fine. He grunted. I think you're fucking stupid. Theon shrugged. You're not the first. Flashback. That evening, Theon forced all Ironborn into the woods, ensuring they had enough supplies for when they left. Afterward, Theon closed the gate and waited an hour until the sun was gone and the moon had risen a little before retrieving the Starks. He had taken spears and knives from the armory, handing them to Asher and the Reed children before ushering them all towards the crypts, leaving Lady Stark and Theon alone. The two watched as Maester Lewin was the last to descend into the crypts, giving one last look at the Lady and Prince of Winterfell before following the others. Do you truly think Bolton's bastard will try and harm us? Catelyn asked softly. Theon sighed, shaking his head. I don't know, he admitted, but one of his men put a message arrow through the throat of one of my men. Whoever is out there wants blood, and they don't seem to care whose particularly. But Robb is their king. Catelyn protested, the two walking back towards the Great Hall. They would never harm his mother or siblings. Theon nodded. I agree, but the message didn't mention you, my lady. I expected them to demand your release. The fact that you weren't even mentioned gives me a bad feeling. Catelyn stopped where she was, looking towards the main gate. Why don't we go out now and find out? Theon raised an eyebrow. Now. Catelyn nodded. The children are in the crypt, the Ironborn are in the Godswood, why not get this over with here and now? Theon thought for a moment before shrugging. Fuck it, let's get this over with. The two walked towards the main gate, slipping through it before taking a long, slow walk through Wintertown and towards the northern force. Already, shouts could be heard as Theon and Catelyn were noticed. A lot of activity was happening at the center of the camp, where a small group of men were mounting up. A pale, big-boned young man with long, dark hair and odd eyes was at their head. Behind him was an old man that Theon couldn't place, but he wore a cloak with the cast-dark sunburst. Theon and Catelyn stopped at the entrance to Wintertown, waiting as the small group of riders rode towards them. Ramsay Snow, Theon called, gripping Lady Stark's arm. I have Lady Stark. The man known as Ramsay Snow nodded casually. So I see, he commented. The question is whether I care. Theon frowned. The man looked far too casual with what was happening. It made Theon feel uneasy. I will let you take her if you guarantee me safe passage to my ships. Ramsay seemed to think for a moment before snapping his fingers. The riders on either side of the bastard dismounted and rushed the two, quickly overpowering them and forcing them to the ground. "What are you doing?" Caitlin shouted. "I am the Lady of Winterfell." Ramsay dismounted and knelt before Caitlin, a harsh smile spreading across his face. "It seems you have not heard, my lady, but King Joffrey has named my father the new Lord Paramount of the North," he said happily. "He had also ordered the deaths of all Starks and that Winterfell be burned to the ground." Theon struggled against the large Northman holding him down. "You can't do that," he snarled. Ramsay raised an eyebrow. "Oh, but I can," he said as if it was the most simple thing in the world. "Lady Caitlin here will go to my father, and you, my dear fool, will be my new plaything," he explained with a sadistic glint in his eye. "You're fucking mad," Theon roared. Ramsay stepped forward and kicked Theon hard in the jaw, knocking the Ironborn out. The last words the Prince of Winterfell heard were, "Burn it down." Chapter 44, Robb 15. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Robb 15. Your Grace. Brian called from outside the tent. Robb looked up from what he was reading. It was a report from Jon Fossoway, the man he had left behind at Bitterbridge with 10,000 Reachmen, Mace Tyrell, and a small group of lords. The knight was simply detailing the shipments being sent north and their route. "Yes, Brian," Robb called back. "It's Lady Margaery." "Let her in," Robb said, pushing the reports to the side and standing up as Margaery entered, dressed in another of her revealing dresses with a light cloak over her shoulders. Her hair was done up in a loose braid that allowed her hair to fall loosely down her shoulders and back. Robb wondered briefly if he would ever be amazed by her beauty. "Margaery," Robb greeted with a smile. "What do I owe the visit?" "I wanted to talk to you," the young woman answered with a sweet smile. Robb raised an eyebrow. "Is everything all right?" he asked, pulling out a seat for his betrothed to sit in. Margaery nodded and took the seat, waiting patiently as Robb poured them both glasses of watered-down wine. When Robb sat down, Margaery answered the question. "Everything is fine," Margaery said, cradling the glass in her hands. "I wanted to ask you about your family." Robb nodded. "What do you want to know?" "Tell me about your siblings." Robb nodded again. "There's Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, and Jon," Robb answered slowly. "Sansa is like my mother, whom you'll meet at Riverrun. She's a proper lady who knows how to sew and sing. I'm sure you'll get along perfectly once you meet her." Margaery raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Robb chuckled. "Sansa has always believed in the tales of beautiful princesses, great kings, charming knights, and the like. You'd be like right out of the pages." Margaery grinned, blushing slightly. "Sansa sounds delightful." Robb's smile faded slightly. "She's very nice, but she is not without her flaws. She has always been too trusting, naive, and innocent to her core. She never saw what Joffrey was, and now I think she knows all too well what he is." Margaery's grin faded as well. "The South has a habit of making the truth quite painful." Robb nodded. "So it would seem." They sat in silence for a moment, neither one of them speaking. Robb was staring down at his glass, and Margaery was patient enough to give him a moment. She knew as well as him the importance of family and how hard it was for him to have his family spread out across the realm. "What of Arya?" Margaery asked finally. "Arya is my Aunt Lyanna come again," Robb answered quietly, looking up at the beautiful girl. "She's as wild and strong as the land we come from. My father called it the wolf blood. My uncle Brandon had it as well. My grandmother told me the story of the tourney of Harrenhal. She said that Lyanna Stark was very beautiful." Margaery said. "And perhaps Arya will grow into that too," Robb shrugged, "but she's more like Daisy Mormont than yourself. She wants to fight and has fought my mother whenever she was forced to be ladylike. She did not make the Septa's life easy on. She's the opposite of Sansa." Margaery mused. Robb nodded. "In every way. You said you have 2 brothers. Tell me about them." Margaery asked, wanting Robb to talk more about his family. Unbeknownst to Robb, he got a certain look when talking about his family that Margaery loved watching. There was a sparkle in his eye, and he had a wistful smile when talking about his siblings. There was nothing but love in the way he spoke about them. Rickon and Bran, Robb replied. Rickon is the youngest, but he always followed Arya and Bran around, trying to keep up with them. Bran was a happy, active boy. He climbed every wall and tower in Winterfell and frightened my mother whenever she caught him. Just like with Sansa, Robb's smile faded. He wanted to be a warrior. He dreamed of being named to the Kingsguard when he was older. Then he had his accident. Margaery frowned. What accident? She asked, placing a comforting hand over Robb's. He fell from the broken tower, Robb said quietly, his face looking like it had aged 10 years. Bran never fell, never. Not in the snow, not in the rain, not in the wind, and certainly not on a clear day like when we found him. He was in a coma, and Maester Stillowin said that he would never be able to walk again. That's terrible. Margaery gasped, placing both her hands in Robb's. Robb hesitated before explaining how Bran's accident started the war, starting with the catspaw that had tried to kill him with a Valyrian steel dagger and ending with Tywin Lannister invading the Riverlands with 45,000 soldiers due to his youngest son, Tyrion, being taken captive by Robb's mother. Feeling comfortable in Margaery's presence, the young king delved into his personal thoughts on the matter. He had wanted to find out who had hired the killer as much as his mother, but he had trouble believing it was the imp due to the kindness he showed to Bran when he stopped by Winterfell on his return journey from the Wall. Perhaps I am too simple to understand the motivations of Southerners, Robb finished with a quiet sigh, but I could not see how a man would try to have a crippled boy killed, then appear and show him how he might be able to ride again. Margaery patted Robb's hand. You can't understand it because it doesn't make sense to any reasonable person, Robb. Tyrion Lannister would have to be as mad as Aerys Targaryen to do such a thing, and I do not think that is the case. Margaery noticed that their light-hearted conversation had turned dark, which she quickly remedied. Tell me of Jon. Robb's dark mood began to turn in an instant. Jon should have been named a Stark long ago, he started passionately, taking a long drink of wine before he went on. He looked more like my father than most of us. He's a fine swordsman, too. Much better than me. He's a great man and my closest friend. We were inseparable as children. We took lessons together, played together, trained together. There was nothing we didn't do together. Margaery smiled. He sounds like you. Robb smiled. He's my brother. There's nothing we wouldn't do for each other. When I marched south from Winterfell, he was the only person I wanted by my side. Weeks later, there he was, in the dungeons beneath Riverrun. The dungeons. What was he doing there? Margaery asked curiously. Robb ran a hand through his curls. He and Margaery had been talking for some time, and the lateness was beginning to get to the young man, but he pressed on. My mother never embraced Jon like most of her true-born children did, Robb answered. When Jon entered the courtyard, my mother threw him in the dungeons because she thought he was a deserter of the Night's Watch. Was he? No, Robb said, shaking his head. He had not taken the black when news of our father's imprisonment reached him. He left that night to be by my side and sent me a message from Last Hearth telling me so. He traveled across the entire north to be by your side. Margaery marveled softly. The loyalty of family. Starks stick together, Robb answered easily. If this bloody, blasted war has taught me anything, it's that. The two fell again into a compatible silence, enjoying each other's company, their hands entwined. There were only a few instances where the two had been together during the march from Bitterbridge to Riverrun. They had meals together, but Olenna, Garlan, and Loras had also been there. While on the march, Robb rode at the head of the column, speaking with a new bannerman each day, trying his best to get to know the Stormlands and the Reach Lords. This was the first moment since their time after the meeting between Stannis and Renly that they had any real time alone. Do you need me to walk me back to your tent? Robb asked quietly, knowing and annoyed that the hour was so late. He wanted to spend every moment with Margaery, but he knew they both had a long march tomorrow to finish their journey to Riverrun. Margaery shook her head. Sir Aemon is right outside. Robb nodded. After Renly's death, most of his protectors had pledged their blades to Robb. 3 nights Sir Aemon Q.E., Sir Guyard Morrigan, and Sir Parman Crane had been ordered to protect Margaery. After what Stannis had tried with the Fire Witch, Robb worried to think of what underhanded tactics the old lion might stoop to. Robb walked Margaery over to the tent's entrance, still holding her hand. "I will see you in the morning," he promised. Margaery smiled and leaned forward, getting on her tiptoes to lightly kiss Robb on the lips. The small action left Robb feeling like thunderbolts were coursing through him. He instantly smiled. "I'll see you in the morning as well, Your Grace," Margaery said before disappearing from the tent, leaving a stunned and wildly grinning Robb. Riverrun was a welcome sight for the young king. The men of the north and the Riverlands lined the road leading to the castle, giving their king the welcome he deserved. Everywhere he looked, he was greeted with grins and cheers. Robb thought momentarily that he should look like a tough northern king, but soon, that thought was lost as he nodded and smiled at his men. Just like his father before him, Robb Stark was well loved by all who fought for him. Robb's friends waited for him in the courtyard, his arrival having spread through the castle hours before the young wolf rode in. Standing off to the side, in two groups, were his war council and his battle guard, both of whom looked relieved to see their king healthy after the stories of his near death. Standing in the center of the courtyard were three men, Ed Muir, the Blackfish, and Jon. Robb rode into the courtyard, his southern guards and council at his back, looking like the king he was. Armored in northern leather and steel, a wolf pelt cloak over his shoulders, claw at his side, and his crown of bronze and iron sitting proudly amongst his auburn curls. If Margaery was the picture of the princess from Sansa's stories, then Robb was the perfect image of the conquering warrior king. When Robb dismounted, the entire courtyard knelt respectfully, waiting for their king's signal to stand. The king in the north walked up to his uncle Ed Muir, who stood in the middle of the small group. "Please stand, uncle," he said kindly, reaching an arm out to the red-haired man. Ed Muir took the offer graciously, clasping arms with his nephew as he rose to his feet. The others followed suit and returned to their feet. "It is good to see you again, Your Grace," he said with a smile. "Riverrun welcomes you back with open arms." Robb was slightly surprised to hear his uncle speak so formally. When they had last been together, Ed Muir still called him nephew. Of course, Sir Brynden was always nearby to correct him. "I am happy to be back if only to go to war once more," Robb replied before turning his attention to the Blackfish. "Sir Brynden, I have read glowing reports of your work in the Westerlands. It seems I made the right decision by leaving you in charge." The old knight bowed. "I did as tasked, Your Grace." Finally, Robb turned to Jon, who was grinning happily. The two embraced as brothers, slapping each other on the back before Robb stepped back, holding Jon at arm's length. "It seems you have been busy as well," he said happily. "The story of how you took the Golden Tooth was quite impressive." Jon shook his head slightly. "Lucas Blackwood fought alongside me. I cannot take all the glory." "Then I shall see him rewarded as well," Robb promised. He looked around, the smile fading from his face. "Where is my mother? Is she with Lord Hoster?" Jon's smile disappeared as well. "Robb," he said quietly so that only his brother could hear him, "Lord Hoster died weeks ago. Ed Muir is the new Lord of Riverrun," he explained. "Your mother returned to Winterfell after his funeral." Robb grimaced. He had looked forward to introducing Margaery to his mother, but that would have to wait. "Your Grace," Ed Muir said, cutting off Robb's thoughts, "may I introduce to you the new Lady of Riverrun and my wife, Lady Roslyn." Robb and Roslyn exchanged awkward smiles as Roslyn dropped into a perfect curtsy. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Your Grace," she said quietly. Robb bowed slightly in return. "You as well, my lady. I am happy to see that my uncle has found a good woman to marry," he said, praising the two before looking behind him at the green carriage that rolled into the courtyard. "Uncle, Sir Brynden, Jon, there is someone I would like you to meet," he said, the smile reappearing on his face as he stepped towards the carriage, helping Margaery out. With her on his arm, Robb brought Margaery over to his family. All four bowed to her. "Margaery, may I introduce Lord Ed Muir, the new Lord of Riverrun, and his new wife, Lady Roslyn. Sir Brynden, my great-uncle, and my brother Jon," he said, gesturing to each person as he said their name. "Margaery is my betrothed." Margaery curtsied to them. "It is a pleasure to meet you all," she said happily, her smile melting away any awkwardness that might have been in the air between Robb and Roslyn. His Grace has spoken nothing but your praises. The Rose of Highgarden Edmure said. Tales of your beauty do not do you justice, my lady. That is very kind of you, my Lord Margary responded easily. I have read much on Riverrun. I would love to see more of the castle if possible. It would be my honor to show you tomorrow, my lady. Roslin offered. The sharp clack of a cane heralded the arrival of Lady Olenna, flanked by a smiling Garland and a Dolores. Both were armed and armored for war, following Rob's example when it came to wearing their armor while on the march. Both were an impressive sight. Ah, the mighty Blackfish. It has been a long while, Sir Brynden. Lady Olenna commented, setting her cane before her. And Lord Edmure, I am sorry to hear of your father's passing. He was a truly great man. Both Edmure and Sir Brynden bowed. That is kind of you, lady. Edmure said, unsure who the old woman was before him. Olenna Brynden answered, gazing with respect at the matriarch of the Tyrell family. The Queen of Thorns. I have not seen you since Harrenhal, if my memory serves me right. The years have been kind to you. Lady Olenna said before looking at her own wrinkled hand. I wish I could say the same for the rest of us. Sir Brynden smiled slightly. I would not judge age too harshly, my lady. Your mind has remained unaddled and your tongue as sharp as Valyrian steel. Sir Brynden, it is an honor to meet you finally, Garland said respectfully. I would love to hear your stories of the War of the Nine Penny Kings if there is time. As a second son, I have always looked up to you. Brynden nodded to both Tyrells. Sir Garland and Sir Loras, I take it, he said. You are both fine warriors if the stories are to be trusted. I hear you are particularly talented with the lance, Sir Loras. The young Tyrell knight sniffed disdainfully. I am, he said simply, not an ounce of kindness or respect in his voice. The air was once again filled with tension as the Knight of Flowers' words nearly shattered the goodwill that was coming from both parties. Margary was again the one to break it. Jon, I hear you are now called the White Wolf, she said, glancing over at the giant albino before looking back at the man. An apt name, she joked kindly. Jon smiled slightly. Thank you, my lady. I strive to make myself worthy of the title. I have a grand idea, Robb said happily. Why not have dinner tonight after I have had time to meet with my council and discuss future plans? Edmure bowed. I will see it set up, Your Grace, he said immediately. I will see that the best food from the Riverlands is provided. I will call the council together in an hour. Sir Brynden added as well. That will give His Grace and his retinue time to unpack before we are once more sucked into war. Robb nodded. Thank you, he said. An hour it is. Robb's council had been shifted with the new additions of the Stormlanders and Reachmen. Now, the Northmen and Riverlanders covered the right-hand side of the table while the new arrivals sat on Robb's left, Lord Tarly and Sir Brynden each taking the seats on either side of the young wolf. Jon and Eddard Karstark were also in attendance, leaning against the wall. First and foremost, I must thank the Lords of the North and the Riverlands for their work in the Westerlands. With the added might of our southern allies, I mean to finish off the Westerlands and return the favor to Balon Greyjoy. Robb said firmly. Has there been any word on Lord Tywine? Reports are that the Lords of the Blackwater have declared for Joffrey, Blackfish said grimly. They have joined the Crownlander host at Duskendale and may move north to reinforce the Old Lion at Harrenhal. How many do they number? Tarly asked. Some 15,000, Bracken answered. They have undoubtedly lent their ships to Joffrey. The boy has a fleet of his own, though I doubt it's any match for the Red Wines. Is there anything else that needs to be said? Robb asked, addressing the entire table. He wanted everything to be out on the table for them to consider before moving forward. I have received word from my steward that the Stony Dornish have been seen rallying men. Lord Caron commented. They may be just reinforcing their borders, but they may also be taking advantage of the Stormlord's absence from the region. The same is said from my father in Old Town. Sir Baelor added. Robb tapped the table thoughtfully. They can't possibly be siding with the Lannisters, he said quietly. Sir Brynden shook his head. Prince Doran and all of Dorne will forever hold a grudge against Tywine Lannister and his family for what happened to Elia Martell. She was beloved in Dorne. Perhaps it is a power play by the Dornish. Garland offered. Tommen and Myrcella are unbetrothed. Perhaps Tywine has arranged something. Even with news of Joffrey's parentage. Lord Blackwood said curiously. Garland shrugged. Joffrey still holds the Iron Throne, he explained. Whether we like it or not, that means something to many people. It's a symbol, or the symbol rather, of his kingship. What kind of host can the Dornish gather? Robb asked, looking at Tully. 30,000, if not more. The old soldier responded grimly. They did not fight in the Greyjoy Rebellion and have had over 2 decades to replenish their losses after Rhaegar's death on the Trident. If what my great-uncle says is true, then we have nothing to fear, Robb answered firmly. I shall take the host I left with Sir Brynden host and the might of the Stormlands with me and march south against Tywine. Lord Tarly shall take the Reacher host and finish off Sir Brynden's western campaign. Once that is done, you shall take the Iron Islands. Robb ordered. The Lord of Hornhill nodded seriously, a glint in his eye as he received the role he always wanted, control of the Reach army to lead as he chooses and no Mace Tyrell to hold him back. What about the north? Lord Glover asked curiously. Robb turned to Sir Brynden. Has there been any news from the north? The old knight shook his head. I sent Lord Roose with the Freys and other northern houses to reinforce Sir Roderick's efforts a few weeks ago. I have heard nothing since, he answered. He said he would raise more forces once he reached the north. Robb nodded. I will send a raven to Winterfell after this meeting and ask my mother for news. If we need to send men, then we shall. At this point, Robb was about to end the meeting when he was interrupted by the arrival of the Maester, who hurried in carrying 2 scrolls. The first he handed to Lord Hawker, who looked surprised to have received it. The second he handed it to Robb was a lot bigger than the message that Lord Hawker had received. A rider from the twins, Your Grace. The Maester said before scurrying off again. Robb shared a confused glance with his counsel before breaking the grey seal and unrolling the scroll, reading the first words before his bones turned to ice. He immediately looked towards Jon, who recognized the look. He strode towards his brother, peering over his shoulder and reading the message himself. Robb leaned back in his chair, unable to comprehend what he had just learned. Jon looked at the council, his face a mixture of fury and sadness. The only man who didn't look confused was Roland Hawker, who looked just as outraged as the bastard of Winterfell. My lords, Jon said grimly, we have been betrayed. The Boltons, Dustins, Ryswells, and Freys have all turned their cloaks in favor of the Lannisters. Roose Bolton's bastard has captured Lady Catelyn and raised Winterfell. Your Grace, what does this mean? Eddard Karstark asked seriously, stepping forward. It means we have a new enemy to the north, Robb replied grimly. Chapter 45, Jon 14. Chapter text. All rights belong to GRM. Jon 14. It took a few moments before the room descended into absolute chaos. The northern lords were on their feet, banging the table and demanding leave to head north and kill Roose, while the Riverlands lords were asking for the same leave to kill the Freys. The lords of the Stormlands and Reach, with the exception of Lord Tarly, tried to defuse the situation, but that only pulled them into arguments with their new allies. Jon watched grimly as the once united table broke and shattered into dozens of different arguments. Personal insults were being flung across the table, and hands were going to knives and swords. My lords. Jon snapped. Jon's voice cracked like a whip, breaking through the red haze that overtook many and finding some sense of reason in them. With glares and a few mumbled words, they sat back down, some even having the grace to look ashamed of how they acted. We have been betrayed, but that is no reason for us to start fighting amongst ourselves. Jon continued, waiting for Robb to step in and take over again. Let us not forget that we have a host of over 100,000 strong. We will deal with Bolton and his bastard, as well as the Greyjoys and the Lannisters, but we cannot do that if we are acting like children. Sir Brynden nodded firmly. Jon is right. We have the forces here to attack our enemies on all fronts. What does His Grace think? Lord Tarly asked, looking at Robb, who was leaning back in his seat, staring at the message in his hands. No one said anything, just looking at their king, who seemed to have lost himself in the message. Thankfully, Jon seemed to fix the problem. He ripped the scroll from Robb's hands and threw it into the nearest brazier. That jolted Robb into action. He sat up, clearing his throat. My brother and great-uncle are correct. All that is left is to determine who goes where. He started, his voice strong and commanding. Lord Tarley, I will need to borrow some 20,000 men, but you will still march on the Westerlands and Iron Islands. The Lord of Hornhill nodded. Of course, Your Grace. I shall send word to Lord Willers should I need more. Garland, you will command the reachmen who march with me. Rob continued. Sir Bryndon, you will take the men of the Riverlands and take the crossing. Take the old man's bloody head and return to me once you are done. The old knight smiled grimly. It would be my pleasure, Your Grace. My northern lords will follow the Blackfish, help him take the twins, then move on to Moat Cailin. My brother John, Rob said finally, a fierce growl coming from that side of the table as he made the announcement. I will take the lords of the Stormlands, along with the 20,000 reachmen under Garland and a contingent of 1,000 Northmen under Lord Forrester. Where will you be going, Your Grace? Lord Glover asked curiously. I will go after the Lion of Casterly Rock, Rob answered grimly. He must be dealt with, and I mean to see him sent off with his tail between his legs. Your Grace, John said quietly, meeting Rob's gaze. The two brothers shared a silent battle. Rob could tell that his brother believed a veteran commander should lead the Northerners, but he refused to change his mind. If Rob was going to remain in the south, he wanted someone with a level head leading the northern host who would ensure the safety of their family. After a few moments, John relented. Rob turned back to his council. Prepare your men and leave immediately. That is all. That council nodded and left, respectfully to their king as they did. Soon, only John and Garland were left with Rob, who was slumped in his chair, staring at the table, lost in his thoughts. The two warriors talked quietly a little ways from him. Do you think it's wise to have the dinner? John asked. He just learned that his mother is a prisoner, just like our sisters. Garland looked over at the king before looking back at John. I think it is, he replied. Margaery might be able to bring him out of his black mood. She's always been good at that. John nodded. I've never seen him like this, he admitted, glancing at his brother. With all that's gone on, I don't know how he handles it. Our father, sisters, and now brothers and Lady Catelyn. Not to mention the weight of the crown. Margaery and my grandmother might be able to ease his mind if only a little. Garland offered. I will work with Lord Edmure and set up a small dinner. Myself, Loras, my grandmother, Margaery, yourself, and Rob. John smiled slightly. That would be best. Thank you, Sir Garland. The Tyrell knight shook his head. We will be brothers soon. There is no need for a Sir Garland, please, when we are alone. John nodded, then stopped. Rob and Margaery are to be married, are they not? Garland frowned. They are. We'll have to do it within the next few days. Tomorrow, Rob said, walking up to the two. We'll do it tomorrow. Can it even be set up by tomorrow? John asked curiously. Garland grinned. Leave that to my grandmother. She will see that it's done. Rob nodded. Good, he said quietly. Let me know when dinner is set. And with that, he left. Dinner was a subdued event, thanks in no small part to Lady Catelyn's imprisonment and the Boltons' betrayal. Rob picked at his food, eating very little of the roasted venison and glazed vegetables. Margaery sat on his right, doing her best to make small talk with him, trying to bring Rob out of his mood, but it had little effect. Talk around the table was kept to a minimum. Lady Olenna and John kept glancing at Rob as they ate, unsure what to say. Garland simply ate, looking the most at ease with the situation, showing that his faith in his sister's ability was absolute. Loras kept his glare on his plate, the only one who looked like he wanted to be anywhere else but in the room with Rob. John, Lady Olenna said finally, I hear you trekked across the north to be by his Grace's side. Is that true? John nodded, thankful for the distraction. It is, my lady, he said, continuing the conversation. I had my mind set on the Night's Watch for the past few years. Unfortunately, it was not what I imagined, and I hesitated when asked to take the Black. When I heard of my father's imprisonment, I came south to be by my brother's side. Will you rejoin the Watch after the war? Garland asked curiously. John thought for a moment before shaking his head. Most likely not, he answered honestly. Hopefully, I'll find a place in the north or become a sworn sword to my brother. A Kingsguard? Margaery asked. John shrugged. If he asks, then I will accept, he answered simply. A rude scoff came from beside Garland, where Loras was still staring at his food. The Knight of Flowers looked unusually scruffy. His hair looked greasy and unwashed, and there were the beginnings of stubble on his sharp jaw. Dark bags were under his eyes as if he hadn't been getting enough sleep. Many people tried to steer clear of the knight the last few weeks as he was prone to lash out. You're not fit for the Kingsguard, Loras sneered, glaring at John. John shrugged. That's not for me to determine, he responded calmly. If my brother wishes for me to protect him, then I have no reason to say no. Loras snorted. Who have you fought? He challenged angrily. Some half-trained Lannisters. At Oxcross, you surprised them before they could put up a proper fight. At the Golden Tooth, you used trickery to enter the castle and attacked again without the enemy expecting it. You've fought nobody. Loras. Garland said, trying to deter his younger brother from the path he was taking, but Loras would have none of it. Quiet, Garland, he snapped angrily. I am twice the warrior any of you are. Twice the man. He cried, slamming both hands on the table as he stood. You all swore loyalty to Renly. Before his body was cold, you were ready to swear loyalty to this frozen savage. That is enough, Loras. Olenna said, her voice snapping with command. Her tone alone would have been enough to rein in the hot-headed knight, but Loras disregarded her, his face red and his breathing heavy. I am not finished, Loras shouted. You may think I'm stupid, but I am no fool. You've been planning on marrying Margaery to the Northman even while she was Renly's wife. He snarled. You're all traitors. Margaery shook her head. I was faithful to Renly, she said evenly. Never once did we ever talk about me leaving him for Robb, nor did Robb bring it up. It was never a thought, brother. Olenna nodded. Your sister's betrothal to the Northern King was a good opportunity born from a tragic accident, she explained. You can't seriously expect us to be loyal to a dead man. Loras's face was red with fury as his gaze went from his grandmother to his sister to Robb to Garland before starting over. He was like a bull, trying to decide who he would go after first. John quietly grabbed hold of the sharp meat knife beside his plate, hiding it under his arm, preparing to intercede if the Tyrell man got violent. You loved him, Robb said simply, speaking for the first time. He was your best friend. Your mentor. You shared an unbreakable bond. You were right there at his side when he declared himself king, as you have always been. Loras nodded slightly, still standing. He would have been a great king. Robb smiled sadly. With that, we agree. Renly might have had some flaws, but he was a good man who thought he could be a better king than Joffrey and his brother. Do you think I will be a good king? Loras opened his mouth to reply, then shut it, unsure what to reply. The anger he had started with quickly left him, unable to continue in the face of Robb's soft and understanding tone. I don't know, Loras said, slowly sitting back down. Robb sighed. Loras, I am not Renly, and I know that there are probably others in this army who wished that I was, he explained easily. I can't bring back the dead, or else my father and Renly would be here now. Neither deserved to be killed in the fashion that they were. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but I must. Will you fight for me, not to help me bring down those who have harmed my family, but to help me create a realm that Renly would be proud of? Fight in Renly's honor? Loras asked quietly. Robb nodded. Exactly. Fight by my side. Help me create a world that Renly would be proud to be a part of. I am not asking you to forget him, I'm sure you never will, but take his vision for Westeros and help me build it. The table was quiet, all eyes on the young wolf and the Knight of Flowers. Garland, Olenna, and Margaery had never seen Loras quieted in such a way, and John had never seen Robb speak with the maturity that he was displaying now. He sounded like a man twice his age. He sounded like their father. Loras hung his head while Robb waited patiently for an answer. Finally, the young knight raised his head and looked the Northern King in the eye, nodding firmly. I can do that, he said quietly, his eyes filled with purpose as he held himself a little straighter. Robb smiled. Good. I will certainly need a good sword by my side when I go after Tywin, he joked lightly. Loras managed a half-hearted smile, the only one that his family had seen since before Renly's murder. It was certainly a miraculous sight, given that Robb had gotten it out of the man. I think I can help with that, he said. Jon was enjoying the moment when he realized that Garland had his eyes on him, an eyebrow raised. Then, he realized that he had forgotten to bring up something very important. Lady Olenna, with the army soon breaking up, I was wondering how soon it would be possible to arrange my brother's and Lady Margaery's marriage. Jon asked curiously. The older woman popped a slice of cheese in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. I believe it can be done. Mind you, it will be a small affair, but I will ensure it is done. She glanced at Robb. Though, after spending some time around his grace, I'm sure a small ceremony might be best regardless. Robb grinned and nodded to her. It seems you've mastered northern culture, my lady. How much time do you need? Garland asked. The Queen of Thorns smiled. Give me one night, my dear boy. I will make sure all is ready. Robb looked over at Margaery, who was watching the discussion with a beautiful smile on her face. Are you sure you still want to do this? He asked curiously. Margaery laughed. I think I'll take the risk. Robb laughed as well, a real laugh that he hadn't had since before the bloody war had begun. Not since his entire family was in one place at Winterfell when Arya had flung food at Sansa at the feast welcoming the king to the north. It was a great sight for Jon to see. His brother was finally properly happy. He was quite impressive. Lady Olenna mused after Robb, Margaery, Garland, and Loras had left, leaving the old woman and Jon alone. Jon nodded, tossing his napkin over the remnants of his food. Robb has grown up, and I'm always surprised each time I see a sign of it, he answered. He reminds me of our father in so many ways. I remember meeting Lord Rickard, Lord Stark's late father, Olenna said. The man was smarter than he let on. He was calm, collected, thoughtful, deceptively cunning, and as dangerous as the massive sword he carried on his back. I heard your father was like that. Jon nodded slightly. My father had always been the quietest of his siblings, according to my uncle Benjen. Brandon was brash and rugged, Lyanna was wild and beautiful, and my father was quiet and thoughtful. Benjen is a mix of all. He's funny but also keenly observant. A fine pack of wolves and 2 dragons reduced them to 2, Olenna commented. Robar Royce spent some time in the Reach learning under Garland. I asked him about his father. Bronze Yohn, Jon said. He passed through Winterfell while taking one of his sons to the war. My father always spoke highly of him. Olenna nodded. Indeed. Lord Royce was very good friends with the young Eddard Stark and met the others at the tourney of Harrenhal. I asked the young knight what his father thought of the Warden of the North, and do you know what his reply was? Jon shook his head. Something about my father's honor, I would assume. Olenna smirked. Clever, she laughed. No, Lord Royce believes that Eddard Stark was more dangerous than even Tywin Lannister. Jon raised an eyebrow. Tywin Lannister was infamous throughout Westeros. From the Wall to Dawn. He fought in the War of Nine Penny Kings, was hand to the Mad King, and sacked King's Landing during Robert's Rebellion. His name was probably feared across the Narrow Sea. I wonder why Lord Royce thinks that. Jon wondered. A logical question, and one that I asked immediately, Olenna said. According to Lord Royce, what made Eddard Stark so dangerous was that, while Tywin Lannister is feared, Ned Stark was beloved by all who knew him. Those who fought for him fought out of their love for House Stark and the man leading them. Few things are stronger than hate or the desire for revenge, but love wins more often than not. Olenna nodded towards where Robb had been sitting. It seems the apple did not fall far from the tree. Or the red leaf from the weirwood, Jon joked. Robb has always been charming and was as fine an heir as any man would want, but these last few weeks, he's become more than what he was. He's become a king. Olenna agreed. And if he wins this war, Westeros will have a proper king for the first time in over 40 years. He'll have a good wife at his side, Jon said with a smile. Olenna shook her head. He comes from a great family. Think about it, my young and handsome Northman. Every great family in Westeros has not held power like the Starks have. The Arryns came with the Andals, The Castellis ruled before the Lannisters, same with the Mudds and Tullys, Durandons and Baratheons, and the Gardeners and Tyrells. Even the Martells were a lowly house before Nymeria and the Rhoynish sailed in. House Stark has ruled the north for centuries. They are leaders, conquerors, victors. They are the strongest house in all of Westeros, and I feel Ty.